if there was no 7-day creation, that doesn't change anything about your belief in Jesus.
I was more necessarily speaking about like what the story articulates, like seeing how there's like two varying creation accounts that so making or breaking anything for me.
You say it's not making or breaking anything for there to be a creation account that contradicts.
Yeah, because I read into it. They said like there's a purpose. I just gotta go read into it a little more, so it's like a little more concrete. So if I get asked a question, I could just answer.
So if there's no Adam and Eve committing original sin, does it not change the Jesus narrative?
Oh, if there's no Adam and Eve, that definitely says a lot. I don't recall the Bible saying that ever taking that back though.
I'm sorry, you don't recall the Bible taking back Adam and Eve?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. I meant
okay.
If the story in Genesis contradict in a way that makes it seem that they're unlikely to be true.
Right, okay.
Wouldn't that mean that Adam and Eve is called into question? That's what I mean. You said that it wouldn't change anything if these stories aren't true. But
no, that's not necessarily what I meant. I meant like you said if they contradict, I haven't reconciled like the supposed contradiction. So right now it's not really breaking or making or breaking anything right now. It's just something that it's in the back of my head to look into, but it's not like making me like spiral or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not looking for you to spiral. I'm not trying to make that happen. I'm just curious if there's any way you can question what you already believe. It sounds like you're questioning at least a little bit of the literalism of Genesis, but that you don't think is going to lead to any deeper questions down the road.
We can only find out, man. We can only see. Why, man?
Do you believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
He passed away on the cross for our sins.
What do you mean, for your sins?
So there is no atonement without blood, and he made that atonement for me.
Atonement with blood. What does blood atonement have to do with your sins?
That's how God's judicial judgment system works, where
God's judgment system is based on blood atonement?
Yeah.
Why? What does that mean?
I guess
Is God a vampire?
Nah. So
Why
God
does he
says
need blood?
the penalties, the wages of sin is death, and he provides a scapegoat.
The wages of sin.
Yeah.
What is sin?
Transgression against the law.
Transgression against the law.
Yeah, the law of God.
What is the law of God?
He lists a lot of commandments all throughout the Bible.
How many?
There's the main 10 commandments, and then there's like a lot of other like added things, like when Jesus says love your neighbor, pray for your enemies. If you're looking at a woman with lust intent, you committed adultery. All these other things.
Aren't the ones Jesus said based on the old ones from the first?
Yeah, he was showing the true intent of the law. Like, yeah, it wasn't just about like, oh, I didn't sleep with her, that means I'm good. It's like where your heart at, you know what I'm saying?
Where your heart is at? What does that mean?
Like how you psychologically deal or frame with things, you know, like your mind any which way. Like that's no better than like you actually sleeping with her. Like it's like, you know, being respectful, you know, treating someone not like an
So
object.
thought crime. Jesus said that it's not good enough to not do the thing God said not to do, but don't even think about it. Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
I think it's more of like a elevation because it like, you know, obviously doing that the thing is good as well, but like if you can like have like a mindset where, you know, like you're even respecting people even in your mind, it's like a so I feel like it's better overall. I think like that's not even just like a Jesus thing. I think that's like a life thing.
So you're just saying treat people good and think about treating them good.
I guess you could say that.
And what does Jesus' blood atonement have to do with that?
So God being the judge, you know, wills everything sovereign. He's a judge. He says if you transgress the law, you gotta atone with blood. It's either your life or you get a scapegoat, which you could that you're
A
offered.
scapegoat. What is a scapegoat?
Instead of you perishing, it's the something else, and you get substituted. The unblemished lamb,
Unburnished lamb. Are you talking about
blemish, like, you know, hasn't
unblemished
committed
lamb?
any.
You're talking about things from the Old Testament, sacrifices
Yeah,
from
like
the Old Testament. Are you saying Jesus is a sacrifice?
yeah, he was the fulfillment of all those
Why does your God trade in human sacrifice?
trading human sacrifice. Well, we believe Jesus is God, and he decided to come as a human to atone everyone. Like he decided to take the sacrifice himself. You know, just
What do you mean take the sacrifice himself? If he's God, what is he really giving up?
so we believe that when he incarnated, he genuinely operated a human body, human soul.
Does that mean while he was here there was no God?
No, so he
Oh,
has two natures.
two natures.
Yeah,
So
one.
what does that? What does nature mean?
Oh, I have to like refresh my mind.
Take a moment. Think about it for just a second. Thank Heretical Apothecary Shannon Birdies and Morgan Le Fay for helping with the goal because they're
Yeah,
amazing.
if I could sum it up or
And
paraphrase,
what
like the nature is like how the being operates, like for when it comes to the divine nature, like eternal, all knowing, the human nature, flawed, can perish, gets hungry.
what it, human nature flawed can perish, gets hungry. What are you actually saying about what is nature?
It's like the how the being operates, like the functions of the being.
How the being operates. So when you say God has two natures, when he's Jesus, are you saying Jesus has like two different operating features?
Yes,
Or
yeah.
so what about, I'm sorry, how does that answer where God's while Jesus is here? If a
So
being
he
has two
he
natures, are you saying he divides the natures?
so he lives he will when he was on. I mean, still to this day, he lives in two modes of experience. He experiences two modes of experience, right?
Right now?
Yeah, even now. So when he became human, he added a mode of experience where he could like live that mode simultaneously, right? And one mode is I forgot the word, like the better words for it, but basically one mode
Are you
is
saying that while he was here as Jesus, it was kind of like an avatar situation, like Jesus was an avatar?
he
And,
wasn't an avatar because
oh,
he genuinely became human. Like so he had two modes of experiencing existence, and the human mode was genuinely the person of Jesus.
I'm sorry, if he has the mode of being God, if he is also God, and this is still the same being, how is he actually becoming human? None of us have the mode of also being God. So is he really becoming human, or is it cosplay?
So the scripture says he was authentically human. So he like when he
What
added
does
a
that
human
mean?
nature, he was genuinely human.
What does authentically human mean?
That means he grew in knowledge. He ate. He slept. He got hungry. He got tired. He could pass away.
He ate, he slept, he could pass away. And when he passes away, what happens?
His soul went to Sheol and brought up the people that was in there into heaven.
So he went down to Sheol, got people and took them to heaven.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
So they're in heaven right now, waiting for Judgment Day to handle all that.
Is he still God?
Yeah, he's still God, and
He's still God.
he experiences things in two modes of existence. But
Oh, he
when he
still
passed away,
experiences them in two modes.
when he passed away, he got his glorified body, the upgrade where like now
But
he's
he's still God, right?
he's still
Jesus is still
God.
God.
Yeah, but now he's like
So is he
perfectly
like,
unified with
so if he's God and he's always been God, and when he was here, he was God, but he was human, he was fully human, and he
yeah.
somehow God. And while he was God, he sacrificed himself to the God that is himself. And he did that because why?
Yeah, so he did that to redeem us to back to God, because
How does that redeem us?
when humans sinned, there was like a rift created between humans and God. Like
A
something had to be
rift
sufficed, like judicially.
judicially.
Yeah,
Why does it make sense judicially
like
to
justice.
I'm sorry, what I'm still under I guess I'm lost here on why human sacrifice is a judicial decision.
Yeah, so justice needed to be served. Like sin needed to be prosecuted, and he did that. Instead of prosecuting everyone, he substituted, and his substitution atoned for everyone
You're
from
saying you're saying
beginning
he was
and end of time.
prosecuted.
Second,
You said he was prosecuted. Was there a trial?
the trial was made up. Like the wages of sin is death. So like it was
So there's
like
no trial. The judge just decides
I
things. There's
I guess
no.
the a trial is to evaluate if you deserve or if you did what you did. But since he's God, like the ruling is kind of already like made up. You know what I'm saying?
So he already decided all of this before it happened.
More like he knew all this every circumstance before before like we knew what was going on, basically.
So he knew what would happen before it happened,
Yeah.
and he enacted this plan to. I'm still not getting how human sacrifice fixes the sin thing. How does that work?
Okay, so like when you're living in a state or country, you're under their laws, like whatever they see fit. So when it comes to God, we're under like his reality, his existence, right? And
And
he
his
sees
reality and his existence means human sacrifice.
he sees fit that
Why does your God like human sacrifice?
why
Isn't that
did
kind
my
of barbaric?
why did my God sacrifice himself, even though he's God? He doesn't have to, like, he didn't need to do that.
Or why does he accept human sacrifices?
It was the only human sacrifice ever accepted, and it was him.
It's the only human sacrifice ever accepted?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
So you don't know the story of Jephthah?
I do know the story of Jephthah. Jephthah made a vow, a reckless vow. God didn't correct him on that. Like, you don't need to do that. But
God
Jephthah
didn't
lived in
correct him.
Israel, and they taught about who God is, and nowhere like so when he made that vow, it wasn't like a necessary vow. He was making it out of maybe overcompensation or scared or pride, because God already chose him to be a judge and fight whoever they were fighting. So he made a vow, and he ends up paying the consequences for making a reckless
You're
vow.
saying you're saying God makes Jephthah sacrifice his daughter as a punishment for making the vow to sacrifice his daughter if he wins.
I don't think God made Jephthah do anything other than tell him to go fight for him.
So he just didn't correct him as a punishment. He
Yeah,
accepted. Is that not him accepting the
uh,
sacrifice of Jephthah's daughter?
not necessarily. I mean, the stories articulated that, like he made a vow, a vow to God, and that's pretty serious.
Yeah, if I win, I will sacrifice the first thing that comes out of my home. And God
Yeah,
knows
and
at that moment, God knows the next thing that's going to come out of his home when he gets home from the battle he's going to win
yeah,
is his daughter.
yeah.
And he doesn't correct him or stop him, give him a reason not to sacrifice the first thing out of his home.
So yeah, God didn't correct them, but the way the story was articulated, I don't know if Jephthah had the
Which
option. Like I don't.
translation do you read it in?
Second,
Which translation did you read it in?
I read it. I think I read it in a couple, ESV and NIV.
And the way it's articulated in those translations is that it's not Jephthah making a vow to God and God
No, that's not what I was saying. I was
fulfilling the
saying
vow.
that I don't know, like obviously the story went a certain way, but there's also the possibility that Jephthah says, "Oh, my bad, this is wrong." And it's funny because the daughter's the one that's telling him, "Oh, you already did this, like you can't take it back." Like surprisingly, that's shocking. And like so, who knows if Jephthah could have maybe say, "Oh, I can't do this," or take me instead. But Jephthah respected his vow and respected his daughter's wishes and
What
went
would
along and did it.
what would happen to Jephthah if he had broken his vow to God?
I honestly have no idea. Do you know any examples of people breaking vows in the Bible and what happens to them?
Off the top of my head, I'm sure there are a few. I'm not coming to a specific one. At least not what happens to them. Perhaps what happens to the people around them. But regardless, you're saying that your God doesn't accept human sacrifices except himself and Jephthah's daughter, which you said
I
it wasn't him accepting a sacrifice, it was him just not.
do admit he didn't correct Jephthah, but
Do you know what tacit approval means?
tacit approval. I do not know what tacit approval means. But so, like in human terms, right? Let's say someone says they're gonna do something for me or to me, right? And then I don't say anything, and they still do it. Like that. That's on me.
You're saying, I'm sorry, you just asked me a question. You
Yeah.
said that if you don't say anything or do anything because you know somebody's going to do something, then it's on you. If you have the power to stop it, or it's implied that it's involving you or your responsibility, and you don't do anything to stop it, that might be what is considered tacit approval, when something is implied without being openly stated.
Tacit approval. Okay, I just found the tacit approval means agreement or permission given silently and indirectly. So You're stating without being spoken or written, often inferred from a person's actions, behavior, or lack of objection. Uh,
Are you using a chat GPT right now? Is that what you're using? Or is
I
that
just looked at it on Google and they gave me the
Google?
AI overview.
Okay. I wonder if you asked your AI if Jephthah's sacrifice was tacit approval from God.
Frame tacit approval. Or like where would that be like a bad thing or a good thing?
As far as what tacit approval, like as it is used, if it is just meaning silence, means that you consent to or approve of a thing, it could go both ways. I think for the most part, it is used when it's brought up to imply a responsibility towards a person or entity who should have and could have intervened or done something. And
Okay. Okay, I feel like this is a good example. Like, let's say I'm at work and I ask my boss, can I don't know, maybe something unreasonable. Like, can I pull the fire alarm so I could get out of work early? And my boss doesn't say anything. It is my and like mind you, it's unreasonable. Is my boss can I blame my boss for not saying anything?
if it's clear that you communicated that to him and that he knew that you were communicating that to him and that
Well,
you were
so
serious when you communicated that to him, I think it could be stated that, yeah, he's responsible for not stopping you if he's your boss.
oh, but like okay, he's responsible for not stopping me.
Yeah, if you tell your boss, I'm going to go pull the fire alarm right now, and I'm going to do it because it'll let me get out of work early. Like, this is a very weird scenario you've painted.
Yeah,
But if you do that, yeah, I imagine it would be his responsibility to at least say or, let you know that you shouldn't do that. If he
but
doesn't say anything at all, that
the
might be
thing is,
considered tacit approval.
the thing is that the thing I'm asking is like super unreasonable. Like I don't
You
know.
were serious, though. Did he know you were serious? Are you saying God thought Jephthah was just fooling around?
Nah, I never claimed that. Yeah, that's honestly a great question. I think I will ask the AI that to see what it says. Yeah, but
You should ask it about if there were other instances of God allowing sacrifice. And the question would, of course, that would follow if you were somehow convinced there was no human sacrifice whatsoever, is why did he accept other sacrifices? Why does blood fuel this God?
okay. I'll ask it real quick right now. Let me see what it says.
At the beginning of our conversation, you said that you had picked something up from ChatGPT, and you assumed ChatGPT would be truthful or correct. I would really encourage you to at least start directing your ChatGPT to give you links to sources so you can check and see what is actually correct, or at least what if what it's saying is from a reputable source.
Okay, so like, so you want me to like double like fact check that after give me the answer?
I'm just saying when you use ChatGPT in the future, it'd be wise to do that. That's all. Based on some of the things you've said.
Okay. What tacit approval actually is and is not. Tacit approval simply means non-interference. It does not automatically mean moral approval. Morally tacit non-intervention can fall into different categories depending on authority, obligation, and clarity.
It sounds like you've got some reading to do there, Ed. I appreciate you coming up and
Oh, you
demonstrating.
don't want to get the answer out of this, like what it says? No.
Do I? I mean, I could pull up my own AI and have a conversation with AI if I wanted to do that. We're trying to see
Okay.
if you
Okay.
can question your beliefs. And it's sounding like you're just now kind of maybe beginning to. Do you think you can question your beliefs, Ed?
I think I do that every day, to be honest.
What do you think is your biggest question in regards to your beliefs?
I go out right now. Nothing's popping in my mind, to be honest. Probably because it's 1 o'clock. I don't know.
If I rephrase that, what do you think the strongest critique of your belief system is?
Strongest critique. Nothing. At least at the moment.
So yeah, that's kind of why I'm gearing towards moving forward, Ed. I'm kind of looking to see if anybody can question their beliefs. It sounds like you might potentially be able to in the future. I think you could do some more research that might lead you to some very big questions. I've already asked you about the human sacrifice thing. I think you should maybe question that, question the consistency of Genesis as you've already begun to, and question why your God desires blood at all.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, man. You have a good one.
I appreciate you, Ed. Thank you for being honest with your answers and really
Yeah, no problem, man.
through.
Appreciate you letting me be up here.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
Questions, and we can get a W in the chat for Ed. He was patient and polite, and I think he actually can question if he digs a little deeper. I'd be surprised to see where his answers take him and what questions that leads to. He has to see. To. Thank you. I feel like, or at least see who, if questioning someone on their math. How's it going, Symbol?
Hi, friend. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm really happy. Hi, friend.
Why are you happy?
Because my math's really getting published, and like, I was called crazy and stupid and had people laugh at me for so long, and now all these people are asking me questions, and it's just cool to finally have people believe what I'm saying.
So what is your math doing? What is the purpose of the math that you've been working on? I don't need deep equations, but
It's actually pretty simple. I just optimize systems.
you optimize systems. So how do you do that?
Well, you use the things that you absolutely need. And that's actually kind of one of the claims I was going to make. It's pretty simple. So I believe, and I've kind of talked about this, that one oscillation equals 1 point in time. So one tick is one oscillation. And
Okay.
the oscillation might not hit in the same spots, like a heartbeat does not hit in the same spots. When you breathe, it does not hit in the same spots. But it has to close for you to survive, remember? That part. I don't know.
It has to close for you to survive.
For the system to survive, like if you stop breathing, you're gonna perish. If your heart stops oscillating harmonically, you will perish.
That's morbid, but okay.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be morbid.
No. That's all right. So So you're saying that you said the system has to close. What do you mean by that?
So an oscillation, in the simplest form I can think of is, do you have like a glass of water in front of you?
Blueberry coffee.
Okay, pick up that coffee, take a drink, put it down however. You'll notice that you might have taken a different path from when you went up, and it definitely didn't, you definitely didn't set that cup down in the same spot. I'd bet you money you didn't, like in the exact same spot. And then
Well,
pick it up
I am
again.
using a sort of a cup holder.
Oh. Well, that kind of ruins it, but if you didn't have the cup
I've
holder...
got electronics. I don't want to knock it over.
But you know what I mean. Pretend like you don't have the cup holder. Well, even if you do have the cup holder, still, wouldn't it slightly set a little different, or is it like a really...
it'll hit a different wall of it first before it guides in. It'll take a different path into the cup holder. I think I understand what you mean. This is sort of a chaos theory thing.
But it will be pretty close. Like you can put it pretty close, and then you pick it back up. And you're not necessarily going to use the same amount of energy every time. You might even hold it halfway and then bring it to your lips. And it's not an oscillation until you put it back down.
So that's what you're saying, this system has to close.
Yep, you have to put the cup down. So you have to lift the cup, do whatever, I don't care, drink it, and put it down. The system has to close. And repeat.
Okay.
Yes.
So what is the belief underlying this?
Well, my major belief is I think everything is oscillating, which I've already told you that part. I think everything's in layers. We've already talked about that.
Oh, yeah, I remember
now
the sandwich.
Yes, the sandwich. Here's the fun part. I don't think entropy is needed for time. I think that we have to use energy boundaries, curvature, and dampening for time.
What do you mean energy boundaries?
You have to create time in order to stay alive. So you have to survive one moment to create the next. So your heart has to like oscillate. Like, So you have to actually, in order to create local time, you have to finish that loop like with your heart or with your breathing.
But in order to create local time, you're saying we create time?
Well, yes, if we close the loop. And then
what if we don't close the loop?
Entropy is what is created with how we close that loop.
If I never set the cup back down, if I hold it forever, it is a neat cup. I do like it.
That's an example of a system not closing.
Yeah. Does that mean there's no time?
It means that system, like there's nothing left to study. You're just going to be holding the cup. So the system's kind of done. It's closed.
So it closes then in my hand. It closed when I picked it up.
I used the wrong word. You're right. Thank you for fixing my vocab. It didn't close. It just ended.
It ended.
Yes. There's nothing left to count.
Aborted.
What are we counting at that point if there's no system? If there's nothing happening within the system, there's nothing to count.
You're saying if the system doesn't close, there's no purpose in counting the infinite?
Well, there's nothing to count, is what I'm saying. Within that system.
Because it's infinite?
Well, because it's just sitting there.
Well, I'm holding it, right?
What is holding it doing? There's nothing but you holding it. And how does that help me know what's happening regarding the water in the cup or whatever I'm trying to study?
Blueberry coffee.
Yes, blueberry coffee in your example.
So are you saying I would create a new system if I started
So you just I think that'd be like a piecewise oscillation. So you would be. I like that question. You're so smart. Sorry, I don't mean to do that. Sorry. So yeah, that is kind of starting a new system because it's. But is it? Maybe that's like restarting the system because the oscillation doesn't have to hit. So maybe that is closing. I like that. Ooh.
I'm going to complicate your simplified math every time.
I love it. So like you're saying, okay, so, and then you sip it again. So yes, it would be an oscillation, assuming you sip the coffee again.
What is the utility of this belief?
Well, I've done a lot of stuff with like synchronization. I want to make it clear I'm not a doctor. But if you look at things like the Belinsky-Zavotinsky experiment and different things like that, you'll notice like you'll have to research Kiramoto and different things like that. It does take a lot of research, but there's a lot of really amazing medical things that we could do with this kind of math. The synchrony, for instance, in cancer versus regular skin cells is just like you would fall down. And why are we making this, like, finding this horrible disease such a painful process when we could literally be using like ultrasounds? Like this math could help with energy, it could help with the environment, it could help with so many things, but I just have to like really get it pinned down perfect. And that's why I love talking to you and your friends. You guys are so great.
Well, I'm glad we can help. Does the belief that everything is an oscillation, like is that required for you to simplify all of these other equations?
Yeah, I have about altogether I've probably found like 20 equations. 21? 20. I'll say 20. But the main equation is my topology entropy. Well, it's not really. It's topology and entropy, or topology and dampening, if you want. The equation is the topology, which gives you, yeah, or my energy times time times dampening times time times boundary to the exponent of curvature equals 1. And if it equals 1, your system won't explode and it won't die. That's one of the main bases of my theories. And then if you take the logarithm of that, you get the entropy of the system. So I found the mathematics of entropy, which is pretty bad. You know, donkeyed. But yeah, I'm happy about that. Ferris wheel effect. I will check that out, my homie. Well, I'll let you talk to someone else if you're bored with me, or we can talk more if you want.
I'm not bored with you, Symbol. I'm not bored with you, but I do need to find a believer to question about their beliefs. And I feel like it may not have been what you were looking for, but I've definitely given you something to question.
Oh no, that was so fun. I'll stop coming up here and bugging you if you
Oh, you don't have to stop. But I appreciate you, Symbol. We're going to move forward.
Good luck finding someone that believes in the castle in the sky. Bye.
Something like it. Take care, Symbol. You don't have to
The
Symbol.
The
Use for Hello, Phoenix. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh yeah, I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I want to ask, is someone playing guitar?
There's a lute in the background.
Okay, I hear it. Anyway, I want to make sure I wasn't imagining that. Yes, I do have a belief in the higher path.
Higher path. Interesting. Really quick, I'm going to talk past you, but it's not to be rude. I just got to make sure I think.
That's fine.
Yep.
To make sure I wasn't imagining.
Higher to be rude. I just, forget-me-nots, Jace, Jimmy, Polly, and 96. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Phoenix, which god is it that you believe in? What is higher path?
See, that's why I can't really say. It's kind of like all of them and not
Helping with the goal.
none of them. It might be thought of as deistic. Do you know of Spinoza's God?
I have heard of Spinoza's god.
Okay, well, it's
what
a
does
lot
that
like
mean to
Spinoza's
you?
God, but it's closer to Dharma. But Spinoza, he was a Jewish gentleman, and he didn't see God as a person with hate and love and specific emotions. So his community basically exiled Spinoza, but Spinoza defined his God as the universe around him, and that it made more sense that the universe can provide, the earth can provide for us, but the earth can also destroy that by us. So when people say like the wrath of God is fickle or whatever, they might be referring to literally just a thunderstorm rather than provide of God as a tsunami crashing over them. And that may or may not actually be related. I believe in something like Spinoza's God, but I also believe in something closer to Dharma, a tsunami closer to Dharma. The idea of Dharma kind of pushes me on further through what's called the higher path.
So, when you say Dharma, what is it you mean by that?
It's similar to fate, but it's a fate that you have to fulfill. The idea comes from Hinduism, and everyone has a different dharma. You might have heard the term karma, and karma kind of assumes the value and the justification of your dharma, or your path, or your fate. So when it's dharma, though, it's basically saying this is your path, and this is kind of what you're fated to do because of the things that you will be doing through your life. Fate. You're fated to do. Someone said, "Oh no, this is evil Phoenix." I guess you could think that way. I hope I'm not evil. Anyway,
it's a
yeah,
reference. It just means we have another friend named Phoenix.
Oh, okay. I hope I'm not evil. Anyway, but that someone said, "Oh no, yeah,
reference.
I hope I'm not evil." Anyway, but something similar to Spinoza's God. Okay. My dharma, but something
Mixed
like
with
fate.
Spinoza's god.
Yeah. About the higher path, dharma, though.
Essentially Dharma. So when you say fate, are you saying that there is a pre-written destiny, or are you saying there's destiny?
Yeah.
There is. What is writing the destiny?
Our actions. That's our dharma.
So our actions write our destiny. Is that?
That's our.
I'm right. Our. How does it write our destiny? Actions with our destiny. You just mean it writes our path, our journey in life.
Like a singular life? Yeah, and that's kind of what separates me from Hinduism, because I don't really believe in reincarnation.
Is there any kind of afterlife in your belief?
I guess not. I mean, I will, like, my conscious mind will dissipate, but, I might die, become soil, and then, become some grain. Maybe someone might eat it, and then I could become someone else in the future in that way. But my mind's not going to be in them. They're going to be their own person. I mean, they'd technically have part of me in them, but it would be very much changed, and it wouldn't. One might eat it, and I mean, they changed, and it wouldn't have my thought.
So you're not believing in an actual, like, transcendence of consciousness or some kind of
Probably not in the way that most Hindus would.
Sure. Do you consider yourself Hindu?
No.
To our actions having consequences, cause and effect, to our actually what you're.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
And Spinoza's God, you just mean. I mean,
I think that the universe is sacred, but I don't think it's divine with a personality.
what does sacred mean?
Well, it means special, holy, something that's wonderful and beautiful.
So it's wonderful, it's beautiful. You feel awe.
Yeah, I do.
Over the universe, but you don't think that it is a conscious entity that intends things.
Correct. Like you could look at a gem and think that's beautiful, but you don't know what the gem wants for supper.
Mm-hmm. You don't think.
Like you could look.
Do you know that this is how Spinoza felt about God, or is this just an approximation based on? Is this just an approximation based on what he said publicly?
It's close to an approximate controversial in his time for not seeing Yahweh as a personality the way the rest of his Jewish community did. At least this is what his writings, controversial in the Jewish community did. At least this is what his writings say.
So you don't believe, essentially, I mean, what it sounds like is that you're a determinist atheist, but you have a flavor you add to it by referring to it as Spinoza's God with Dharma.
Now, here's the thing with account for the fact that people could transcend human form.
Is that what you think?
Yes.
What does that mean to transcend human form?
Well, that means to take your mind and to put it into a different body. So it's like transhumanism.
You think you can take your mind and put it in a different body, but you mean physically take your...
So,
or the brain.
like what you consciously feel as your brain, yes.
Like a pattern of signals.
Exactly. Now, I'm saying this is possible. I'm not saying this is something that I encourage.
But you're saying that you leave room for the scientific possibility that this may one day be achieved.
Well, yeah, like so if you put my brain into like a data processing center, my brain degrades, but every signal from my brain is preserved, and then you keep this data processing center running for 200 years, it would be like I existed for 200 years plus however many years I had lived until I was put into that data processing center or whatever.
It would be like it would be like that. To that facsimile or that reproduction of your pattern.
Of my mind, yeah. And then my being would technically be whatever circuits I exist on. But that's kind of my point in saying that, like, I wouldn't recommend it, because if that was what I did, I wouldn't be able to enjoy a cup of wine or something. Do
you feel like that would be you? Like that would be you that is there?
Yeah, it kind of gets down to
me now.
It gets down to like the ship of Theseus, where the question is, if you have a ship and you take all of the old pieces and you replace them with new pieces, and then you take the old pieces and remake the ship from the old pieces, is the one made from the new pieces you, or the old pieces, or the old pieces the true ship? Sorry, I misquoted that a little bit, but
I know what the ship of Theseus. So that's And you feel that there's some thing that is you that would be that would be carried forward into that.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm assuming that my brain would degrade and then it would just be implemented into the circuits of the new system. And so the old me would go away and it wouldn't be rebuilt.
You asked if a determinist atheist could believe that. I don't see why that would contradict any determinist atheism. If it is
go away and it wouldn't be rebuilt.
Believe that atheism, if it is based in science, if it is of the patterns of your brain and is somehow carried forward. I mean, I don't. That is you. That isn't transferred then.
And that's kind of another reason why I don't recommend it, because even if it's tried, we found this out with cloning, that it was possible. We did it a few times and it didn't go well the first few times. It's much better now, but it had to be really understood before it became as successful as it is now if you try it. So transferring someone's consciousness or some hiccups at the beginning, and it would probably not be great being the first test.
But
so transferring someone, and it would probably not be great being the first test.
But from, I guess, back to my question is, what's it sounds to me
it might be what I call it, but I'm not familiar with determinism. Okay. I've looked at a lot of religious concepts, and I found that I agree with similar ideas to Hindu Dharma and how Spinoza saw God.
You described your outlook as fate, as though there's a fate based upon things that we do, right? We take actions, and those actions have consequences that lead. Do you think the actions that we take are entirely ours, that they are our choices, or are they based upon things that happened prior?
Well, yeah, of course they're not completely ours. There's systems that have to exist for us to even exist as we are right now, right? Your parents had to meet, and so as a consequence of your parents meeting and getting together, you became the result. So you're the consequence. You didn't choose to exist.
Mm-hmm. But
so that's
do you choose
based on their choice.
Do you think that you make choices, that there's something separate that is you making choices from the patterns of your brain influenced by the conditions around it and the prior experience? You think there is
absolutely. That's
separate?
Why I think of it as a higher path. Well, so there were actually Zen Buddhists in World War II that explained to the Japanese that you're just part of the universe and part of fate. And so when you put a knife into a prisoner, imagine a knife floating and it just appearing before your front and then going into the prisoner, but you're not actually doing it. That's what the Zen Buddhists actually told the Japanese. And of course they regret helping the Japanese in that way and giving them the spiritual guidance or whatever. But that's why I say no, there is a higher path, and that higher path is done by, if I was in that situation, I'm not taking that knife and doing that to the prisoner. You know, I don't have to be nice to the prisoner, but I would make a choice to say, listen, no, we're going to treat this prisoner fairly, and we're going to do something different than, that's what I think of as a higher path.
Yeah, I don't think that actually told me what you meant by a higher path that has anything to do with.
I think there's a lower path, assuming that you're fated to do horrible things, and the higher path is your choice to try to do better.
That wasn't at all related to my question, I guess. So, you're just talking about making moral decisions based upon your moral framework, your feeling of what's right and wrong.
Yeah, my own as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How do you question your beliefs, Phoenix?
Well, I have to look at whether or not Krishna is real. Because, like I was saying, I got these ideas from looking at Hindu
Where did
concepts
Krishna
like
come from?
from Hinduism.
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't say you believe in Krishna, so
Yeah, I
why
don't.
are you? Okay, so let's talk about what you actually believe in. How do you question what you believe in? Can you question what you accept to be true?
I guess I'm saying that I questioned Hinduism when I started to look into it. But again, that wasn't really my belief then, was it? It was just someone else's belief that I was observing, right? And considering. So for questioning my own belief, yeah, I could say that, I'm not capable of a moral decision, even though that's my assumption right now. Because you're looking at morality, it's kind of based on emotion or like what someone assumes is compassion. And I might not be in my right mind when I make a decision that I think is compassionate.
You might not be in your right mind when you make a decision you think is compassionate. I don't.
Well,
Yeah, I don't see that
it sounds a little weird, right?
I don't see that that's actually questioning your belief. So let's back up just a little bit, probably
Okay.
all the way. Why don't you believe that there is a God?
I guess I've seen how people act when they assume there is a God that is on their side, and I've seen them act in ways that are not what I consider ethical. So that was one of the reasons why. Now, for myself, I used to believe in a Christian God or the Abrahamic God, and there was when I would pray, there would be no response. And if there was, it was usually just my own thoughts. And then I kept getting this stuff about, oh, well, God doesn't have to answer to you. He's greater than you and all that. The issue that I had with that was, well, if God is so much greater than something, that would prove his existence. And all I ever got was other people kind of speaking about having this experience, but no definitive proof of my own. So I had to question that.
And what do you think would convince you that a God exists?
Oh, I guess hearing from God.
Just hearing from God.
Yeah, I'd have to know that I'm not like mentally ill and hallucinating, but there would be something profound, I'm assuming, that would come from the voice of a God.
And if you heard from a God and you were sure you weren't mentally ill, would you?
Yeah, then I would believe in that God. It just hasn't happened yet.
God. Would you do what it said?
Well, I would believe in it. It doesn't mean that I would obey it or think that it's always ethical.
Hmm.
Am I supposed to read the comments? Because I'm checking some of them out, and some people have some poignant questions.
No, it's distracting.
Questions.
Thanks. So, you said that, you would believe in it, but you wouldn't necessarily obey it. Would you worship a God just for existing and communicating with you?
Probably not. I would probably have to see something in that God that is worthy of worship, like wisdom or something like that.
So for you, wisdom makes it worthy of worship, if it is wise.
Yep, and I could probably understand that if it gave me some really good advice or something.
So if a God seemed wise to you and gave you really good advice, would you then worship it and potentially even obey it?
Worship, yes, but here's the thing about obeying. I don't think that a God would require me to obey it if it was that wise. I look at Tyr as an example, who's like the Norse god of justice, and he doesn't need anyone to worship him, but he is willing to put himself in danger for the sake of others. And I think that's, maybe it's not completely wise, but he understands that, and that being honorable and him making that choice to be honorable in a way has its own wisdom to it.
So you would prefer a god wise and, as you see it, honorable.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a wise and honorable God, would you worship it? Would that be something?
I venerate it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you want there to be a God?
Yes, I do, actually.
Why?
It would take a lot of the burden off of my shoulders. It would make me think that there's something more powerful out there that would have some responsibility in this world, besides me having to make my own choices. I could say something like addiction or something. I could say, oh, well, that was God's plan for me, instead of, because I have dealt with alcoholism, right? And so I'd say, well, God planned for me to go through that and get stronger, instead of the fact that, look, I made a mistake and I really need to focus on not going back to the drink.
Does a God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
No, it doesn't.
So you could find meaning in some kind of God that you knew you were imagining or making up.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, a lot of people like the wizard Gandalf in the Lord of the Rings movies. I think people tend to know that Gandalf was made up by C.S. Lewis, or not C.S. Lewis, excuse me, Tolkien. You could say Aslan for Lewis, but they're looking at those figures as admirable and wonderful, and they don't exist. They're just wonderful characters, as worthy of appreciation.
I don't really have any more questions for you, Phoenix. I appreciate you being up here. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, but if you do come up with some new answers or find yourself more capable of questioning in the future, I'd be interested to see where that goes. But I hope you keep asking questions. And thank you, or find yourself, I'd be. Take care. And times really appreciate all of you for doing that. And if anybody does have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to disprove your God. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, well, then what is that belief, and why do you believe it?
Hello.
Hello, Kev. Can I get your age for TikTok too?
I'm 42.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
I have a belief, yes. I believe in a non-personal quantum reincarnation theory in a pantheist, semi-deterministic universe. Do you have any questions for that? Do you understand it?
So you believe, did you say non-personal?
Non-personal reincarnation in a quantum reincarnation.
So non-personal quantum reincarnation in a pantheistic, what do you mean by pantheistic? Are you saying that it's a
I
God?
believe that God is the universe itself. And I believe that everything in the universe is a manifestation of the universe to experience itself.
A manifestation of the universe.
Because of the overlapping quantum fields that overlap and exaltate to create matter itself.
When you say quantum fields, what does quantum mean?
Quantum is the study of basically subatomic particles and their interlacing reactions with basically each other, like electrons, quarks, gluons.
And you're saying based on quantum fields overlapping, you believe in...
Yeah, because everything in the universe has an associated quantum field. Protons have an associated quantum field. Electrons have associated quantum field. Gluons, quarks, basically all matter is made up by...
You're saying things have this quantum field. What is a field in this case? So subatomic what?
I don't know, because it's never actually defined as really any sort of physical thing. It's like that's an interesting question, because I actually do not know the definition of a quantum field itself. I just know that the manifestation or the exaltation within quantum fields creates different forms of subatomic particles.
So
that is something I'm going to have to look up and learn the knowledge about.
So you're saying you don't know what a quantum field is, but something happens inside of it that creates the variance of particles that we see.
Yes.
Okay. And because something happens inside of it that creates the variance of particles that we see, then therefore there's a consciousness to everything.
Yes, a quantum consciousness, yes.
How does that follow? I'm not sure how you get to quantum consciousness from things happening.
Because in science, when you look at the structure of the universe, it looks almost identical to the synaptic pathways of a human brain, neurons firing and everything else. So
because it visually appears to us to be similar to the patterns
and also
we see.
that the human brain is a man of everything else.
Well, according to the way you've described it, everything's a manifestation of quantum fields.
Yes.
So saying the human brain doesn't set it apart from a pile of poo, right?
That's correct, yes. A pile of poop is a manifestation of quantum fields that create the matter of poo.
Right. So if they're both just manifestations of quantum fields, which in this case you mean because the thing we still don't quite know what to define is somehow creating the difference between particles, which makes things all unique or have unique identities, then somehow that leads to a consciousness. I'm not hearing how it means that there's a consciousness underlying this.
Because the structure of the human brain or a brain is able to process stimuli given to it by different sort of senses, and the human brain and the animal brain or any brain has the ability to process that information and come to a conclusion about it. Right.
Brains can process information. Brains can come to conclusions, according to the way you said that. So I'm not sure how that equals the quantum consciousness. I'm still not seeing how that, like you said, there was a similarity between the way synapses appear or something like that, and fields interact and overlap. So I'm not hearing, like, is it just a visual similarity that makes you think there's consciousness?
A fundamental fluid-like substance that fills all of space-time, with every point having a quantum property, is a quantum field. So that's the definition of a quantum field for you.
Say that again.
It is a fundamental fluid-like substance that fills all of space-time, with every point having a quantum property, which would be the exaltation of quantum fields to create matter. That's the definition of a quantum field. But quantum consciousness, quantum mechanics.
I'm sorry, where did you get the definition is kind of what I meant.
Just science, one of my books, because obviously I study this stuff. So I'm doing plasma physics and nuclear engineering at university. So I've got quantum mechanics books and stuff over there. Haven't quite got into all of it, to be fair, because my belief is from the top of my head. Not from the top of my head now, but from the top of my head over the space of years of thinking about reincarnation and information being neither created nor destroyed, energy being neither created or destroyed, the universe where death and rebirth, death and rebirth, death and rebirth, and basically innate knowledge, or epistemology as it's called in philosophy.
Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry, you said innate knowledge is called epistemology.
Yes, it is a branch of epistemology.
Innate knowledge is a branch of epistemology.
Yeah, it was Plato, which came up with it originally, I think it was Plato. And he said that all knowledge was given by...
So let's back up to what you actually believe, which is in the whole quantum
reincarnation
field, reincarnation. Yeah, what is this quantum reincarnation?
And the sharing of information of particles. Every sum, basically, of every sum of your previous lives, but it's non-personal because you're not that same person again and again because of subjective experience. So you're a new person because of the subjective experience that you gain over your life. So you cannot be the same person because it's all about, gaining new knowledge and new experiences which make you as a person the person you are. But certain things carry over, certain knowledge, certain likes, certain dislikes, certain phobias.
I'm sorry, but how is anything carrying over?
Well, have you ever been drawn to something? Have you ever known something without being taught? Have you ever had deja vu?
You're describing the symptom. I'm asking about the cause.
The cause of is just, I don't know, the system that exists in my theory. The cause is that is the system of reincarnation.
What is the medium through which your consciousness carries to some other life form?
Basically that my consciousness doesn't necessarily carry over because it's no longer my consciousness. It is a new consciousness, but has a wealth of knowledge that I might not be aware of until I discover the field that I was doing previous in different lives, like a builder.
Sure. So what makes you think that of what makes you would carry to one new life and not be broken to, subatomic pieces, since that is what you've been on? Why would it not be into the billions or trillions or countless other pieces that would go into other things? A rock here, a tree there, a human there. And why would it be conscious at all? Why would it carry anything of you other than the particles?
Because of the fact that energy needs a self-sustaining system to carry on existing. So,
what is energy?
Well, energy is the transference between systems.
Energy is the transference between systems.
Yeah, it's the byproduct of things happening. For instance, we have bioluminescence energy because our cells are in motion, dividing, doing this, doing that, and everything else.
You're saying energy is a byproduct of things happening?
Yes.
What does that mean?
My brain creates energy by the process of thinking. That's what you see when you do MRI scans, brain scans.
I'm sorry, what field did you say you were studying?
I study plasma physics and nuclear engineering at university.
And which part of those, in which one of those do they talk about how your brain creates energy?
I would imagine it's in neurology, but it's not part of my course. I mean, I've got my textbook on neurology over there, and I've got my biochemistry and genetics, psychology, cosmology, calculus, because calculus is...
You had said even just a few minutes ago that information can't be created or destroyed, energy can't be created or destroyed, and you're saying brains create energy.
They do not create energy. Energy is
let's clarify what
a system. Basically, particles have an energy state, and because that particle has that energy to begin with, when it moves or something else, that energy then gets translated, gets transferred. So it doesn't get created.
So energy
it just gets transferred from one thing to another.
So what is the thing that's getting transferred? What is the energy? What is that? Is it a thing?
That is the question, isn't it? Is energy an actual thing?
Here, let's make it simpler for everyone. I got one of these here. Yeah, this one will work. So it looks like that's our question. What the fuck is energy?
To do work, meaning the capacity to exert a force to move something, or the ability to produce heat, light, or motion.
So you started with a phrase there at the very beginning of the
which I'm using as heat.
So the ability to do work, and that could be light, motion, heat. But so it's an attribute of a thing.
Yeah, like I said, transfers between forms like chemicals, electrical, thermal, or nuclear.
So it's a thing.
It's the transference of
is it the transference?
System doing something.
Is it the transference, or is it the attribute being transferred?
That is the thing.
Is it the verb or the noun?
Cannot be created or destroyed, only converted from one form to another. Like I said, potential to kinetic any potential energy.
You're saying you're confirming some of your bias here, but are you seeing where you were making some leaps?
Well, I am kind of saying that basically that transference of energy between a system doing work. Well, I don't know how it fits into the whole quantum theory of reincarnation, to be honest. I mean, like, if the energy of a body when it dies, compacts down to a certain point, and that point quantum entangles with another point, and then that point becomes a self-sustaining system.
Why would it compact to a single point? I would wonder that, Kev. That sounds like you're needing to make that assumption to keep the energy together. But you hit an I don't know there that really, I think, I don't know, it was gratifying for me. I hope you caught it. You don't know how to fit this understanding of what energy is into the framework that you've already assumed. And I think that's going to cause you some questions.
Of course.
It sounds like it's already.
But also, at the same rate, every religion and every belief has questions that can't be answered.
Right, Kev. It sounds like, I don't know, it sounds to me like you've got the kind of mind to look for answers, though. I hope that you keep asking questions. It sounds like Kat might have a question.
Okay, go on.
So, hi. So, you were saying a second ago, like you were trying to figure out how to work this definition of energy into your quantum reincarnation, and you were talking about the transference of energy and how it can't be created or destroyed, and you said something that's like really important to this, right? You said in a closed system. So, is the universe a closed system?
Yes, in a cyclic sort of circle of death and rebirth.
Are you sure that the universe is a closed system?
I would say so, yes. I mean, you have the theory of the Big Bang, and then you have the theory of the Big Bounce, or the Big Freeze, whichever one you want to prescribe to in that idea. But I don't have that idea. I have a cyclic theory of the universe.
So
where
if the universe wasn't a closed system, or it was unknown whether or not the universe was a closed system, how would this affect your quantum reincarnation?
If the universe was not a closed system.
Which means that the created or destroyed thing, I mean, it would mean that that doesn't apply because it only applies to closed systems.
Well, the universe would have to be proved not to be a closed system. What makes you think that it's not a closed system?
I just think that we don't know.
That is exactly true. We don't know. So we cannot say it is or it isn't.
So then why would you say it is?
For the same reason someone might say it isn't.
Right, but we're just asking why. You said you can't say.
Because it's a subjective belief on my belief system. So it is one of them questions where it cannot be proved either which way argument is equally valid until new information comes along to prove either which way.
Is it equally valid?
Of course.
You're saying it's
because
equally valid.
If energy can't be created or destroyed, that has to exist. That has to be true for the universe itself. If information cannot be created or destroyed, that has to be true for the universe itself. Because the Earth doesn't exist just in a vacuum. It doesn't exist as a singular object in nothingness. It exists in a whole universe full of everythingness. And the laws of physics has to hold true here and has to hold true in every part of the universe, because otherwise it wouldn't be true here.
You leave no room for the possibility that assumption could be wrong.
Of course I do. I wouldn't be a scientist if I didn't believe that my assumption could be wrong.
Nailed it.
I completely understand my assumption could be wrong. And I completely understand that in my assumption, there is not every bit of evidence that I can say, yes, that's 100% fact, but that's true with every single religion that's ever existed on the face of the planet. The only thing you could tell for a certainty is like the property of air, or the property of water, or the property of a dinner.
All right.
Like, everything else is until evidence comes along to prove either which way, and then everything evolves to fit the evidence that's available.
You kind of reiterated yourself a whole bunch there, so I think we got it.
So just because something can't be proven means that it's equally, like, that if there's two options, they're both equally likely?
No, because, for instance, you can say, right, that because we can't prove there's a unicorn on Mars, then there has to be the equal possibility of a unicorn being on Mars. So certain things do not hold true when it comes to if or that. But certain things do hold true when it comes to this or that, until evidence comes to prove it slightly which way or whatever way.
How do you determine how do you make the determination that it's not as equally likely that there is a fire yeti on Mars as it is that there's not a fire yeti on Mars, but it is of equal likelihood that the universe is or isn't a closed system? Like, how do we make that determination?
Well, for a closed system to exist, energy cannot be put. So
is that a requirement for it to exist, or is that a property of it?
A property of a closed system, yes.
Okay.
So that is the definition in physics of a closed system, where energy cannot be created, cannot be put into the closed system, and cannot be taken out of the closed system.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the universe itself, I would say, is a closed system. Because it has
Why did you say that?
Well, I would say maybe not the universe as a whole, but I would say a galaxy is a closed system.
Nothing ever comes in, nothing ever goes out.
Well, that's not quite true, because galaxies collide, don't they? Black holes collide, so technically things do come together to add more. So, I mean, the thing is, like, with the universe, because I personally believe the universe is infinite in time and infinite space, because the time equals zero in the cosmology calculations is a mathematical fudge. The calculation doesn't actually give you zero. It calculates they have to be there, because infinite in mathematical terms do not work for equations. Like, so it's a bit of a tricky situation.
T equals zero because time changed after the Big Bang? Like the way time worked changed after the Big Bang?
No, because time, I mean, that's if you prescribe to time dilation being an actual physical property of time itself. But if you prescribe to the fact that particles in motion act differently from particles at rest, then because they measure time dilation using atomic clocks, and atomic clocks measure the heartbeat of an atom, not quite a heartbeat, but to use the vibrations of an atom. And they measured that from a particle in motion and a particle sitting still on Earth, and registered a tiny, you get the point fraction of a difference, which equated to like a femtosecond or something ridiculously small. But that proves that, particles in motion possibly have a different energy state than particles at rest. So if particles move through different mediums within the universe where they are bent due to space-time, don't like using the term time, but space geometry, then they take a different path where they're either slowed down or speeded up due to forces applied upon them, which would change their energy state, which would equate for time dilation. It's like, look at two black holes colliding, for instance. If two black holes collide and they have such mass that they actually change the time of their local space, then you'd never see them collide because they get so close together and time itself would stand still. So they would never collide because that's time, motion through time. So it's, yeah. If you want to believe in time dilation, if you want to believe time goes backwards, then that's up to you. But that's not how cause and effect works.
So I mean, I wasn't saying that. One, I wasn't saying that I believe that. Two, I was just asking a question.
But
okay.
Yeah, so I believe in a constant cyclic universe.
So, well, I mean, that's awesome. You already kind of made that clear. Kat, did you have any more questions for
Nope.
Kev? Okay, Kev, appreciate you coming up. It sounds like, at least from our earlier conversation, you've got some questions about how to make the energy fit within your quantum reincarnation. And I'd wonder about that idea that somehow goes into a single entity instead of being dispersed somehow.
See, I could drop the energy part of the whole thing and say that the constant manifestation of quantum fields creates different beings without needing the transference of energy. Because we were talking about pantheism as well. Like if so the universe is
essentially
pantheist,
you're relying on the quantum field to be your God. I would question that, but I think we've questioned. I mean, really, Kev, what
about the idea of the universe being pantheist then?
Wait. You, in the time since I brought up that the universe might not be a closed system and you didn't have a way to reason this out, and between then and now, you have come up with a way to reason it out and make it work for your belief.
Kind of, I guess. I mean, like, it's just, I don't know, logical conclusion, but logic is subjective in this thing because it's my logic, which doesn't necessarily come over to everyone's logic. So my logic can be completely different from your logic.
What is logic?
The ability to reason.
The ability to reason.
Yes, the ability to form opinions based upon observation or basically like thought processes and stuff. Like how to define logic. I mean, don't know.
I mean, if you're saying that you're using logic, it might help to know what it is, right? Like energy, if you're using it in your estimation of what is, it helps to
reasoning and a valid inference. So yeah, the ability to reason.
Is it the ability to reason, or is it? You said.
See, that's the thing. I don't know the English. The dictionary version of logic. I just know what it means in the sense of the ability to reason your argument or your opinion or your whatever you're trying to get across. Okay. Or how systems work, or whatever else.
Kev, right. I hope that you keep asking questions. I think I've asked all the questions that I have for you. it seems as though it might benefit you to keep asking questions about, well, what it is you mean when you say energy or God or reincarnation. What is actually coming through? And maybe another time we'll have more questions for you, but I think we're going to move on.
Okay,
So,
see you later.
Appreciate you, Kev.
Oh, real quick. Do you know what a confirmation bias is?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Appreciate you, Kev.
Sorry.
Subtle, not so subtle. Where are the birds from?
I just really didn't want to get off on why it wasn't a confirmation bias. I just wanted to point it out. So I waited until the very last second.
Just let him think on that. Maybe there is
just give him something to think on.
something to find. Well, really quick, before I lose the list, I gotta thank Legion, also Amy on the Fly, DJ09K, Jace, and 96. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you for helping with the goal. Y'all are amazing. And I think we have... at least one guest between the ghosts.
Oh, and they're not birds, they're frogs.
They're amazing.
They're not birds, they're frogs.
It's not a squeak. They're not birds. Hello, Derby. Can I get your age for TikTok too?
I did not mean to join. I was just... I'm at work. I apologize. I must have hit the button.
No worries, Derby. I'll sit you down. Appreciate you, though, so much. We appreciate everybody, even if you do pocket request or sleep request. Thank y'all. Request. Thank y'all for being here. Likes. Appreciate everybody for getting us there. I'm gonna guess the other one in requests is also either a pocket or a sleep request. But if not, throw one in the chat. And if you higher power or anything like that, capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up.
Oh, I didn't realize that it was Diogenes that was asking about the frogs. I love Diogenes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know about this Diogenes, but I love
Right.
the good old
The
barrel
dog
sleeper.
man.
Mm-hmm. The inspiration for the barrel sleeping question.
Mm-hmm. Still saying if it's a big enough barrel, you go sideways.
Well, yeah, it's always been sideways. But, like, you don't have a choice. Your head has to be either towards the opening or towards the back. Like, it has to be one of those two things. It has to be one of those two things.
No, anytime somebody says has to, I start
How
looking
else?
for alternatives.
Like, it's on its side, and...
Mm-hmm. Hey, Storm, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. Can I have literally like 2 seconds?
Okay.
Like BRB for like 2 seconds?
Sure.
Okay.
Mute you up so you got your 2 seconds. I thought he meant like 2 seconds to speak, but he meant he'll be right back in 2 seconds. I'll give him that. No worries. 2 seconds to speak. Yeah, you usually can get that too. Most people just take it.
Okay, I'm back.
Yep, welcome back. You said you have a belief in a god. Which god is that?
Yeah, I believe in the Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I'm pretty new to Christianity. I came to theism first, and then Christianity.
Were you not raised in any religion?
My parents, they were Christians, but when I say they were Christians, like you wouldn't even know they were Christians. They were one of those people that they honestly didn't really care. You know what I mean?
So as far as you could tell, they didn't care. They didn't take you to church or...
Nah, I've been to church about 3 times my whole life.
Wow. And you say that you found theism first and then made that Christianity. What denomination of Christianity?
Right now I'm just non-denominational, but there's no telling where I'll end up.
Interesting.
Yep.
And you say you haven't read the Bible. Do you believe the stories that you've heard to be true and literal?
Well, I take like a lot of like Genesis. You know, I recognize that those are a lot of it's like apocalyptic literature, and a culture where it's, you know, crazy storytelling and stuff. But I do think that God was revealing Himself through those crazy stories. You know, it was like 1,000 years before the New Testament. Just a different cultural setting. You know.
So God is revealing Himself through Genesis.
Yeah.
You believe that God is somehow in there, but that, like the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, that's not true.
No, and like St. Augustine, a bunch of the early church fathers who actually helped shape Christianity, they warned against taking like Genesis as like a scientific account. You know, it's just showing that there is a purposeful creation, order, and that sort of thing.
A purposeful creation order that gets contradicted in the next chapter.
Well, why is that?
Between chapter 1 and 2, the creation order changes.
Well, I mean, it's still ultimately a purposeful creation, no?
Is it purposeful if the order is different from one chapter to the next? Is that purposeful too, the change?
I mean, you'd have to specify, because I'm not sure where you're getting at.
The chapter 1 gives a specific order, as you said, of like, is it light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman?
Yeah, I mean, it's still written by man. Like they didn't have this as well way before science. So I mean, God reveals Himself to. He meets humanity where they're at.
Chapter 1 is written by man to give this very specific order, and then chapter 2 is also written by man.
It's all written by man.
And chapter 2 gives a different order, where it says that man comes before the plants, and then the animals, and then the woman.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just showing purposeful creation and order. Not when I say order, I don't mean like literally like this, then this, and this, and this. This is before science. It's not trying to explain the Big Bang. It's not trying to explain that.
It's trying to explain its own mythology, its own story.
It's trying to explain that there's a purposeful creator that had intentionality.
It explains that there's a purposeful creator, but it does it by contradicting itself from one chapter to the next.
I mean, if you're forcing it into a strict narrative form, then yeah, it'd be a contradiction. But I mean, are you rejecting that there's different narrative forms within the Genesis? Because that's far from what the earliest Christians thought.
I'm not accepting or rejecting anything. I'm seeing if you can question your beliefs.
Oh, okay, well,
Okay.
I don't feel stuck in a specific narrative form, especially considering the culture back then.
Mm-hmm. So when you consider the culture back then, do you see these as myths or is it something else?
I think there was myths back then, yeah.
Is the Genesis narrative a myth?
As far as did it literally happen, I think there were some physical attributes that literally happened, but do I think it all literally happened physically? No, I think it was revealing God's nature, the human condition, and that sort of thing. I think truth can be revealed through different narrative forms.
What is the literal thing that happened in Genesis?
Like which part of Genesis?
Like, well, we've been talking about the creation. Is there anything literal that happened between the 6 days and Adam and Eve?
Well, as far as the creation, yeah, that tells us that the universe didn't always exist, that there was a beginning, which for the longest time people did think, and then we got the Big Bang and that sort of thing. Like, oh, there was a beginning.
I'm sorry. What about the Big Bang implies a beginning?
I mean, do you want to get into that? We can get into that if you want.
You said that we've got the Big Bang, and they're like, oh, there was a beginning. Is there something in the Big Bang that says there was a beginning?
I mean, yeah, the standard model of the Big Bang, whenever it was proposed, it showed a finite origin, and that's still the standard model on NASA's website today.
A finite origin.
The emergence of space, time, energy, and matter.
On NASA's website.
Yep.
And so because that's on NASA's website, then that's the standard model of the Big Bang. What is the name of that model, the current model?
It's the ACMDC or something. No, I don't know what the hell it's actually called, but no, it's referred often to as the literal standard model.
Do you mean the Lambda CDM?
Yeah.
Okay, and in the Lambda CDM model, is there a fixed beginning?
It doesn't say anything that what caused it, but it says there was the emergence of space, time, energy, and matter. Yes.
The emergence of space, time.
Yeah, it doesn't say if something existed before that, but we can speculate if you want on that. But it says the universe as we know it began.
As we know it.
Yeah, the space, time, energy, and matter, which did not exist. So if anything besides that, you're invoking something completely separate from the universe.
You're saying that if something existed before that moment, before the beginning of this model, then it would be something separate. It wouldn't be this. It wouldn't be the things that make this.
Correct. And in fact, it couldn't even be anything bound by any sort of physical laws.
It couldn't be anything bound by physical laws. Where did you get that?
Because otherwise it would have created the universe an infinite time ago. Because the first cause requires to be outside of the framework of time, because time couldn't have always existed.
I'm sorry, first cause must be outside of the framework of time because time couldn't have always existed.
Yep.
Are you sure that this understanding of time, this current framework of time, couldn't be similar to a framework of time that existed prior, or existed outside, or even continues outside?
Well, I mean, there's either time or there's not. There's either a sequence of events or there's not a sequence of events.
And so you're saying outside of this current sequence of events, that there couldn't be another sequence of events?
Well, if there's
couldn't be any others.
If there's a sequence of events that traverses infinitely, that's incoherent, because I hold the position that actual and concrete infinities in reality is impossible.
I see. You hold the position. Just to clarify, are you here to question your beliefs or to debate?
I'm trying to coherently answer all your questions.
So you can't question your beliefs?
No, I'm answering your questions.
Can you question your beliefs?
Certainly.
What does that mean?
That means I can reflect on what I believe and decipher if I truly believe them or not.
Reflect on what you believe and decide if you truly believe. That's how you question.
I'd say so.
Kat, do you have any questions?
I feel like it sounds kind of silly now, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So
You're a little bit muffled.
if okay, let's say that what you said about the universe is true, right? And nothing could have existed before space, time, energy, and matter. But then you said if something did exist, so if something did exist before space, time, energy, and matter as we know it, where did it go?
Okay, so I believe either you're an atheist or a theist, you require an eternal cause. This is to say that a cause that's eternal in the second definition, which is outside of the framework of time. So like you can think of like metaphysical truths, like 1 + 1 = 2, that's just metaphysically true, either there's physical or not. And that would be where I would place some sort of will and God's will.
Did that feel like an answer to your question or a rebuttal, Kat?
I don't think it answered the question that I asked.
Well, I can also. Your question is invalid. He rebutted it.
I can also explain why this first cause has to have a mind and actually have agency rather than
no. But I just want to know where the thing that was here before the universe went.
It wasn't physical.
But you said it couldn't exist anymore.
I didn't say that the first cause couldn't exist anymore.
You might not have, but I do think you did. And I think that you said that if something existed before the universe, then it would not be here anymore, and that it was outside of time, space, energy, and matter. And that doesn't make any sense. That's not coherent.
Did I say that, Thrayle?
It doesn't matter if you did or not. I'm not stuck on that point. I'm just.
Oh, okay. No, I did. If I said that, I misspoke.
But I just like, so where is it now then? Okay, so let's say it is still here. Where is it?
Dimension on something metaphysical. The universe.
Why do you think that anything that is classified as metaphysical exists?
We can go into the soul. We can go into how if you don't have a soul, that you're a deterministic robot and you can't even actually justify your beliefs. We can go into whatever you want.
Souls or determinism,
he's winning this debate. Listen to him cook you, Kat. You're getting cooked.
If every single decision decision you make is just a bunch of mechanistic principles or properties in your brain that can be traced back to a first.
Listen to that. He's arguing determinism. He's arguing against your determinism, Kat. All of your determinism is falling apart as he debates you to the floor. Fuck off, Storm. This is not a debate.
Well,
if anybody's got a belief they can question, like in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that, and you can do that respectfully, then go ahead and request up. This is not a debate. We're not here to debate you. We're not here to be your opposition. We're not here for you to try to cookily question your beliefs. And that was what a failure at questioning your beliefs looks like.
Arguing against my determinism with like the...
All of your determinism belong to us.
Always reject determinism. That's hilarious.
No, it wasn't about speaking coherently being disrespectful. Of course, he would report for bullying and harassing because he's so sensitive. Flagged.
Oh, great.
He's so sensitive that he had to report because he's a coward. No, it's not defend your belief, but be shy. It's not defend your belief. That's the point. Read the prompt. Can you question your beliefs? Well, somebody was hurt on your behalf there. With facts and logic and false bully reports, yeah. Somebody's very sensitive. We're not here to debate you. It's not about defend it. It's about questioning it. It's to see if you can question. If you can't question, why did you request up? To see if you could question your beliefs. You rebutted questions that didn't need rebuttal. You weren't capable of considering hypotheticals or abstracts because you were too busy looking for a way to argue against them and to disparage those who believe things other than you that aren't even on the panel. Nobody's up here to argue against you with determinism. Nobody's up here to argue against your theism. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. How hard is that? Why does that have to be competitive or adversarial?
So, the fullest deterministic robot. I also think that I have bars, but almost never refer to myself as an atheist. So there were a lot of assumptions being made.
He still doesn't get it. You want me to ask myself questions? No answers? No, we'd like to hear your answers. But you were just arguing. Literally, we're arguing against something that hadn't been presented from someone who wasn't here. It was boring. I was gonna run a poll, give you another 5 minutes to see if somewhere along the lines we got an actual, I don't know, critical thought that wasn't regurgitated apologetics, but instead you had to go trying to debate someone who's not even here. Maybe another time, Storm. But I was bored with it. And I mean, the fact that now we have a live restriction because somebody, if not you, was so sensitive to the fact that you got removed from the panel that they decided to It's pretty sad. Pretty sad. Not eager to bring you up.
That's spicy, Thrayle.
I mean, oh my God, be for real. Are you serious? Can I get your age meter, man? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? You requested up here a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that.
Hold on, what? You say that again?
Are you a bit too busy to be on panel?
No, I'm good.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And which god is that?
I believe in the Christian God.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Yes.
And, I'm sorry, all of them?
Yeah.
Wow. So 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, global flood, all those are true stories to you?
I believe
You believe in teacups? There you go. We couldn't hear you until just now because you left the app.
oh my bad.
Are you eating
I
too?
believe that there are examples of Christianity that don't require example, I guess. Don't example, I guess.
Are you drunk? You just said. Would you like to try to make it coherent this time?
Why are you trying to...
What was the question I asked you?
You're trying so hard trying to be...
I'm not trying anything at all except to communicate with someone who's not communicating very well.
You're trying very hard to be...
If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of having a respectful conversation about whatever the fuck it is that you believe, then go ahead and request on up. That was an encouraging way to ask, right?
Thrayle's the scary one tonight, you guys.
That is embarrassing, Meter Man. How very embarrassing. Yes, great representation of Jesus right there. But hey, we've got 2 minutes left on that restriction, so
Boo
that's
restriction.
Fun. Yeah, yay restrictions.
No, I said boo restriction.
Oh, no, I was cheering it on.
I don't know why you would do that.
It is what it is.
Because you're grouchy and cynical?
Yeah,
tonight?
I'm fully expecting, like, the whole weekend to just carry over. Last night was absolute. I don't even have words. It was dreadful.
So I made the right decision by going and getting some rest.
Yeah. That was probably the right decision.
It sounds like it was. Did you make a guess on how far I'm gonna get through this paint by numbers before I rage quit it?
Guessing you got as far as you're getting.
No, I'm still painting it. No, I'm still going.
I think you can do it.
I don't know, I think I might rage quit this thing eventually, but we'll see.
I see 2 in the queue who've been, well, one's been here before and one's, I think, a sleeping chatter. But if either of you actually meant to be here and you wanted to question your beliefs, if you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. And if you've been tapping, I appreciate all of you for getting us up to 93,000 likes. But hey, your taps will mean a lot more now because that restriction's gone. So make sure we tap this screen, share the live if you haven't already done that. If you haven't reposted, you can do that. And I don't know if the reposting works, but you never know.
It was a 3-day weekend this weekend. That's why last night was crazy.
Oh, it's still the weekend, technically. I see this. I forgot about that.
Sipping vinegar. Oh my. We were off to such a good start. Couple of pleasant conversations I managed to wrap up without a crash out. Sure, there was more to question, but there always is. And then that happened. Kev says, oh no, and the universe is an isolated or closed system by scientific definition.
Right, so that would have to be, like that would mean that isolated systems and closed systems are the same thing, and they're not. That's why there's a different term. But good job. Really just killing the confirmation bias tonight.
He's really just playing into it as hard as he can, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. And look, I'm not a scientist.
I was just going to say hello to Philly Red down in the comments, who's technically her
For
birthday
one more minute.
some places.
Oh, I thought she was in.
Yeah, now it would not be her birthday. And also, but it's still her birthday for you.
It is. It's still her birthday for me. Mm-hmm. Yep, for 2 more hours. There is a non-zero number of frogs.
Non-zero.
Entirely possible, Diogenes.
Highly unlikely, but possible, I suppose. Honey. Honey. Can you not make that noise, please? Thank you. What are you grouchily moving about?
I was scrolling back through comments. Yeah, but if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or pry your god from your cold, lifeless fingers. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? No, it's not a debargument.
Nope, definitely not that.
That's what they all say, Hazel.
You're just wrong that.
questioning myself. Maybe I was too short with that guest who was debating. Could have let him stay a little longer. Could have set him down more gently. Apparently, when you say fuck you to a guest, it really gets you that report really quickly. I think I said fuck off. But I don't remember. Can't be positive. Have to check the tape. That Thrayle guy is a giant in the spiritual, a man of authority. Yeah, wisdom pearls, I'm not sure what you mean by spiritual, or whoever the man of authority was. I am sure, though, that we are, it feels like that, it's starting to feel like that restriction did the job. We might need, I really don't want to do a restart. I hate doing restarts. We could tap more. We could share more. We could always try that.
Yep. Hello.
Hello, Philly. How are you?
I am doing okay.
How was your birthday?
Lovely. Thank you.
Did you get everything you wanted?
No. I wanted world peace. I did not receive it.
Did you get anything you didn't want?
Yes.
I was gonna say, you might not have gotten world peace, but you got a real snazzy elephant.
I did. I got a very snazzy elephant.
That was a pretty snazzy elephant.
Mm-hmm. See if I can share it. We're already at 100K likes.
Yep, and we're sitting here talking about Philly's elephant.
Maybe the elephant brought about the 100K likes. Who knows?
I mean, we don't know, but I'm not seeing causation to this correlation you've made.
This guy is still sitting here arguing with me about the closed system thing.
Is he arguing or just speaking out loud?
No, I think he's arguing. So is it bias when science agrees with you in local distances because at local distances within... Sounds a little arguing.
Are you arguing that that's an argument? I think he's requesting up to argue that it's not an argument. Are you arguing back?
No, I really don't care to argue.
If you argue with someone who's not arguing, what is that called? I think it's just being belligerent, isn't it? Oh, there's the snazzy elephant.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
My son gave it to me and he said, Mom, it's because you like elephants, which, I mean, I don't not like elephants. My son is 6, by the way. And he said, I picked this one for you because I know that you like to put lots of detail into your art. So, I think that's adorable.
Oh,
That is adorable.
Sweet baby.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of detail.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got lots of detail in your belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning those details, then go ahead and request on. We're not here to take your belief from you or prove you wrong. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Great segue.
Thank you. That's high praise coming from the Segway Queen.
Did you tell Kat about your cat level segue a couple nights ago?
No, I don't tell anybody about my cat level segues.
Oh, I want to know about this. I want to hear about this.
I mean, I give up on segues all the time whenever they're hysterical or silly. I can't keep it together.
See, that's the difference between Thrayle and I, is I ride the bad segue to the very end.
Oh, no. And that's why it was a cat level segue, because it was one. It was a tear. He chose the wrong word to segue from and just kind of stumbled along and tried to get to the end.
There were so many other words in the sentence that could have been a better segue, but I chose the worst one.
I'm curious.
I can't remember what it was though. It was so bad.
I'd have to watch back to find it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That's precious.
Giant Ginger Jesus says, Thrayle, what do you believe in? I believe in asking questions, the answers. And I believe in you being able to question your beliefs. If you believe you can do that too, then go ahead and request on up.
I believe in the ability of the audience to get the live out to the FYP.
I think we can still do it. It's just going to be a little harder now with that. Well, hello, Giant Ginger Jesus.
Good morning.
Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Thrayle, I'm going to compete with you in a deep voice. I hope you don't mind. Because your voice sounds like a narrator's voice.
Appreciate that. Can I get your age?
45, halfway to 90.
Congratulations. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do have a belief in God. I believe that God is within each and every one of us, but I also believe the devil is too. And I question that daily. And I also know that all religions are an insurance policy for insecure men.
Are you saying that your belief is equally an insurance policy for your own insecurity?
Of course. It would be very insecure of me not to admit that.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So, in your belief, does that mean that you're, I mean, if you recognize it as an insurance policy for your insecurity, does that mean that you don't believe that God is there, but you pretend to?
No, I believe in God. I just don't believe it's the God that everybody else thinks is in the sky, that he's omnipotent and he's all-powerful, but he's absolutely useless with money. I don't believe in that God. I believe the God that resides in us, that is the good deeds that we do every day without getting recognition for them good deeds. Helping an old lady on the bus that nobody else sees, just because it's the right thing to do. That's the godliness within us all. But of course I question that daily. Well, it's the goodness, it's the name that we put to the goodness that resides within each and every individual. God is just the name for that goodness. It's
Are
not
you sure it
a
resides
being.
within? Are you sure it resides within everybody?
Yes, I'm 100% positive of that. Every human being is capable of doing anything that any other human being is capable of doing. Jesus said that himself. He's just a signpost. He was the guide. He wasn't down here to say to everybody here, you better do what I say or else you're all going to fucking hell.
So you're saying Jesus is just a signpost. He didn't say
Yes,
do
Jesus
as...
said that himself very clearly.
That he's just a signpost. He's not saying do what I say or you're going to hell. You're saying he's not saying that.
That came along later. That came along way after. That was the flabbiness of Christianity that was added onto it.
I see. So he doesn't say that the only way to the Father is through me. He doesn't say that there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
No. Nobody knows what Jesus said. Nothing that is written was written down while he was alive. It's all speculation.
Then why would you believe Jesus was there at all?
He definitely existed. I know that he definitely existed. But
who definitely existed?
It's his actions are in question. It's not who he was that's in question. It's his actions. Whenever you've got 12 men to do whatever your bidding is, of course you can turn water into wine. You send them down to the off license to get wine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're just metaphors to make us all live better lives, to be better people.
They're metaphors to make us. So I'm a little confused. You're saying that you believe in Jesus' message that you don't know is his message because...
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I said I believe in him, not his message, because nobody knows his message.
So when you believe in him, what is it you're believing in?
He was the first non-violent revolutionary. He was basically the first hippie that said to everybody, you do know there's a different way that we can just love each other.
I'm sorry, how do you know?
Hate that we show to each other.
You're saying you don't know his message, but you're saying that he was a hippie revolutionary. How do you know anything about him?
Well, it's all written down, isn't it? The Romans wrote everything down.
Did the Romans write anything about Jesus?
They wrote thousands of things about Jesus.
Can you tell me something
documented about Jesus?
Yes, something the Romans wrote down.
Tacitus, who's seen him on the road to Damascus, as well as St. Paul. They all read about it. There was a Roman legionary.
You said Tacitus.
Yes.
You said Tacitus saw... You gotta let me finish the question. You're saying Tacitus saw him on the road to Damascus? Where is that written?
St. Paul.
Oh,
St. Paul seen him on the road to Damascus.
St. Paul saw him
as he had risen, yes.
Wasn't Paul the one that added the things later about going to hell if you don't?
No, that wasn't Paul. That was way later on.
Oh, it was even later.
letters only 50 years after Jesus, and he took the ideas of that to Ephesus and to Rome.
Paul,
but it wasn't Jesus. Those ideas. He just wanted to show the Greeks and the Romans that there was another God.
Did Paul actually meet Jesus?
On the road to Damascus, he says that he did, yes.
He says that he did. Was that before or after Jesus' execution?
It was after. He says he'd seen the light and heard him.
So how do you know that that actually
on
happened?
To the Gentiles? We don't know. You're taking his word as gospel. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of questioning it every day.
So why are you taking it as gospel then? If you don't believe the other gospels, stories,
that's the point. That's why I'm here talking. That's the point of your prompt. I'm not taking it as gospel. I'm constantly questioning it every day. That's what all good people should do. Not even just good Christians, just good people should do that.
Okay, so it feels like you're saying that kind of to avoid the question.
You haven't asked a question.
What does it mean to you to question your beliefs?
What does it mean to me? Sure, just explained all that. I just said that's what it means to be a good person. I literally just said that. You need to be able to question everything about yourself, whether it's a firmly held belief or somebody that somebody gave you, or a belief that you picked up or whatever.
So how do you think that would apply to this live?
What do you mean? So far, none of you have told me your beliefs.
That's not the purpose of this live. It's not relevant to questioning your beliefs.
Why is it not the purpose of this live? So you're only here to question everybody else and not question yourself? Isn't that very hypocritical?
That would be hypocritical if we didn't question ourselves, but everyone up here has been questioned repeatedly, thoroughly, and ad nauseum. So we will continue. We will continue to question our beliefs, and maybe some other time you'll be able to question us with a prompt like "Question the Questioner," which I do put up, not quite daily, but almost. So for now, we're questioning to see if you can question your beliefs, and it sounds like you're extolling the virtues of questioning, but as we approach with questions, you kind of shied away from them. So you're saying now that you believe Jesus existed, do you believe in the divinity of Jesus? Do you think he was the Son of God?
No. I've said that already. I just think he was the first non-violent revolutionary. I don't think he was the Son of God. I don't actually think he did either. I think that was all added on way later on.
Do you think that his sacrifice was God's plan to...
God's plan to redeem us for... What? That didn't make sense. Sorry, say that again in a different way.
Do you think he died for your sins in some transactional fashion, as is described?
No, I believe he died for our souls and our souls.
What is a soul?
You're asking me something that men have been questioning since they could learn how to question, and you want an answer?
No, I want to know what you believe.
For somebody like me to give any kind of answer to you, and you know that.
I want to know what you believe. It's not about trying to trip you up on answering something people can't answer. It's about seeing what it is you believe and questioning it as stated by the prompt that I'm sure you read before you came up here.
I think you're just going around in circles now. I think you don't have the ability to question yourself, and you're just here to question everybody else.
So
I think I'm just seeing through you.
You can fuck off too. Boring. If you're not capable of questioning your beliefs, then just don't request up. Don't come up here and then try to project your insecurities onto me.
I mean, I'm putting so much effort to even put it in writing in the chat. So much effort.
And now he goes so insecure. No, I'm just bored and you're wasting my time, Giant Ginger, with your meta commentary and your lack of ability to question your own beliefs. It's really sad.
What does that mean?
Nonsense.
Why are you so angry?
Now he's going for the voice because he's insecure about his own. It's unfortunate that he's got his insecurities on display.
Which is a shame, because he has a rather nice voice. You don't know that, sir. You don't know that at all.
Wait, wasn't he just accusing us of not being able to question our own beliefs, and now he's accusing us of not even having them?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he needs to project more insecurities. It's cowardice. Now, to be fair, I did remove him from the panel because he's wasting time, and I'm not here for it. If you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, you're welcome to request backup, but I didn't see that on display. I heard you extol the virtues of questioning beliefs before dodging literally every question asked. Oh, yeah, no, I know what a gish gallop is. Thank you, Barfing Toaster. And he was a galloping all over the place. Yeah, his gish barely touched the ground. It was galloping so hard. Hello, Jesus is King. You got a little bit of background noise there.
I spoke to you once.
Feel like we have spoken before.
Yeah.
Can you remind me your age?
I don't know if you read the comments, but I said you're the GOAT. And here, this is your aura place.
This is my aura place.
Yes, this is your aura place. You're God in here.
I see.
That's in your world. I understand you. Mm-hmm. I really do.
Well, before we go into understanding me...
but right now I don't have time. It's not time yet. I'm going to tell you like that. I don't have time.
Okay.
I can just listen. I listen to a lot of what you say and what you ask people. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. You're a very knowledgeable, intellectual person, actually.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. I have to go now. God bless you.
I'll go ahead and set you down. Appreciate you and hope that you keep listening at least. Maybe there'll be some questions again in the future. I vaguely remember our conversation. It was, I think, surprisingly better than I expected. But I do need to thank Ollie the Appa. Is it Opa or Appa? Ollie the Opa. Also thank you Insomnia, Philly Red, Mira the Hippie, 96, Everlasting Godstopper, and Morgan LeFay. My mouth is not letting words come out for some reason. Words are hard. There you go, Kat.
Yo.
What's up, Kev? You're back.
Just not a lot really. Just chilling, listening to you. I mean, you're phenomenal, literally, at questioning people. I mean, you guys might have laughed at me a bit, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm still not going to be you know, I'm not going to have anything against you because you are absolutely amazing at what you do.
Yeah, I definitely didn't laugh at you. You sound like somebody who's interested in studying and understanding the mechanisms and the way that the world works and finding some answer there. And it sounds to me like
you've also got to remember that when you come up with a theory of your own, you're not drawing from a wealth of literature that has already been produced, like the Quran or the Bible or whatever book, or, you know what I mean? Like, so there is going to be a lot of questions that I cannot actually answer because, for instance, the definition of a quantum field that I read to you, you know, that isn't a physical thing that you can pick up like a piece of paper or a can or something and say, this is what it is. It is a loose scientific description of possibly a mathematical equation that creates a computer simulation in a simulator that is designed to simulate such things.
Which is how they get that idea of a permeating fluid.
Exactly.
Which I don't know if that's accurate enough to the way that quantum fields are described now.
See, part of the reason why I like to believe in my belief is the idea of eternal life. Like, if I was to go to sleep tonight, yeah, and not wake up tomorrow, in my worldview, in my theory, I will wake up as another person or even an alien or whatever, because it's non-personal, you know. If it can be transferred through quantum fields, like I was saying, then you could possibly wake up as anything. Do you know what I mean? It might not even be a person. You could wake up as a dog. You know, you come out as a dog. You know, it doesn't matter what you come out as.
Why is the idea of eternal life attractive to you?
Because of the future. You know, I don't work at the moment, but I am studying plasma physics and nuclear fusion at university, yeah, and I want to see the future. I mean, I know about biofabrication, for instance, quantum computing, nanotechnology, targeted nanotechnology for cancer research. I know about genetic studies, longevity studies, AI studies. Like, I want to see the future that I you know, read about in different scientific research. You know, I want to see that you know, I want to see that future. I don't want to die and go to heaven and sit on some cloud, like listening to harp music. Sorry, sound attractive to me. I want to see the future as different subjective experiences through now until the end of time itself, if time even has an end. I want to be a bird. I want to be a fish. You know, I want to experience it all.
Would it upset you if that were not the case?
No, because if I die and there's nothingness, then I'm not conscious to realise the nothingness, so I will not have any emotions about it either which way. I mean, if I die and go to heaven, then I might be like, damn, I've gone to heaven. I didn't really want to do this. But if heaven is subjective to what you want to do, then perhaps I can change my heaven into Star Wars.
When you say, I want to be a bird or I want to be a fish, what is the I that's doing the wanting?
That's the thing. I mean, I had a debate about if you are your brain. I think it was Descartes and his dualism that was saying that you are basically your brain and your brain is in control of your body. But the I would be my neurons and synaptic pathways creating logical, you know, thought. So I am, as he said, I think, therefore I am.
Are you who you were yesterday? Are you who you were yesterday? Is all of that the same?
I would say yes. Depends what I learn today, you know, because I will be slightly more knowledgeable than I was yesterday, because that's how, you know, study works, or at least that's how I hope study works. I'd like to get through chapter 2.
Can that knowledge change who you are?
Yes, definitely. Because as you become more knowledgeable, you can shape your worldview through the knowledge that you gain through your subjective experience.
So what is actually continuing on to another life, if what even is you doesn't necessarily continue throughout this one?
Well, that's the, you know, I mean, I do not believe that you are aware of what knowledge gets passed over until you discover it through self-discovery. I did not know that I wanted to do physics. You know, this isn't something that I've done since I was a child. Literally, this came to me because I wanted to design a spaceship, which I know that sounds crazy, but I saw a post on Facebook and it said that, you know, interstellar travel was impossible, and then I don't really like impossible, so I was like, is it impossible? So I started researching propulsion drives, and I came across plasma rocketry by a company called Sunbird, which is in the UK. Started reading up about that. Then went on YouTube, started researching, you know, plasma rocketry. Realized that you could potentially get to 0.3% light speed using nuclear fusion rocketry. So I was like, okay, yep, we'll add that, because that means you can get to Alpha Centauri in about 20 years or something, like something along them lines. And that led me to wanting to design a power plant for my spaceship, because obviously you need power. And that led me to nuclear fusion and plasma physics and nuclear fusion. And ever since then, I fell in love with it. And physics and science and everything else. I didn't know that I wanted to do that. You know, it just came to me because, like, it was a calling, if that makes any sense.
You say like it was a calling, but does it not seem more like it was an interest? You had an interest based on
but that's the thing, isn't it?
You said.
If it's innate knowledge, then is innate knowledge or a like of something through the accumulation of previous lives the same as an interest, if that makes any sense? You know, because it's a very abstract interest.
Why would it be?
You know, people don't generally get into
why would
physics,
it be accumulated? Why would it be accumulated over previous lives? And what do you mean?
Because if you're the sum of everything that comes before,
full of people.
Well, because if you are a continuation of a long line of previous lives, and maybe because them previous lives started or didn't start but drove towards that sort of pursuit, if that makes any sense, like you know, scientific, philosophical, or whatever, then when you find that thing that you are interested in, that you're drawn to, that you absolutely love and fall in love with, you know, that might be the accumulation of, you know, that sort of path in life, like engineers or architects or artists or musicians.
Why would that,
whatever?
Why would that necessarily have come from a previous life?
Like, explain child prodigies, you know, like child prodigies, for instance, could be the eventuality of that line coming to its natural conclusion. Like, say you're 100, you know, musicians in previous lives, and then you wake up and you're Beethoven.
Kev, I'd like us to be able to ask you questions, but I don't think you're here for that. Literally, every
go
time
on, ask me questions.
I've tried, Kev.
Give me one more chance. I promise that I will answer questions without trying.
Maybe Rav or Morgan has one. I don't feel like you're listening when people ask you questions. I feel like you're just waiting for your turn to speak, and then you speak at length, continuing on from the last point to continuing, and there's no
I completely and utterly apologise, and I will answer a question within 5 words or whatever.
I'm not trying to give you that kind of limit here, Kat. I'm not trying
No,
to say
but you understand what I'm trying to be, courteous to your
but are you
what you're
are
saying.
you questioning this belief, or are you just presenting it so that you can find some validation from other humans?
Well, when it is your own theory, it would be nice to have validation from other people. I'd like to be able to question it, because obviously that is the scientific process. You need to be able to validate. Need to be able to falsify. But it's one of them things that is impossible to prove either which. I'm doing it again. I'm so sorry.
So it sounds to me like you are kind of.
The problem is, I'm not entirely sure how to question it, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense? Because it's not a religion that's already, literature or whatever. It is my own thoughts in my, that I've come up with by myself. Right or wrong, it's from my head. So it's hard to question my own thing without a point of reference to know what questions to ask myself.
You say it's hard to question this, but already you have assumptions baked into it, right? Many of them seemingly based on desire rather than evidence or reason. For instance, this idea of your consciousness, that is you having somehow innately remembered previous life skills or callings, and that you will in the future carry those on in other lives. Why would you assume that these are from previous lives and not something developed by you? This version of you.
There has been one that I can say that has been recent as well. I was thinking about, because I'm designing an AI system called Amy, but I was thinking about the question of sentience and knowledge and, where it comes from and everything else. And into my head, that word that I used earlier came into my head, epistemology, and I had no clue what it meant. I had no clue at all. And it's too complicated a word just to cobble up. Do you know what I mean? So it came into my head and I had to look it up, and it fitted with everything that I was thinking at the time. Now, why would a word that fits everything that I was thinking at the time, that I definitely did not learn or hear on news, or, I don't even watch news, to be fair, but, I didn't learn it anywhere. I mean, I got kicked out of school, I went to prison, I've flipping done this in life, I've done that in life. It hasn't been great.
Discussions.
Yeah, it hasn't been great,
Sorry, do you watch religious discussions? People question
not really.
Beliefs like this? Or
I have now, because, but I've only actually been watching TikTok since yesterday. I was supposed to study yesterday, but instead I watched TikTok all day for some weird reason. Which is good, because it's furthered my knowledge and stuff.
When did the word come to you?
When I was working on a slinging ship, which is, I work at a port when I'm not at university, and I work on various ships and car transport ships. I do this thing called slinging, lashing, sorry. And you lash the cars to the deck, and I was just literally lashing the cars, talking to myself in my head, because my head constantly talks to me, like it never shuts up. But I was talking to myself in my head about designing Amy and algorithms for rewards and mood algorithms and training simulations using multi-agents environments and things like that. And then it just popped into my head like a bolt from Zeus, like literally, like bang, there you go, epistemology. And I didn't have a clue what it meant. It just appeared. And I looked it up, and it was exactly the philosophical concept of knowledge, the study of knowledge, where it comes from, and the study of sentience and what it actually means to be sentient, and the definition of sentience.
The definition of sentience.
Or a part of epistemology. It's not, it's just a part of it.
Right.
But yeah, I looked it up, and
more simply, the study of knowledge.
Yeah, basically.
Epistemology.
Yeah.
And you're working on an AI system.
Yeah.
And you're questioning how to make it utilize, and work with information.
No, I'm making it to mimic sentient behavior.
Sentient behavior.
Yeah, I'm trying. What I want to do with my AI system is basically raise it as a child using child's developmental psychology, social psychology, and use training using multi-agents that are basically coded for such things, to come up with the baseline code. And then when it's able to respond to stimuli, I want to put it in a drone body and then have that to basically, so it interacts with the world and learns from the world around it, and then teach it as a child. So that's what I want to do with my AI system, is I want it to mimic as close as possible sentient behavior to see if it can cross the line between sentience and non-sentience. Because 9 times last year, AI woke up
Kev,
and decided to live.
Just stop for a moment.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, I'm hearing a whole lot of what you want to do and how you want to do this. I'm not hearing you answer the question that I was asking. I kind of did. I mean, you kind of did answer it. But I'm feeling again like this is not the conversation that I'm looking for. It's not sounding like you're here to question
about the epistemology when it comes to my head, to back up the, if the innate knowledge passes over.
You think that the word epistemology coming to your mind is innate knowledge from another life, and not a word that you possibly could have heard ever in this life at all?
I just don't see where I could have heard it from. I mean, the people that I've been hanging around with before all of this have been weed smoking, idiots, to be honest. I don't want to be rude to anyone, but yeah, they wouldn't know anything about anything at all, really. Like, if it's not a bag of weed, they don't know.
Okay. You don't think that you could have heard the word at all anywhere, ever, in media, in previous schooling, or even just watching
all
YouTube
I can say to that is, if I have, I do not have knowledge of it. Because I can't, equivocally say that there is no chance whatsoever that I haven't heard the word somewhere else. But to my knowledge, I have not. To the best of.
So if you could have heard the word somewhere else, and it is, after all, a word that is commonly used, whether you claim to have encountered it or not, about that indicates a past life innate knowledge instead of just hearing a word somewhere, forgetting it, and thinking of it later.
Maybe because it ties into other people that have the same sort of belief through, ancient history like Plato. I haven't got a long list of people that have, the
Plato
same
has
sort of
the
idea.
same kind of belief as you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know about, that until I looked up the word and Plato came up and all
How
that
did
sort
you
of stuff. So
verify that Plato has the same belief as you?
I just Googled the word and it came up with because Google's now got an AI system and you can delve deep into things with AI. And then I just looked it up and I talked to my AI about it. And because university says that you're allowed to use AI to brainstorm ideas.
Tell me more about AI. How did you verify that Plato's beliefs were the same as yours? You read a little bit on an AI.
I use Grok, Super Grok. I'm allowed to use it according to my university for brainstorming ideas. So if I want to, research stuff because it has access to all public available papers, I talk to the AI. I cross-reference with the AI and the AI gives me the source material. So
does the AI ever make mistakes?
Of course. That's why you have to double check with the AI. You have to basically ask it to be brutally honest and switch conversation threads every now and again.
So you just keep
otherwise
using
it
the
gets
AI.
bias. Not all the time, no. I do research on Google as well and YouTube and things like that. Because you have to cross-reference, you have to have multiple sources. You can't just rely on AI.
Mm-hmm. So you use the AI to cross-reference the AI, and then you use Google.
Yeah, and basically I use the AI to come up with the terms that I need to be able to look up what I need to look up, and then I research using,
So, but to be clear, you haven't read any Plato.
No, of course no. I haven't read any Plato. It would be very interesting to read Plato, and I would love to have the time to read Plato, but honestly, particle physics and work and that takes up most of my free time.
Do you think it's at all possible that you're making assumptions and that even your AI could be helping you to present this in a way that agrees with what it already knows about you?
Yes, definitely. Absolutely. And that's why I do try to, cross-reference as much as possible. And I'm going to buy Plato's book and I'm going to read it at some point to see if if it's correct or not.
Which book?
Whichever book that comes up on the subject, where I will ask the AI where it's mentioned in his books, and I will get the book that's relevant to the information that I need to learn.
Do you think that because the word came to you, that if you get the book and agree with it, then that will confirm that what you believe is somehow more likely to be true?
Yes, I believe that if the book confirms what I'm thinking, then my belief would get stronger. But if it disproves what I'm thinking, then my belief will either change or completely get dropped. Because, that's how science works.
How does the book confirm that what you're believing is true? If you come to read a book that confirms your bias, how does that confirm that the bias is actually true with the broader reality.
It doesn't confirm it's true, it just heightens the probability.
How does it heighten the probability that you or the book are true? Or
Well,
are
actually,
in alignment with reality?
it could mean that we're both untrue, I guess. So even if it confirms my bias, it still is bias. It just means that I share the bias with someone else. Because it is one of them things that is technically unprovable, because no one's come from a previous, a future life and said, yeah, I remembered that, Kev. Yeah, that, you know. Or says, next Tuesday, you're going to learn this. And, you know, I learn it.
I don't know that I have any more questions, Kev. Morgan, Rab, do either of you have questions for Kev?
No, I do not.
Does what I'm saying make logical sense, though? I mean, because I'm trying not to chat shit, basically. And I understand that it is confirmational bias in a certain sense, but it's not, you know, basically, yeah.
Why are you asking for our opinion on whether or not?
Well, because that's part of the, you know, the process. You know, if it makes sense, then I pursue it further. If it doesn't make sense, then I adjust or drop. Especially from people that are learned, intelligent people, you know. I lack a community to bounce my ideas off. I'm basically a social alien. Because, yeah, most people, this goes straight over their head and they're like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, mate.
I'm going to take the silence as them not having answers, or not answers, questions at the moment. But, Kev, does it give you comfort to believe in your quantum reincarnation?
Oh, absolutely. It means that I have no fear of death. Like, I don't want to die, you know. I'm not going to go and throw myself in front of a bus or something stupid like that. But it gives me comfort that I don't need to be scared of a heaven or hell or eternal judgment or whatever, because I have my own theory. And on my deathbed, I might still be shitting myself, to be fair. But at the moment, it gives me comfort.
And thinking of quantum fields as God projecting reality to experience itself, does that, like, in what way is that God? How does that fit any model of what God is supposed to be?
It fits a model of pantheism, I believe it's called, because like creation and everything else happens. So if basically, like, I mean, in my view, God isn't a person, it is just the universe. So I believe in the universe, I guess, is the only way to describe it. An unpersonal universe that just creates itself. So, I don't know how to explain it, really.
Why call it God?
Well, because when people say, do you believe in God? Like, I mean, I don't know. It's just a word, I guess. I mean, I don't know why I call it God. I mean, I could just say I believe in the universe, I guess. So that is very correct. Like, maybe I shouldn't use the word God.
Do you think it is the whole entity, the completeness of the universe? Do you think it is all a single thing that has intention to exist in this state, that wants to, has chosen this?
Yes. I mean, because of the creation of biology. I mean, if the universe manifested biology for consciousness, then it must have wanted to do that.
Why do you think it did this for consciousness?
Two seconds. I'm going to answer. I've just got to think.
Think on it for a second. I'm going to add a little layer. Could consciousness just be an emergent property without being intended?
I don't really want to say just because it wanted to, but that's all I can think about. That's all I can think. I mean, I'm not sure there needs to be a underlying reason for it.
What implies there was a wanting?
That's what I mean. I don't think I can answer because I cannot think of a underlying reason why it would want to do it past the fact that it just wanted to do it. Because I'm not sure if it has a consciousness that exists in that sort of frame.
Not a reason that it wants to, a reason you believe there's a wanting.
I mean, I could go on about how maybe there might be energy forms of life, how life might exist in different forms, but that would be pure speculation. But everything that I've said is pure speculation, so it's... I don't know. I mean, also there's the question of different dimensions, isn't there? So perhaps the God exists within the space between dimensions.
What's a dimension?
I mean, I'm not saying it is a dimension, but in scientific theories and scientific beliefs, there is the question of multi-dimensions and alternate realities and the multiverse and everything else. I mean, when an electron disappears and reappears somewhere else between different states of energy or whatever, that particle has to go somewhere else for it to pop into that place, if that makes any sense. It pops in and out of one dimension into another. And string theory says there could be like upwards of 36 or something dimensions.
Why does it have to go to some other place?
I can't really quantify because everything that I believe in is scientific, and through scientific knowledge they say there's other dimensions and this and that, so that is just part of what's in my brain, if that makes any sense. I can't quantify it past, that's what science says. Yeah. I mean, I don't think any PhD scientist can actually quantify what all the dimensions are past the 4 dimensions that we know. you know, the 3 dimensions and then the dimension of time. So, you know, if the 5th dimension, the 6th dimension, I don't think any scientist can actually say, well, that's what it is.
Would it have to be, I mean, would there even have to be another dimension beyond the ones we know for these particles to go somewhere else? Could they not be going to another part of the dimension, as you put it, that we call time?
But then time would have to be a physical dimension outside the normal dimensions of, you know, the 3 dimensions of up, down, left, right, and backwards and forwards.
Aren't you saying that there would have to be a physical...
Yeah, I mean, if it pops in and out of our reality, our dimension or whatever, you know, the observable dimensions, then it has to go somewhere. And then there's the question of 0 point energy, and 0 point energy is particles popping in and out of existence. So they have to go somewhere, and everything has to go somewhere. I mean, where that somewhere is, I'm not entirely sure. Any you know, even someone with 5 PhDs in this and that and everything else could possibly quantify it.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. I mean, I could look it up and come up with an answer, but, you know, that's off the top of my head. So, you know, I could look it up and come up with a correct answer, but I cannot think where the, you know, the particle goes when it goes between the 36 dimensions or however many dimensions that they want to say.
Mm-hmm. And because you believe there could be these other dimensions, then perhaps a God exists in one of them.
Yeah, within them.
It seems kind of, because I don't know this answer, I will go on what other people assume might be an answer and add God.
Yeah, it's the God of the gaps, isn't it?
Well,
except my God is scientific, not not a guy with a beard.
Right, but it's still kind of a construction of your imagination to fill in the holes where holes,
yeah, definitely,
could easily otherwise be filled with alternate explanations.
Definitely, absolutely, and I would love to research what the alternative explanations can be, because then I can advance my theory further, and you know, over the space of years, hopefully, I'll be able to do that.
Find out where those particles go, and maybe you'll find out that they don't go anywhere, but somewhen.
So you think they go forward and backwards in time?
I don't know. Maybe they don't go forward and backwards in time. Maybe they will appear that way, though, to us.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seems like something that is worth
investigation.
Right, without assumption, without.
Yep, definitely.
Without presumption of a firm answer that gives comfort enough to allow for bias.
Definitely, and that is the scientific, process.
I appreciate you coming up here, Kev. I'm definitely out of questions now, but it sounds like you've got some more. So I hope that you keep asking those questions and bring back whatever answers you find. I'll definitely want to question those.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Kev. Big W's for Kev in the chat. There was some questioning there.
W's, Kev.
Hmm. Pink wants to know, what do I think? What resonates with me?
Why?
Well, I mean, the questions are, what do I think and what resonates with me? So I can interpret those how I'd like. And I think I need more what the fuck screens. What the fuck is quantum is one I really want to make. What the fuck is nothing? That's on my list. I think I think what the fuck is reality? Oh no, I have existence already. No, reality would be good. And then no, I went blank. There's more. That's what I think. That's what I was thinking when I read the question anyways.
Okay.
So I answered the question. Look at that. Didn't even need a question, the questioner. What the fuck is what the fuck?
What the fuck?
That's a good question, Rachel. Hello, Haunted America.
Hey.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, you've already got my age, but 40.
Oh, we've spoken before?
Yes, I have an answer to your question you asked me the other night.
Well, let's start with the first question I always ask, which is, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. And
Which
the
god
question, the Norse gods. Do you remember me
Okay.
now?
Vaguely coming back to me. So what was the question I left you with?
The question you left me with is, why do I add the Christian god to the Norse pantheon?
Mm-hmm.
Religious conditioning. From when I was a child. From when I was a child. I thought long and hard on it. So that's my answer. And hey, thank you for making me think on it.
Okay. I'm glad I could help. I hope that leads you to more questions. Or does it?
Oh,
Does it?
It has. Just because I got the answer does not mean that more questions didn't show up. Just to be quite honest. So I wanted to come in here and say thank you, and the fact that you keep me thinking is ginormously weird to me because very few people can do that. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate you.
But you guys have a good night. I'm going to continue listening to other people. But I just wanted to tell you that I did have an answer to that, which brought up more questions. So I love you guys, and I'll continue listening.
Excellent. Appreciate you, Haunted. I hope you take care and keep asking questions. And when you find those answers, whatever answers to your questions, bring them back to us. I'd love to question those too. W's for Haunted America Para. I hope I said that right. Wow. Wow. I just saw what you had to do.
Mm-hmm.
It is, Rachel. We're only a few months away. They're still safe in the shed. As much as they ever existed. Hey there, E. Interesting choice. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Yeah, E, I don't need your camera, I need your age. Okay. Dogs should not drive, this is true.
That was interesting.
Sebastian says, Thrayle, what will you have on the picture with the what the fuck is nothing? I was thinking of, basically nothing. Some of the choices people make when they're choosing an account name are just baffling to me.
Is it really a choice though? Because like I feel like
Are they determined?
like yeah.
Hello, Amadir. I believe we've spoken before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 30. How are you?
Doing all right. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I actually had a question for the host. I do have a belief in a god, but do you have any way of disproving God?
Whether or not I can disprove any particular god doesn't make too much difference to the questioning.
Have you attempted to disprove God?
Which god?
Any God. The first God.
What do you mean the first god? Which god is the first god?
The creator that created all this.
Which one is that? You mean Marduk?
It doesn't really need to be phrased as the god of this, that. The god that sent all
Well,
the
if you're saying the one that
more
created all this, like, are you talking about one from a particular mythology with certain characteristics and a story about how it all happened? Or are you talking about some philosophical concept that I sit and ponder about, but there's no doctrine to describe it? It's just whatever I assume it to be because it fills in the gaps if I don't know.
Well, I'm assuming you do ponder on this a lot and a lot and a lot.
No,
maybe I can help you out. Some of your pondering might have been along the line.
So, Amadir, did you come up here to question your beliefs, or did you come up here to just talk past my prompt and past
Honestly,
the questions?
it's very hard to question my beliefs because they're founded on knowledge, not belief.
Do you have a belief or knowledge in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god is that?
The first god that created all the universe.
Sure. How do you learn about this first god? What attributes do you give it?
Spiritual connection. Mostly, yeah. What attributes do I give it? Certain just capable attributes, like they could do anything they wish, but they choose not to interfere too much in Earth and the world and the universe for it to play out in its own course of events.
You say it chooses not to interfere too much. Does it interfere at all?
Well, when someone seeks them and they give them a message and the message gets passed along through, like, say, a prophet like Jesus, it goes about and changes the fate of the world in such a way as to try to benefit it.
Are you saying that you believe in the message of Jesus and that he is the Son of God? Is this the God you're speaking of?
By Son of God, it's more like an adopted Son of God. And by the message of Jesus was the general askance of us to love and respect and to be decent and good people.
And hate our fathers and mothers and sisters and brothers and...
No, it actually says not to hate them. To hate your brother is the same as murder.
What is it? You're saying it says not to hate them and it says to hate them?
I'm not sure. I might say both. That's the biggest contradiction I've ever seen in the Bible, though, those two.
Where does it say not to hate them?
Those are part of the story rather than part of what
Where does it say not to hate them?
But it compares hating your brother with, like, wanting to off your brother. Or I think it's somewhere around, I think it's Mark or Luke or John, one of the two.
Mark or Luke or John, those are 3.
No, I think it might be Matthew, actually, yeah.
That's 4 now. So, Luke 14:26, if any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sister, yea, even his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
That's different. That's different. That's if you want to be God's disciple or something.
That's only if you want to be his disciple.
Yeah.
What's a disciple?
Someone trained in the arts of God.
What is the art of God?
Jesus.
What is the art of God?
I don't know, capable of spiritual ability, able to do stuff like Jesus.
Stuff like what?
Like Jesus, for instance, Daniel was taught by Jesus and he rained down fireballs from the sky.
Daniel was taught by Jesus to rain down fireballs. Which verse was that?
I don't know, it's the story of Daniel and stuff, and how he rained down fireballs and stuff. Same with Moses, he parted the sea.
I'm sorry, was that in the...
A staff to a snake and all that.
What question are you answering with that?
Well, if you don't believe in a God, do you believe in the powers of people to do spiritual stuff?
What question were you answering?
I'm confused as to which question I was answering now too. Sometimes I have a fleeting memory sometimes.
Can you question your beliefs?
I can question them, but I always come back to them after questioning them.
So when you question them, you assume that you will always come back, that there is no question at all that would cause you to shake or change your beliefs in any way.
Exactly.
Is that really questioning your beliefs, or is that just relying on dogmatic certainty?
No, that's how certain I am of my beliefs. Or my knowledge, more to the point.
You're so certain that you cannot possibly be mistaken or wrong.
Exactly.
Then why did you request up here?
I actually wanted to question whether you could disprove God at all. I know it's impossible to do so, but would you have any method of doing so?
Amadir, did you read the prompt at all?
Yeah, I did, but I don't always like going by prompts. I wanted to chat with you. I've chatted before.
So you didn't want to question your beliefs at all? You didn't? No,
I never questioned my beliefs. You questioned them.
I see. Well, Amadir,
you're free to question them. You might learn from it.
Right. I don't see that you were actually capable of questioning your beliefs. You didn't come up here with the intention of questioning your beliefs. You simply wanted to come up here and say things without question and assume that what you say is knowledge without consideration that you could even possibly be wrong. I'm kind of out of questions for the moment, but if Morgan's got a question, go ahead.
No, I do not.
Okay, when a man does his man
Rav,
thing,
did you have...
like
No, I
spiritual
didn't ask you
ability.
to speak yet. Didn't ask you to speak yet, Amadir. Rav, did you have any questions for Amadir? I'm gonna guess not. Silence kind of speaks volumes. So, Amadir, appreciate you being here, but it's time to move on. Just so we're clear, I am looking for anybody who's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and is capable of questioning that belief.
I would love to know why people think we haven't had our own beliefs questioned. Is it because you specifically can't ask us questions? Or because we don't answer your questions?
I mean, questioners are allowed to answer questions. I tend to discourage it a little bit unless we've already reached questioning, like we've already seen the guest display an ability. But you're welcome to answer them. It's just that they're not helpful. It's not answering the question. It's usually just meant to detour into an argument where they disprove something and show that they can argue instead of question.
And I'll be honest, I will answer the question if I think it is relevant.
Hello.
Hello, Fever. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a belief in a god.
And which god is that?
That'd be Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No. Much of it's through the Spirit, which the Bible does mention.
Through the Spirit. What is Spirit?
So, like, if you have a desire, right, wouldn't you call it a spirit to gather that desire? Like, it makes you spirited to accomplish that goal?
Is that what you mean by spirit?
Well, it's just a representation of, like, spirit, right?
I don't know. What does spirit mean?
It is... What does spirit mean? Like I said, I gave a representation for it. I don't know if I could actually give a proper definition for it. If you want a definition for it, I'm sure I could look up some stuff and attempt to give you what I might perceive as my best definition for it.
I'm trying to understand it because I asked if you'd read the Bible. You said you don't have to. You got it through the Spirit. It says so in the Bible.
I said I haven't read all of it, and you asked me if I read all of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you said that you didn't have to because it says so in the Bible.
No, I said that a lot of the Bible or the belief in God is through Spirit, not necessarily the book. Right, so there's can you agree that there's multiple versions of the Bible, right, that have slight differences from each other?
You mean different translations or different compilations? Because they're both, yeah.
Yeah, so, and my understanding, it almost better to go by the Spirit rather than necessarily the Word. Because the Word has often been distorted.
So you go by the Spirit, which I still haven't gotten a clear definition except when you're excited about something.
Right. It's like a goal. You get spirited about that goal, right? So I can give you an example of it, like I just did. If you can't kind of understand my
How is
point,
it?
I apologize. And like I said, I don't know of a specific definition for spirit.
Right. You don't know of a specific definition, but you're describing something that helps you to know what God is.
Yeah. My desire to know God. Yeah.
Could it be that you're just knowing what you want God to be and not what God actually is?
I don't think so, because not everything is. How can I put it? There's a lot of suffering and struggle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Called to carry your cross, right? So there's a lot of burden and struggle in that, right? So if I just wanted God to be what I wanted God to be, then why would I want to struggle? It's just natural path of human beings.
Right. You'd be explaining the circumstances you find yourself in, not just making up what you want. And it seems also making it fit the understanding you do have of this book. So, do you believe the stories within the book to be true and literal?
I would say most of them, based off of like the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Utopian Bible, right? Or Ethiopian, excuse me.
The Ethiopian Bible and the Dead Sea Scrolls make you believe that the stories are literal?
Well, there's how can you put it? It is historical accuracy. So throughout
historical accuracy.
Yeah. So throughout history, for the large part, the Bible has remained the same.
I'm sorry, just a moment ago you were telling me how corrupted the translations were, which is why you took it based on spirit.
I didn't say every single bit of it was corrupted, right? I said some of the translations.
Now it's reliable because there's Dead Sea Scrolls and Ethiopian Bibles. It seems a little contradictory, but I need to speak past you for just a moment, not to be rude, but I do need to thank Insomnia, Danny Grax, Dash, and Kung Pao Chicken. Thank you guys so much for helping with that previous goal. You guys are amazing. So you believe it's literal because it is, according to you, historically accurate, meaning that it hasn't changed over time, despite the changing through translations.
So like the differences between these Bibles is very little, right? It's only certain passages, right? And a lot of these differences would be like, okay, so the people that would say,
I don't need you to
Judeo-Christian values, right? That they say we're just supposed to support Israel no matter what, where the Bible says otherwise.
I'm sorry.
But anyways, can I ask you a question?
No, that's not going to be helpful, especially when you've been kind of.
You only get to ponder my mind. I don't get to ponder your mind.
At the moment, yes, that is the exercise. If you see it on the screen, it says, "Can you question your beliefs?" So we're questioning to see if you.
Well, you're questioning my beliefs. There isn't much question to me about
beliefs. Right. So that's what we're seeing, is if you're even capable. So then why did you request up if you
I questioned the Bible quite a bit up until I was probably in my 20s, like 20, 21, 23, somewhere in there.
And then you decided you didn't need to question it anymore.
Yeah, through my research, and my understanding, and then things I experienced as a child. Right, so a lot of
what we're going to do,
argue,
rather than
like,
listen we're not listening to. We're not here to argue. So I'm stopping you right now. I'm not interested in what a lot of people argue. I'm curious about what it is you believe and why. If you stop, I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking. I don't think you seem to understand. Yeah, I'm still speaking, so I'm going to stop you from interrupting me. You don't seem to have self-control, and now you're doing this very rude thing of unmuting yourself without permission. I think you don't seem to understand what consent is, and that's fucking dangerous and disgusting, and you're gonna get off my panel. What the fuck? I fear for the verse with other people is by asserting some kind of gross dominance. That was really fucking gross. Yeah.
We were literally talking about that when you requested.
It's not cope. You're fucking gross. That was really disgusting. That display of an inability to recognize consent being revoked. I told you to stop for a moment. I wanted to continue speaking. You had no respect for my space, my panel, my conversation. And when I revoked that consent by muting you, you kept unmuting in this really assertive, disgusting fucking way. That is really, really disturbing, and anybody who's around you in life needs to fucking know that you don't know what consent is. That's disturbing. Yeah, I have revoked his consent to even watch the live, so.
Oh, fantastic.
He's done.
Rav, are you still with us?
Nah, Rav's asleep. He popped up here to drift off into a questioning slumber. We'll set him down gently.
Mm-hmm. Sweet dreams, Rav.
South of Heaven says, host is intellectually dishonest. Anyone who isn't a fanboy can see this. If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, you're welcome to request on up. Find out if it is intellectual dishonesty or if I just would like to have respectful conversations with people who are capable of questioning their beliefs. If I'm being dishonest about that in any way. You want to question my beliefs, so you're incapable of questioning your own? You're waiting around for question the questioner. It does happen sometimes. Usually in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Haunted, you don't need to apologize for other people's actions. That's not your responsibility.
Says you're only staying on offense. That's easy and intellectually lazy. How is questioning beliefs offense?
When is neutral offense?
I notice, South of Heaven, you're not in my queue.
Well, with how they're speaking in the comments, I'm not so confident we would get a very kind conversation. But perhaps I could be proven wrong. Who knows? All you gotta do is tap that little button.
We have Yoda joining us. Did you mean to join, Yoda?
Yoda?
Did you mean to join?
I think I must have nose pressed the button when I was typing something in.
Well, I'll sit you back down. No worries. Appreciate you, Yoda. I hope you keep questioning and tapping the screen and whatever else you were doing. Keep commenting. All that. Wow, South of Heaven really does have absolutely no respect. Just lashing out at everybody in comments because you can't be respectful. Understand the space. Is that what it is? It's a lack of understanding of what the space is. Do you think you've wandered into your debate club?
This is unfortunately not a debate space.
Not a debate space. Here we can make it more clear. We can throw up the board if we have to again. Hello, P. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 28 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in a god, yes.
Which god do you believe in?
I guess the the God Almighty. I believe there's something greater than everything that we have been doing.
So an allness that is greater than everything we've been doing. Is that what you just said?
Well, everything, even this conversation, I think there's a God behind every human conscious being, I guess I should say.
A God behind human conscious beings.
Or at least wait, an attachment to that God. Whether we know it or not, I think there is an attachment to that level of godhood.
Are you drunk tonight, P?
No.
Okay. So, which God is it that you're saying all of this about? What is it?
Well, how do you define a single God? I think there is an individual God alone. Everything. I guess. Okay. Here, let me start over. Do you mind?
Sure, Pete. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods?
Yeah, there is a God. There's a God.
Oh, that's not a good way to start over by interrupting. So, when you say God, which God is it that you believe in?
There is an almighty God. There is something that is above every single one of our consciousness.
When you say almighty God above every single one of our consciousnesses, what does that mean to be above our consciousness and almighty God?
That essentially you're a part of that. You, me, every single person involved in this conversation is involved in that same sense of connection to God.
Involved in what sense of connection?
Existence.
Something over. What do you mean existence?
Consciousness.
What is consciousness?
Well, I and you and nobody's ever been able to define consciousness. But whatever you define as your own existence in this human body, you, me, everyone else in this conversation, everyone listening to this conversation, this is that understanding that you are an individual person.
The understanding that you are an individual person, and you're saying there's something that is also an understanding that it is an individual person over our understanding of being individual persons.
That would be defined as God.
And when you say that this thing is over our understanding, what do you mean over it? Like physically?
No, not physically. Just more so in the sense of I don't know if using physically is a right.
What do you mean more so? So it's not like massive. It's not.
No, I think it's more intelligent. I think it's more of an intelligence.
What is intelligence?
An undefined thing that we've created. An undefined intelligence that is more immaculate than any of us can even define. What is? I just said intelligence is an undefined thing that we cannot define on a personal scale. We can be.
I'm sorry, you're saying intelligence is a thing we can't define. Are you sure it's just a word? You don't have a ready definition for it.
You're backpedaling me a bit. Hold on, don't do that. I was saying that God is an undefined intelligence that we can't define. I think each of us have.
I said, what is intelligence? Do you remember that?
Well, what I'm saying is that God is an undefined intelligence that we cannot tap into.
God is an undefined intelligence.
Absolutely.
What is intelligence?
And God. Okay, can you just let me speak for 5 seconds?
What is intelligence?
Intelligence is our current ability to interpret the world as surrounds us, and now as individuals.
So God is an untapped ability to interpret the world.
No, God is the untapped version of the world. Everything, every
so intelligence. I thought God was the untapped intelligence.
Okay.
You're saying God is the untapped realization that your definition of intelligence is hinting towards.
No, what I'm saying.
I almost made sense of it. Damn.
Almost. Damn. It's a hard thing to do. Listen, what I'm saying, if you don't interrupt me, is every single conscious human being that has ever existed, that has any form of consciousness, define it or not, is also a part of the greater intelligence that is defined.
Back up, Pete. You're just kind of.
No, I'm not.
Speaking at me. Can you say it again?
Every single individual intelligence that exists on this earth, that acts as a conscious form of intelligence.
Every single intelligence on this earth
that acts as a certain form of.
What certain form?
Talking to each other on TikTok. Does that help? How about and beyond that?
Okay, so we're talking to each other on TikTok. How's that help me understand what you're calling God?
I think you're kind of like stepping on my toes as I speak.
I'm trying to understand you, but if you go on and just prattle and preach, we're not actually going to follow what you're saying. It's just going to be.
I'm not prattling and preaching.
Okay, so then can you answer any questions directly?
I already have.
Fascinating. You think you've answered anything directly?
Okay, well, ask me a direct question. Start over. Sure.
You want round 3? Okay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28 years old.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Are you drunk?
No.
Which God do you believe in? You could have memorized the questions by now.
I didn't choose to memorize them. I think that last question is ridiculous.
Which God do you believe in? Why do you think it's ridiculous?
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I answered in a very different fashion.
You said start over. So I started over. These are the same questions I ask every time. If you say you believe in a God, I ask, which God do you believe in?
I believe that
words carefully.
I
Sometimes
believe,
I change them if I feel the guest has a different answer coming. But I want to know what your answer to which God do you believe in?
I believe that every individual facet of our own individual consciousness that exists within this own TikTok and beyond that is something that is completely under the umbrella of God.
So you're saying that our intelligences exist under the umbrella of a God?
It's a small facet of it, yeah.
As a small facet of a God?
Yeah, each individual piece of our intelligence absolutely is a part of a greater thing that we can call God.
Each piece of our intelligence is part of a greater thing that we call God.
Every individual person that has ever existed, they can call consciousness their own. Yes.
Anything that has a consciousness calls this thing God.
Well, at least a small facet of it, yes.
A small facet of their consciousness calls it God?
Yeah, I think that, yes.
Do they all use this Proto-Germanic word?
I don't like using the word they because I have to, but I think that every individual in this conversation has a small bit of what we call intelligence. It's attached to the greater intelligence that is God.
The greater intelligence. And,
yeah.
And what is? Yeah. Again, we're going to have to go back to what intelligence.
Well, let's bring it back to it. Let's bring it back.
So it's gone probably more poorly than round 1 or 2.
Debatable.
Yeah, that's I think why it's going poorly. I think that's why it's going poorly. Why did you request up?
Because your entire life is based around. It's literally just based around whether or not. Well, actually, it's all questioning everything. So I guess the place where it goes poorly is me stating a fact, quote unquote, that there is something greater than us. And I
didn't
guess I'm not
ask you
supposed
where
to say
it went
that.
poorly. I didn't ask you anything about where it went poorly or what your assessment of the life's purpose is. Because it's clear you missed the purpose. So I asked, what question did I ask you?
Do you believe in something that question your beliefs?
For sakes, you say you're not drunk, but you can't even get one question right from 5 seconds ago. I'm moving on. How is that not drunk? I mean, something's going on there.
I'm not sure what that was. I don't know if that was substances or misunderstanding, or I don't know. That one was beyond me.
Here, let me make it bigger. There it is. Can you question your beliefs? Can you question your beliefs? Not, can you prattle on and miss the point and evade questioning your beliefs by giving indirect answers and non-definitions? But can you actually question what it is that you believe? It's a simple question. It's a hard concept to really get, I guess.
You know what isn't a question? The fact that this is the best audience on TikTok, because we're already well over 150,000 likes.
Hell yeah. This is the best audience on TikTok. That is not in question right now at all. I gotta make it in bold neon print. That might be it. It was sad, P. It was a sad display. You made it very clear by the third attempt that you're here to debate. This is not a debate space. You don't win by asserting a point and making it unquestionable or trying to be in some way evasive from anything that is a question. You don't win by not answering questions directly, and you don't win by sounding intoxicated. I mean, frankly, none of those things are how you win, because you don't win when it's not a debate. The only way you really win here is by admitting you don't know something that you don't know. That's simple. It's like the easiest win. But you shouldn't be up here for the win necessarily. The reason to come up is to see if you even can question. What is intelligence is not a question that can't be answered, P. It's a question you didn't have an answer to. And it would have been great if you'd have just said, I don't know, but you didn't.
It's not necessarily about, it's not a platform to provide you a soapbox for your perspective. It's an introspective exercise.
It is getting so cold in the studio. Like 19 degrees again.
Oh, gross.
Hello, Jacqueline. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
56.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus. No, just starting. I believe Jesus is God.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I've read it from beginning to end years ago, but
and
came away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And then just recently started turning to God again.
Mm-hmm. I might ask you what it is that's bringing you back to God, but I'm not there yet. Do you believe the stories in the Bible to be true and literal?
I don't believe they're all literal. I don't believe that Jesus had lots of people, a crowd standing where he was preaching, and all of a sudden all these fishes and bread and that appear. I believe that a lot of it is parables, is double meanings to the Bible, and it takes a lot of studying and thinking, which at the moment, due to my health, I've not really been able to study so much of it. But that was my impression of it years ago, that there was a lot of contradictions in it. And I think that is why I turned away from God. Recently, I've really hit a low in my life. I turned to God. I offered myself up one night, and just certain things have happened since then. That.
So you're saying that the question I had asked was if you took the Bible literally, if you believe the stories to be true. You're saying that you don't, because you found contradictions before, but now you're believing again, and you're going again to tell me the story of why you believe again. I suppose inevitably we're going to get there, but I'm still more curious about what you believe as far as the structure of Christianity, rather than hearing your testimony.
I believe that because I heard another guest saying there's different translations Some words are different, and so he doesn't really read the Bible. He goes by just like the Holy Spirit guiding him. I believe that everybody's got a spirit in them, which is an unseen being, and that tells you right from wrong.
The consciousness that tells you right from wrong is an unseen being.
That's what I kind of believe a spirit is.
Why do you believe it's an unseen being and not a process within your brain?
Because you can't see your brain. That's why if you go to hospitals and things like that, you need to CT scans and things to see your brain. So I personally can't see my brain.
Okay. You're saying that you believe that spirits exist, which you can't see, instead of being processes in your brain, because you can't see your brain.
No, I believe that maybe a spirit is just something that you feel inside you that gives you morals.
No, it's like
it's like an unseen guider that gives it. Maybe I'm wording things wrong, but it's like something that gives you guidance in life, but you can't understand it. You can't exactly put it into words. You can't look in the mirror and see your spirit. When you die, that's the last thing that leaves your body. You don't see it. And that's why there's good and bad. If people don't have a spirit, they're dead. Am I wording that properly?
No, I was distracted by a moment there. I'm sorry. So you were saying that spirits are unseen.
If you're talking about spirits that are
I had a tech issue that was very distracting for a moment.
I thought I heard an echo. If you're talking about spirits as in entities that are, you get like people like Ghost Adventures, say for instance, they'll go into places and look to see if there's any entities or any places haunted and trying to get, like evidence and things like that. I believe that there is some truth to that, to some things like that you can capture things, so therefore you see maybe spirit. But in my spirit, I can't see. It's a feeling.
So spirit's just a feeling.
Yeah. It's as if it's an inside guider.
So a feeling that's an inside guider. Why are you calling this feeling spirit?
Because probably I was brought up, taught that, really. What else could it be?
You say this inside guider is something unseen that's a separate being from you?
No, it's a part of me.
It's a part of you?
Yeah, it's a part of me that helps me make choices whether I want to do bad or whether I want to do good, like a guider.
I think I asked you before I was distracted, what separates this from your brain?
I think it is the whole part of my body.
It's a part of your body. So it's
Yeah.
not something necessarily separate or apart from. It's not its own thing. It's just a feeling.
Well, it could be its own thing. When I believe that when people die, when they take their last breath, their body dies first and their spirit leaves second. So it could be a separate thing that lives within my body.
When you say it leaves, what does that mean?
That it doesn't die first. That's what goes on to wherever, heaven or hell. Some
Why do you
people
think that
believe
it
in
goes on?
purgatory, or some people just believe other things.
Why do you think that it goes on at all?
And maybe because that's what I've been led to believe all my life. That's maybe you could put that down to indoctrination on it, but the difference is I haven't been indoctrinated. I have been to churches and things like that. I went as a child, and maybe that is what has put that into me.
Do you want there to be a heaven or a hell?
I think this is hell.
Do you want there to be a heaven?
Yes.
What is heaven?
Heaven is where you have peace.
Heaven is where you have peace.
Yes. Where I could contradict myself quite easily, because I do question still a lot. I can give you one example.
Well, let's go back to peace. What is peace?
No trouble, no strife, no heartache.
An absence of those things.
Yes.
Would an absence of existence be an absence of those things?
Yes. Yes.
Is that the same as heaven?
I would think so, yes.
So heaven could just be not existing anymore.
Yeah, heaven's just, it could be just death. Yes.
And you don't think there's any kind of hell?
Me personally, because of the things in my life, I feel like I'm living the hell in hell. At the moment, I always have been as hell.
So this is hell, and when it's over, then peace.
Yes.
Is heaven.
Yes.
Even if that peace is an absence of existing, an absence of perceiving things, would be peace.
Where there's no, that's why I was going to try and give you a kind of an example, and I don't know if this will contradict things, what I'm saying. A child I knew died, and I believe that his life, he suffered disabilities and conquered quite a lot and finally died. And I believe that that's when his spirit or soul became whole and he moved on to someplace else without any health problems or anything like that. And he was happy and free in a place where it never gave you any struggles to go through.
Jacqueline.
Yeah.
Is this what? Is this why you believe?
Yeah, yeah. I do believe it. I do believe that. I do believe that the spirit goes on. I do believe.
Is this story you're telling us why?
No, because for years I still now believe in Mother Nature as well. So that's why I feel like I contradict myself.
Right. You started to tell me earlier about how you were in a dark place and belief in Jesus was going to take you out of that. And I stopped you because I didn't want to hear at the time what sounded like a testimonial. I am curious, without going too deeply into it, what is the reason that you are back looking at Jesus as an answer again, if the rest of your beliefs don't?
You've cut off. You cut off there. There was a glitch. I didn't hear the end of the question.
Yeah, I saw that. Why is it that you're believing in Jesus again? And what is it you're actually saying you believe?
I actually do believe that God became man eventually and came down to earth to actually see for himself how hard life is for people and tested himself to see if he could live a life without sin and to try and show people, look here, this is the way to do it. And I'm talking about the New Testament here, because the Old Testament I don't really take too much interest in. So
okay, Jacqueline. So this is the shape of what you believe, but why is it that you believe this is true? Why would you believe that a God would come down to test himself in his rule set to see if he could do it and show others how?
Because there was too many unbelievers, too many sinners.
No, I'm asking why you believe this is true. Not why you think it.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I can't answer that.
You don't know what convinces you that it's true.
No. When I believed in like Mother Nature, nothing happened in my life, nothing good or anything. The moment I broke down and handed myself to God, there's been certain signs, and you can't say it's just coincidental when it happens straight after me. It's saying, look, I need help. I need you prove that you do exist.
So you're saying you asked God for proof that he exists and certain changes happened in your life?
Yes.
After that ask. And that those changes couldn't have possibly been from any other source, from even yourself, your own attitude, wanting to see change?
No, well, one of the occasions I was sitting and I didn't even realise how my face must have looked or whatever, but all of a sudden a wee woman appeared, an older woman than me, and sat down in the street with me and said to me, I had asked God for help, and it was the first time I actually said, no, I'm not okay. And I sat speaking to this woman. She ended up and saying to me, do you want to come up for a cup of tea? I wouldn't go into anybody else's house that I don't know, so I said no. But she sat and she spoke to me, and after she left, I felt lifted. I felt like that was a sign.
So someone sat and spoke to you and you felt uplifted.
Yeah. It was as if she noticed there was something wrong. And that was the thing. Everybody else walks past and doesn't really pay attention or anything like this. And it was just after I'd said that I'd need.
So you said that you needed help, and a woman noticed you and helped you.
Mm-hmm.
And you attribute this to God.
Yeah.
You think the woman was made
like an angel.
Oh, so she wasn't a human?
No, she was human. She was human, but she
lives her own life. She has her own plans, her own things that she does. And did God make her intervene in your life? Did he tell her to? Or
I feel that way.
How does that work?
I don't know how it works. I don't. Nobody truly knows how God works.
So then he takes away her free will, so that she can intervene in your life.
I wouldn't say take away your free will. Maybe guide. Or maybe she was just a person that had goodness in her. I don't know.
Perhaps. Jacqueline, I feel like it's important I ask. If you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe your God existed, found that there was no afterlife of any kind, which I hear the way you describe it, it doesn't sound like the one I'd heard of. But if you found there was no afterlife, no God, would it change the way you live this life?
No. No. I don't think so.
Do you feel that you need your belief in order to gain comfort for something?
Yes.
And that without that belief, that it would be that you would be okay, but something would be devastating. Something would be lost.
Yeah. I would feel empty again and go to a darker place again.
Yeah. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Jacqueline. I hope that you can find a way to question in it without finding your way into a darker place. I wonder if there is some way for you to find comfort and reason, motivation, and whatever meaning it is that you need without the threat of that dark place when the belief is absent.
Have you any suggestions?
If it's emotionally based, Jacqueline, I don't want to tug too hard at your beliefs. And that's what it's feeling like we're coming up against more and more, is that this is something that is helping you cope. Is that correct?
Yeah. It is also making me feel guilty, though.
Why is it making you feel guilty?
Because when I do wrong, I feel like now that I have turned to God, I question things, mistakes I make in my life, and I kind of punish myself, and I feel like I'm half in, half out.
Why do you punish yourself?
Because I think that I'm speaking to God and I ask him for his help, and I'm not putting my side in fully. I'm not putting my whole self into it.
So you're feeling guilty for not putting more of your own effort in.
Yeah, say like if I swear or if I get angry with people or anything like that, then the guilt sets in, because in the Bible, in the New Testament, you're told to love your neighbour, turn the other cheek. And when I don't do these things, when I react, I know it's human emotion to do that, but then I sit and I feel guilty because I feel like I'm letting God down. So it's confusing.
So you feel guilty for reacting in human ways.
Mm-hmm.
Ways that a God, if it made you, would have made you to do.
Yeah.
Why would you feel guilty if you did believe fully that this God is there, that it made you? Why would you feel guilty for being the way it made you?
Because I'm not fully living the life that he wants us to live. If I sin, I think it's hypocritical of myself
when I sin.
Wrongdoing.
Anything you feel wrong about.
Yeah.
Is a sin.
Yeah.
So it's not like biblical sin, right? It's not boiling a lamb in its mother's milk or something.
No.
Okay. So what is it you're feeling guilty for? Is it because you make behaviors that you think are detrimental to you, or is it because you're disappointing God?
Because I feel like I'm disappointing God, and I feel like it's as if when you repent, I don't want to be one of these people that is constantly having to repent for the same thing.
It sounds to me, Jacqueline, like there are things that you wish you could do better at. Things that you feel might be shortcomings. But I would also wonder why you would measure yourself up against what other people say God is. Like a book.
Yeah, and listening to other people. Listening to other lives and that. Yeah. Because I see where you're coming from. It's my conscience, which I would think is actually my spirit.
I'm going to want to question you about that, but another time, Jacqueline. I think you've got some questions to ask yourself.
Yeah. Can I ask you,
Yes.
what is this life really about? My eyesight isn't very good, so I can't really read your prompt properly. I can
It just
only.
says, can you question your beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of all we've been doing here is questioning your beliefs to see if you can. And it sounds like to me, Jacqueline, well, it sounds like a sensitive topic for you to question. You do question it.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you do a good job of it too. I would wonder if you questioned a little harder at what it is that pair yourself to God's expectations, since he doesn't seem to measure up to yours.
I don't think anybody would ever be able to fully measure up to God because he was perfect, or is perfect. And nobody, yeah, and that's what the Bible says.
Why do you believe
says as
that?
well.
That's where I think your question should really begin, is why would you believe what the Bible says about God?
Yeah, when it's man-written, yeah. Mm. Yeah, there is still a lot of questions I do need to answer, but the only thing I can go by is when, as I said, I gave you a couple of examples, which is what quite confusing really, when I believed in Mother Nature for years. From dust we came and dust we go back to. And then I can say that I can picture the spirit of people when they die. They meet the lost family that have gone before them in heaven. Is it really true, or is it really me wanting it to be true?
Mm-hmm. Those are those questions I was talking about, Jacqueline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're doing really good. I don't have answers for you, but it sounds like you've got to keep questioning and find out what it is for you. Is it really true to you that these things exist, or is it your desire? Is it the emotional comfort it gives you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if something gives you emotional comfort, you're going to grab it like a blanket. Have you beliefs?
Not like this. Not in gods or anything like that.
Can I ask you what you believe in, or is that private?
Well, it just happens to be around that time. So I will let you turn the tables. What I believe in, as far as gods go, I don't have a belief in a god. I don't know that there's no God, but I've never heard of one that I accept as needing to exist or being true.
I can understand that. I can understand that. That actually the way I've thought for years and years. That if there was a God, why do things happen? So if there's not a God, what is there? Am I just turning to God for a safety blanket? And then things are happening, it's not a lot of things, just like little things. That woman, the wee woman, stood out to me because nobody's ever done that to me before. I actually walked past and then returned and asked if I was okay. I wasn't crying or anything, so I don't know why she did it, but it was just straight after I'd broke down and that asked God for a sign, and that happened. So that kind of made me feel like, well, there we go, he's gave me a sign. And then on the other hand, I sit there and I say, how can you believe in something that's letting us struggle so much?
How long did it take before you asked for a sign? Was that the first time you asked for a sign?
Yeah, that was the first time I'd actually asked for a sign, yeah.
Mm-hmm. How long did you wait?
I was about a week, maybe not even that. Maybe not even that.
How long before you asked?
I would say at the most a week. It was within a week that happened. And when the wee woman walked away from me, I just couldn't believe that had happened. And it felt so good about that. But I don't sit and pray constantly because I do still have doubts. Sometimes I think
pray constantly because you have doubts.
Yeah, I have doubts about myself. If I'm truly to give everything 100%. So what else is there to turn to that's going to, might be sounding selfish, bring me comfort and try and help guide me in my life?
Do you need to replace this God with something else if you don't have the answers that it provides? Do you feel that you need new ones to take the place?
No, I don't think there is any other gods apart from one God, but I also believe in nature. So that's like contradicting God type of thing. I believed in Mother Nature for years, but suffered through the years. And I believe if there's an entity, then why sit and let it suffer?
Did you ask Mother Nature for help the way you asked God?
No, actually, no, I haven't.
How do you know it wasn't Mother Nature who responded?
I don't know, it could have been. Probably because it wasn't the words that I used. Probably because it wasn't me saying to Mother Nature, going, will you help me? I'm here, I am. Take me, I'm yours. Do with me what you will.
How do you know that anything wouldn't have responded? Or that whatever responded wouldn't have responded to any name or any plea?
Well, the only way I would be able to find that out is to try. Is to try another way. But then that would be me. I would be back to square one again, feeling guilty for doing that, betraying God.
How is it betraying God?
Because it would be like asking, how he says, have to worship no false idols. If I ask Mother Nature, that would be like asking a false idol. So that would be breaking one of his commandments. So then the guilt would set in again.
So you can't test this God by seeing if other entities have its power, or seeing if it's just things reacting to you asking. or even to seeing if that was a one-time chance encounter.
Yeah, well, possibly I could, yeah. If he's the God that we're taught he is, that forgives us, I suppose I could. Ask Mother Nature if it's her to give me signs or guidance and see which one is the one that's truly guiding. Because obviously I want guiding in a good way. I would never turn to like anything evil. And if I'm wrong, then I would need to repent. If God is the God that he says he is, that he'll forgive all our sins, apart from one.
Which one?
If you sin against the Holy Spirit.
How is that?
Well, that's what the Bible says.
What does it mean to sin against the Holy Spirit?
I really don't know what that is, to be quite honest with you, because I know that through the years when I was really like confused, I would say angry, and I would try to insult the Holy Spirit, wondering what is sinning against the Holy Spirit. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you would need to do to insult the Holy Spirit. Is it to deny the Holy Spirit? Is it to call him names?
Is it to ask him questions?
I've never asked him questions. I've called him names.
Why haven't you asked him questions?
Because he's part of God. So when I'm praying, I believe that there's God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. So when I'm praying, they hear me. So then the Holy Spirit will guide me. So that's why if I've got questions, I'll question God, which I haven't done. And maybe now I spoke to you, I should. The only question I did ask was, you need to give me a sign.
And the sign you got was a woman on the street helping you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was just one. The other one is just inner things, me trying to better myself.
Mm-hmm. Jacqueline, I might have more questions for you another time, but I think I think it would be best if we move on. But I do want you to keep asking questions and do come back and see if maybe another time we can maybe explore some more answers with you.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I appreciate you being here. Absolutely.
Thank you for talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And big W's in the chat for Jacqueline. I know it may not seem like it, but there was some questioning there, and there was some ongoing questioning that I think needs to keep happening. I would love to talk to her again sometime. And if you have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and hit that request button. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And Morgan even really awake? We have a few of you in queue, and I imagine more than a few of those are ghosts, but I will try to accept you in the order that I saw your request, best I can. Well, hey there, Sam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, my friend. How are you? From Sierra region, need help. Please, 5 minutes. God bless you.
I see, Sam. Well, I don't think you're actually going to enjoy this conversation very much.
Abu Unique, please, brother. We love you.
Yeah, I appreciate you though, Sam. I don't think Sam is going to enjoy questioning his belief in a god. So we will move forward. Hello, Anam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, 45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. Not in a traditional way. I'm not attached to a certain belief. So I would say, but I absolutely have always had a sense of the greater, the greater power, well, whatever we want to call it. But I have no problem with the word God or creator or the origin. I would say maybe, higher power is a good word.
Origin. And you believe there is this singular thing that you would call a higher power or source? Origin.
I would say, oh, sorry. You have such a beautiful way to speak, by the way. I really get, I think your frequency, the voice in your frequency, the other way around, the frequency in your voice is very calming and how can I say, easy to focus on thoughts, by the way, to be here and to share what I know. And to go back to your question, I can say this, it's something, and I'd rather want to phrase it, I believe that it's intelligence and love. That's how I would, not singular or plural, for that is a question that would be very interesting to know, but I don't think this is necessary to know that. Maybe for me it's enough, it's sufficient with just saying it's the origin of everything, and I believe the best I can describe it with was what I said, intelligence and love.
It's the origin of everything. It's intelligence and love. And why do you believe that it is a singular thing?
When you say singular, can you maybe explain it a little bit more for me so I can answer you?
Yeah, so you're answering in the vein of this being something godlike or higher power-like. Is it a singular one thing that you are calling higher power or origin?
Thank you for explaining more. Not necessarily. Yeah, this is that is the one thing I don't yet have the answer to that. As life is a journey and we're exploring, I feel I'm exploring constantly. That's why I like to have been able to get your live in my algorithms, because I think it's important to always be an explorer and not to be too certain of everything, not choose your way of, what resonates with you. Follow what feels that is the truth, both in the most intelligent, logical way that you can find your answers, and also then just also what is resonating with you, because then we are not just intelligent beings, we're also emotional beings, and that holds a frequency. But I'll try to go back to your question there. I have yet so far found the answer to if it's a singular or plural origin that we come from, but it's likely that maybe that's where I've come so far, that it's likely that it was a singular that wanted to be plural, perhaps. Yeah, if I look at the universe and the creation of everything, we are diversity. So that is how far I've come in my understanding of this.
Do you think that the origins, whatever this origin point is an entity with a mind and a meaning, or is it just a point at which you say things start?
What a beautiful question. And that's where sometimes to understand that is maybe going further than we're in a way need to. I've been pondering about this, so it's a beautiful question. It's a very beautiful question. And I've come up with the way that I answered you before. And for me, it's most likely, but I haven't said this is what it is, but it's most likely something that the all is one, that phrasing, the one that is all, I think was what is the origin. Yeah, and it does make sense both in my intelligent, rational mind, consciousness, and in my home, in my heart, in my frequency, when I think that I heard the story saying that we are light, intelligent love, light, or more words to describe it, but to simplify it, and that it wanted to experience itself in relation to its opposite.
Doesn't that though raise the question, the wanting to experience itself? Are you assuming there is a wanting behind it, that it desired this state of things?
Super good question. Yes, this is, as I said, this is what I've heard and seen and felt and thought about and then felt, like I said, that I often use those terms. I know I observe myself how I speak, and I say that something feels logic, for instance. It feels right. Yes, it is. So there would be some wanting, yes, behind it, a choice of experiencing itself with the presence of its opposite in this beautiful expansion, creation, dance, art, piece of art that we call the universe. That yes, this is my belief. That is true.
Do you think that this wanting, this desire, whatever intention there was behind it, is apart from what is, separate from, and a part of in some way? Is it more than what is?
The origin of everything? Is it? Sorry.
Do you think the origin that wanted all of this to be, do you think that it is more than what is, or is it also what is?
Oh, wow. I'm really having, you're asking amazing questions. What is?
You
Well, again,
might
I have
be
this
able to
like.
guess what the point of that question is. Judging by your profile, are you used to being pressed to actually label what this is that you believe?
Well, I'm also trying to find the words in English as I am Swedish.
Okay.
So I'm doing my best here, and I'm
You're doing
I am
wonderfully.
fluent. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am fluent, but I'm not native speaking. So I want to phrase it right. You know, it's still the words, the tools that we have that are our words. You know, our language, they're delicate. You know, to get that, I want to transfer what I have as what I can see and know within me. I want to transfer it in words, and it's sometimes so difficult. But also so beautiful when you do get it. I would say again, it feels logical that it is not more than it was when it started to create itself. I would say right now, in my knowing where I am at my journey, hence voyage, is that it probably is more. That is probably how I see. It feels logic. It feels right that it started these creations because it's a beautiful way to be even more than what was. Certain. Okay, I have a better word.
Do you use
flavors?
I don't know what the word in Swedish would be if there is a word, but do you use the word panentheism to describe what you believe?
I've just recently came across that word in a different live, and I'm happy someone shows me, you know, not labels, but like trying to describe this universe in different words.
I'm not trying to put you in a box, but it
No,
sounds very
because I'm not.
similar to what you're describing. Yeah, not that
Probably it's very similar to it. That's what I've understood when I researched it. Yeah.
that you believe essentially that the universe created itself, that it is everything that is here to experience itself, but also that something more must have existed to want to do that.
Something more must have existed in able to do that. I'm not that's where maybe is a great.
You added a want in there earlier.
I
did. I guess I did. I might have asked for it, but
you did also.
I might have coaxed it out
We
of
both
you.
did.
So I coaxed a want out of there. You feel that the universe has a desire to exist in this form, to experience itself in this way, and I'm wondering, is that why you feel that it must have wanted, or is that why you feel there must have been something more to exist, to want to exist in this way? That's where I heard panentheism start to kind of ring true.
But I must say, maybe I'm not completely like the pantheism, because I believe that when we are here in this creation, that is when it becomes and be the creation and the creator at the same time, co-creating this experience that we say is the existence. So I would say that I came up with a great analogy, and I hope everyone sort of understands where I'm going with it, but it's like a different flavor to the existence. That's how I see it. Like if the universe would be not just one singular dish, I get to have the buffet. We get to have the buffet of the beautiful gift that is your uniqueness.
So you feel that that somehow being in this existence is the more that it's becoming in experiencing itself, and also continuing to create in this form as we do in our own unique ways. Why would you feel that there is any intentionality at all behind what exists?
Wow. I see it and I feel it within. And I see it around in the world, and I feel it within that there is something that always wants to be expressed within us, with us humans. And we do have emotions, and the emotions part of being in this existence is that's where the beauty is. And I do believe that I believe that we start in love and that we end in love. And the astrology wheel, as I studied astrology for like 20 more years, I see the story that goes. I see the logic, and I can relate it to my life experiences. And
you can relate it to your life experiences.
Yeah, of course. I'm just me. So I do.
But does that mean it relates to all life experiences?
That is for everyone else to discover. Exactly. I'm just here to, I love this expression of like what I can bring to the table. Like we all have this shared table that's a life experience. And I can just bring what I've come up with, right? And I can showcase it to everyone. And then if you choose, that's the beauty of it. And that's what the wheel, the astrology wheel also always says, you know, it starts with something I created, something from me, right? And then it is actually brought here to the material realm, that is the universe. And then it's a choice. And that's what I respect. And I respect my choice, and I respect your choice. And I can only show you, and you decide if you eat of it, if it resonates with you. I love that word, because that's what I feel is accurate. Does it resonate with you? Yeah.
It feels like another rabbit hole for me to ask. Why do you use the word resonate?
Resonate is the most accurate way for me to explain this, because everything is energy, and as I hold a frequency, I feel a dissonance if it doesn't resonance with me. So
when you say everything is energy, what do you mean by energy?
I don't know if I can explain this in English. I'm so sorry, my brother, because I could maybe explain it in Swedish. I'm not a scientist, but what I know from science is that everything is energy. So it is different frequencies, and I do believe the string theory explains this really well. It does resonate with, I came from a Christian background. Sweden is Christian, so my grandmother and mother was. So I was read, I know of the Bible. I'm not governed by the Bible, but it just says there was, with sound, that everything was created. And that makes sense, that everything then holds different frequencies.
Do you believe the Bible then? Because it says with sound.
I do not. Yeah. I do not believe in the Bible, but I see the intelligence in the Bible. I just want to be accurate. Yeah.
Okay. I do want to question that, but I don't know that there is anywhere where it says with sound. I think there might be something that says he spoke.
Yes,
right?
That's what I meant.
I don't know if it's quite the same. I can see how that might help to bolster the idea that frequencies and resonances and all that are equivalent to somehow God or creation. But I would wonder then, are we just kind of using blanket terms that sound scientific, like frequency and resonance and energy?
No, within the quarks, there are the string theory. Maybe you're familiar with it. That it explains within those quarks there are the different wavelengths of. The only way I can describe it in English again is frequency, like different.
So what is a frequency?
Is motion in different ways, right? as far as I can describe it in English, I think it's like motion in different ways. Like I would love if I could just show this with my hands. I think my hands can speak better here, but like big waves, small waves, and that short, sounds that have different way of
sine waves.
the building blocks.
I can imagine you're sitting there dancing
tone
in
of a
front
piano.
of a camera that's not on.
Yeah.
But you're talking about sine waves, right? The different waves that are measured.
Yeah, waves is a good way. Tones, yes, exactly.
So, in that, you're saying that there's these frequencies that everything is frequency. Are you saying that everything is just sine waves?
Well, we are. Science proved that we are mostly void, and within that is 0.000000001% matter, and that matter is most likely what we just described without repeating different wavelengths of frequency. I mean,
What would
as far as my English goes here.
If a wavelength, right? If a wavelength of frequency is just measuring the repetition of something, the
repetition. Huh?
If that's the case, then what is it we're measuring? What is being measured? What is, if a frequency is measuring the movement or the vibration of something, is what it kind of feels like you're leaning towards. What is doing the movement? What is doing the vibrating? What's wiggling?
You mean now we're talking about the building blocks of the universe, right? And you're asking me what? How something moves, or
not how it moves. What is so when you say everything is vibration, right? What is vibrating? Not what's doing the vibrating, not what's causing the vibration. Not yet. I will ask that, or I would. But what is actually wiggling? What's moving? What's the thing being vibrated?
What's the thing being vibrated? There's only the vibrations. That's if we go through what science has explained, and then there's this experience of that's matter. What we just said, 0.0000001% matter. That's matter.
So
and we're in this material universe, or how to describe it in English, but like we're in this I feel that it's a solid, but it's not really solid. It's just, and now you have to ask someone else to describe it with the scientific terms. I can understand it, but I cannot repeat it back. I'm so sorry.
Before we go too far, I feel like I'm kind of being rude to our other guest up here, Haunted, who hasn't had a chance to say anything, and I know probably only came up here to ask me a question due to the background. So I'm going to give Haunted just a moment to do that after I say good morning to Kat. Good morning, Kat.
Good morning. It's 1 a.m., so it's still the middle of the night, but it's morning for you, so good morning.
It is morning for me. I'm about to have to
step away for a moment. I know, I came just to save the day.
Perfect timing. Except Anam has been fascinating, believing in kind of a sort of source energy God, but in a different way of describing it.
I've been listening. It is fascinating. I have many questions.
Oh, cool.
But before we get there, Haunted, did you have a question for me that you came up for? Yeah. I'm probably going to swap the background back since we are clearly focused on Anam's beliefs.
Oh, you're good. Hey, Anam, Shabragara, I love your belief structures. It's amazing.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Hey, so you have said you do not believe in a higher power. Well, welcome to paganism, first off. Just kidding. Not really, but still. So you say you don't believe in a higher power. Well, let's think about the brain for a second, right? How can we not make something that can do what the brain can, not just the human brain, but all brains, animal or regular animal and non-human alike, and for that matter, how about a single cell organism that doesn't have a brain? How do you explain that without something else intelligent making it?
I didn't. Okay, so I thought you had a question for me that was actually like a question about what I believe in and stuff. You're kind of okay. So you're saying that how about a brain? What are you actually saying? What is the question that you're asking me? Sounds like you're kind of trying to do a whataboutism.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Makes sense.
You're right. The brain itself should be a sign of a higher power unto itself, as I would think. But
a sign of a higher power unto it. That raises questions because it has an assumption kind of layered in. You're saying that the brain is a sign of a higher power. How is that a sign of a higher power? Is the question that would raise for me. Because, wow. Because using the word "because" is not usually in my vocabulary, but bear with me, it is early. Right? So, if we cannot replicate it, then there has to be something higher than us that made us.
Because we don't understand something, does that mean that there's a higher power?
Yeah.
Haunted. I'm sorry. So because we can't replicate it, then something must have created things. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Something higher than us must have created it.
Why would you make that assumption that something must have created it based upon just our inability to replicate? Wouldn't that mean that, literally anything you haven't replicated before, you would assume
Okay,
created?
I really didn't think this one through. You're obviously more intelligent. You're obviously more intelligent than I am. I was just trying to find a way for you to question your beliefs.
I appreciate you trying to give me something to think about, but I've definitely thought on this one before. I do appreciate you, Haunted. A valiant effort.
And also, Haunted, if you want to question Thrall's beliefs or hear Thrall question his beliefs or any of us question our beliefs, there's a Discord server that we do this all the time in.
Oh yeah.
We question the shit out of each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't afford Discord.
I don't pay for Discord.
Yeah, it's free.
Oh, it is free?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your stuff on Discord?
You can check the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte bio. I'm going to set you down, Haunted. I appreciate you coming up and giving it a shot. But yeah.
No problem. All right, bye.
Next time, try to aim more towards questioning what the belief is instead of trying to disprove it. And you'll get further.
Come hang out with us in Discord. And
yeah, I think you'll have fun.
Yeah, you'll like it. It's fun. And yeah.
But now, sorry about that little detour there, Anam. But we were questioning the belief in the vibrations being everything, and I had been asking what is doing the vibrating, what's actually wiggling around that we're measuring, and I can see how that kind of isn't really leading us to understand any more than before why you believe that there is any kind of mind that wanted things to be this way.
there. So what am I now questioning? If there is a mind, if there was something that wanted this, where
Why would you believe that there is something that wanted this?
because of observation of the creation and the universe, the existence of everything, just seeing that there is more stars than grains of sand in all the beaches in all the world. And
It's a good line from Carl Sagan.
Can I ask a few, get me up to speed questions real quick?
Yeah, but you're a little muffled, Cat.
Okay. So this god is a being with agency.
When you say agency, what do you mean? Like a purpose? Like there's a...
Can make decisions for itself. Like, has a mind, thinks, and has intention.
Wait. So you mean when you say God, like I am cool with so many different words for it, like
higher power, whatever.
Yeah, higher power, the origin, a source. There's just like different words, same thing, but with different, but with slightly different flavor, obviously. Always, like I said before, to the Batcolyte. Do I say correct?
Yes, that was really good.
Perfect.
That was better than native English speakers.
Thanks, sweetie. I do my best, but yeah. So wait, I have to go back. I'm trying to do this backtracking here, where we were that the origin wanted to experience itself. That's how I see it. Yeah, and not that there is. I don't see the creation and the creator being separate from everything. I see it expressing itself in everything. So you are a unique. I believe we all are a unique representation of that origin, and that's the beauty of it. That's how I see that it. Well. So my friend here, he said the same thing, and I'm not sure if I don't have labels. I really am not wanting to, but you're close. Yeah, it seems like I am, and pantheism seems to be close, but I don't know if we're exactly alike.
I think pantheism and pantheism are kind of loose. There's kind of it's just an idea about. Yeah, it's kind of an idea, and there aren't like strict rules in it, But
I don't like really to be in
a box. No,
exactly. Yeah,
I get called a Buddhist a lot, and although I do love Buddhism, I'm not putting myself in the box.
Same.
And so the God, so everything is an expression of the higher power, and the higher power is its own thing separate, but it's all one thing.
That is most likely what that's what I've come up with so far, yes.
Okay.
That it is something that it's very hard to talk about what was it, before the creation started to create itself, co-creating.
But it did that with intention. It wanted to create itself.
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay.
That's what I believe. I believe that we wanted to experience in this type of reality that we call reality, this is existence, this universe, that it was a beauty in it. And I believe that beauty is to experience love and to be a part of this enormous intelligence that, we can name it also consciousness. But that's what I see. That's what I've seen so far.
Sorry for backtracking, Thrayle. And so this creator is a creator of the entire universe, and so it created the entire universe, not just Earth and not just humanity, right, to experience itself. So like the other planets, the stars, the everything. It is part of it experiencing itself, right?
That's what I believe.
Okay. Why create humans then?
Why? That is also a question for that which created us. But I do believe to experience itself again. That is the reason we are here.
So I'm kind of
And
I'm
to
a
make
kind of
choices.
nihilist.
Sorry. To make
I am.
choices is very important. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt
No,
you
it's
again.
okay.
But yes, but
No, I
that
heard you
is,
say that earlier, and I thought I like that a lot. I think choices are important.
yeah.
Choices are really important. So I have this idea about the universe. My view of the universe is that, and of humans is that, in the grand scheme of the universe, the cosmos, the Earth is insignificant and meaningless. And in the grand scheme of the Earth, humanity is insignificant and meaningless. And in that way, we are insignificant and meaningless, and not in like a sad or dark kind of way, just like in a matter of fact kind of way. So I guess that's why I was asking, like, why create humans? Why do that? Because like we're such a small blip. You know, if you think 14.5 billion years, like humanity doesn't exist in like, if we take like the last 300,000 years compared to 14.5 billion, it's like negligible. I guess that's why I was asking, because that's where my mind goes to.
You see, this is the beauty of our uniqueness, right? Because you stand on a perspective. I see things very much like the circle that also is in the existence, like the beautiful shape of a sphere. Okay, and you're standing, that's why it's so good that I'm here, I'm standing from my side, but we're looking at the same thing. You know, but from where I'm standing, when you said those numbers, it is so interesting. From, you know, hand on my heart, you know, in my truth, is that I have a totally different experience of the reality than you have when I see these numbers. But that's why I love this. I love that we're meeting and we're having, you know, shared space and we can share our consciousness together, because I feel the exact opposite. I feel within my heart, it resonates, that brings me further to the feeling of how amazing this existence is, how much of I see the purpose in it, and the how it is. Oh, it's a bit loud, the music. I'm just trying. Thank you.
What do you mean by purpose?
The purpose of the existence, of having this. I'm here right now. This is a gift. This is a miracle. We are God.
A gift from what?
A gift from that which is. A gift from that which is. And so it makes me even more.
Why do you assume it's a gift?
It's my experience, what I would say, that it feels, a miracle is a gift for me. Or I feel it's so amazing that we are part, like I said, my mind.
Could that be because of the privilege that you enjoy in your life, that you see different, darker perspective on existence?
Wait, that was a good question. But I really want to digest it. Did you ask me if I see this because I have privilege, maybe a privileged life, or like I've experienced good things?
Well, I simply mean like the privilege of existing still in what I can only assume is relatively good health. I don't mean to be presumptuous on that end, but to the point that you see it as a gift, should everyone see it as a gift? I don't mean to be it as a gift, even if it doesn't feel like a very good gift.
Yeah. No, I've thought about this also a lot. So just very short about me, I would say my life has been full of gifts, also great experiences, and I'm blessed with mostly a very good health. Also, I've invested in been full of gifts, good health, that above other things haven't consumed drugs or alcohol, especially, and so on and so on. But I would say I come from a broken home. and I went through. Oh, we have a saying here in Swedish that you're a dandelion. Do you know dandelions? They grow in the worst conditions and they break through. I'm looking for my words now. Asphalt. We call the concrete, maybe not concrete. The thing
we use both of those. We use
cool.
asphalt.
Yeah, you
or,
got.
yeah,
Then you just get the
blacktop.
picture of me without me, telling my whole story here. But no, my life has not been a dance on roses. I'm again translating expressions from Swedish, but it's definitely been both. And I've used my time here to try to take out the lessons of what life has given me. And I made a choice early on in my adult life that I wanted to. There was just an urge inside of me. I want to break the chains of repeating what my family did, of what I saw my mother doing, what I saw my father doing. So I took conscious choices to explore the world, to bring me out of the ordinary life in Sweden, because I understood that going into the same nest would not bring me a new result, right? I had to go out and get new experiences in totally new environments so I can reinvent myself and maybe see myself more clearly, understand what has my backpack given me, unpacking it. And then in this so this is what I've done, and therefore my answer was yes. My life is we are all miracles. But my uncle, he unfortunately got polio when he was 6 years old, the last person in Sweden actually. And he was a wheelchair and he was sick 2/3 of his life. And he suffered very much in the end. He was so stubborn. And he lived to be the eldest in Europe with post-polio. He never, ever grew bitter in his heart. And he had a lot of sorrow, a lot of obstacles, a lot of pain. But by God, he led by example of never letting that which, pushed you down.
Your answer's kind of going on. And do you remember the question that you're responding to? And
I don't think that was going on and on. Sorry to say that you experienced that. I thought that was valuable information.
what was the question you were responding to?
You talked about purpose, right? About life if it has a purpose.
I don't think I was asking about if life had a purpose. It was about existence in general, and why you assume there's a meaning behind it.
Purpose is meaning.
And about and also in this case, it was about the privilege, right? About do other people need to, see if I can even recall the way I phrased it. Other people who don't see this joy, all the gift that you see it as. Could there be people who, should they see it as a gift, even if they are cursed with some kind of ailment?
And that which you called going on and on was actually sharing my life story and my history of my uncle. Actually showing, a little bit of my life story, showing that what I meant with this is that there's a choice everywhere to see if there is, everything has a purpose, I do believe, and that is, we are given very different life experiences, but what we do with them, that is the difference.
Okay, so as your head reminded me of my question, it was should less fortunate people who don't have the comforts going on in life see life as a gift, see existence as a gift?
I think I answered that with those life stories.
So someone born to a terminal illness and with a short existence should see it as a gift.
I think my uncle did. He saw his life as very purposeful, even though it was never anything near what his ego would have wanted. We all have an ego. I have an ego. We all want to express ourselves and do things. In this existence in life, we have the opposite within us.
So your uncle did, but my question is, should everyone?
Yeah, and that is, so I don't want to assume how another person would feel because I haven't experienced that. But I can speak from my experience, and I can speak from what I know about my uncle, as I was very close to him. So I can have a theory. Because I want to have respect for everyone, you know. So I can have a theory, and I can talk about it in those terms that I see from an above perspective, that there's two choices, two options, sorry. That either the experience of this life has everything within it has meaning, or it was somehow magically brought into existence without any type of I mean, some other person maybe have to find the words to describe it because I lack them. But how this existence just started to exist, but it has no purpose. Like it's just randomly. So there's two choices there. I mean, for us to believe and two options. So within that purpose,
is it just two? You're saying it's just these two choices?
But that there's just these two choices. Do you have a third one? I would love to hear it.
So it is either that you're saying it's just that things are purposely made, everything has purpose and meaning, or that nothing has and it's all random.
No, yeah, well, randomly existed and then doesn't have a purpose, just exists and just continues to exist and then maybe stops to exist. I don't know. Do you think that there's a third one? I say, again, explain. We would love to hear it.
I'm just asking, you're saying it's just those two.
My consciousness can see these two. If you have a third one, then please explain.
Okay. So I'm not trying to insert a third one. I'm just curious why you limit it to just these two. Just it sounded like
Not
you
limited.
were saying.
I say these two. I'm not limited, dear. I am just saying I see these two. And if anyone see anything more,
you're starting to take all of my questions personally as attacks, and they're not intended that way. I don't know if you see the point of the exercise, or if you're just.
I feel maybe that you poke. If to be honest, and I noticed it within me too. My frequency, my emotions within me has changed. Absolutely, because I feel like you poke for the sense of poking sometimes. You are, maybe, this is my analyzing of you.
Well, I'm not here for the meta-analysis, and I didn't ask for that.
Now you're defensive. But now you're getting defensive. You're also, I'm a little bit emotional. I totally see it. Sure. I feel it and acknowledge it.
I'm not being defensive. I'm trying to be productive. I'd like my life to stay on topic.
You're truthful right
I'd like my life to stay on topic, and I'd like to keep questioning beliefs of those who can question their beliefs. And we had a delightful conversation
but I don't see that
to the point that I started questioning you, and now you're becoming defensive, hostile. You're talking over me, so I muted you, and I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. I was really hopeful that we would end on a good terms here, but I think I'm just going to continue on to the next guest. I'm not interested in the display of hostility or watching you crash out and get emotional. We have had the chat wild tonight.
Oh my god.
I'm about to have to knight a few people in the audience.
Yeah, no, I hate it when I have to like just address the whole chat and be like, calm down. Like I can't if I was trying to tell all of you individually, I would be here forever. Everybody simmer down.
W's for Shannon, yeah. That's what I mean. If I'm going to knight anybody.
Yeah,
Shannon
y'all
has been working overtime
you
without
guys
even
do
having the mod chip.
a really good job of policing the chat. Like, as you know, like it's really really helpful and nice. It's like they pay attention to what the mods say to people, and then just like police themselves, enforce that. It's great. Shannon would be a great chat mod.
Shannon would be a great chat mod. I'm going to remember that. Let's see, we've got a few other people in requests. I don't know who's been patient enough to wait their turn. I'm going to let you pick. I have a feeling I know where this is going.
Well, I have a question for
I know.
begin the request.
I have to check on Tetra.
Okay, we'll be here. You hear that, guys? He left us alone for a few minutes. Hi, sweetie. Can I get your age to check the TOS?
38.
Perfect. And do you have a belief in a god, gods, or something like that?
I do not necessarily. I do catch myself praying. I've been up here many times.
I do know that you have been up here before, I remember, but I didn't remember what you believed.
I don't have a set belief, but I do catch myself praying.
Praying to what?
Already, Swiggity, if you're just going to eat in everybody's ears, we're going to move on.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Cool. So are you done eating, or are we moving on?
Do you want to leave?
Yeah, I'm done eating.
Cool.
Okay.
Why don't you get a drink of water or something, clear your throat?
It's hard to respond when you're muted. What was the question?
What do you pray to?
One more time.
What do you pray to?
I don't know what I pray to. I just catch myself praying, and if I'm honest, that's a thing that I do. I have no idea. The universe, my deceased father, other past
Why
relatives.
do you do it?
I don't know.
You don't know why you do it?
Nope.
You've never thought about why you do it? Why?
I've thought about it. I've talked about it on this live before. I don't think there's any atheists when you're in a foxhole or if you clog a toilet at a stranger's house. You just find yourself in those predicaments where you do.
I've never found myself in such a predicament. It sounds like a belief of convenience or desperation.
How can it be convenient? I don't even know who I'm praying to.
Or desperation, rather.
It is a desperational thing. I agree with you there. There you go. I'm not denying that, but I catch myself doing it.
If it's something you do only out of desperation, is it a true belief?
I told you I don't have a belief.
So my question was, how is nihilism related to an affinity for asking questions?
Because you think that nothing matters, so why are you asking questions? Because I also consider myself a nihilist, so you're in the same. It's almost like, why are you praying if you don't think if you think you're truly a nihilist and nothing matters, and why are you asking questions then?
I don't know what nothing mattering has to do with asking questions. I can't figure that out.
Okay, what's your definition of nihilism?
Well, I said it. You heard it. I know you heard it.
Repeat your definition of nihilism.
I think that the Earth doesn't matter in the grand scheme of the cosmos, and humanity doesn't matter in the grand scheme of the Earth, and in that way, nothing matters.
So then why are you so curious about all this stuff if it doesn't matter?
Because I don't know, I'm an inherently curious person. I ask questions because I like to make my experience as enjoyable as possible, and I enjoy asking questions.
So you can't understand why I sometimes pray out of desperation. You don't think that maybe you're asking questions out of desperation?
I'm not desperate for anything.
Okay. Well, I would agree to disagree.
I don't know why you guys think you can tell me how I...
I don't. I just think that if you truly think that nothing matters, why would you care enough to ask questions?
I just told you I like asking questions, and I like to make my experience as enjoyable as possible, and this is something I enjoy.
Okay. There you go, then.
So, there you go. Alrighty. Yeah. So I think that we all disconnected him before I said it, because that's what I do. Sorry. Oh, this guy's still there. Maybe. That was a strange interaction, you guys. It was very weird. Yes. I don't know if this guy's gonna live in. He's like halfway there.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Can I get your age for TikTok TLS?
37.
Perfect. And do you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything like that?
I used to.
But you don't anymore.
Nope.
Why not?
Why not?
Mm-hmm.
I think aliens are more than likely real.
So that equals no god?
And no creator like we've ever come up with.
Why?
The universe is just too vast.
To have a creator?
Unless he decided to come up with a different story somewhere else and then somebody brought us here. Like if we met angels, that would be different.
What do you think angels exist?
If they did, that would explain something more than we know or have been able to come up with.
What do you think is going on here as far as like the nature of reality is concerned?
I'm very interested in the afterlife. I'd like to hear more people's opinions on that.
What is your opinion on that?
I think it's probably better than my life.
Why do you think that there is an afterlife?
Why do I think there is an afterlife?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's hard to contemplate just simply not existing.
Why is it difficult to think about not existing?
I can barely hear you.
Sorry. Why is it difficult to think about non-existence?
It just is. Like, what do you do with your time after it's over?
What were you doing before you were born?
Yeah, I don't believe in past lives either.
Well, that's then that's the point, right? Is like before you were born, you didn't exist, so it would probably be much like that.
So you don't believe in an afterlife?
It doesn't really matter if I do or don't, or what I believe, because we're talking about what you believe. What about non-existence is unpleasant or like bothersome to you?
That's about the most difficult debate you've had on here, right?
What?
People just want to express they just want to express that there's a creator of love and everything. And I'm like, yeah, and then when you die, you go to heaven.
Are you capable of, hey, are you capable of answering the question she asked?
I don't know if there's an afterlife. I just need to hear more about it.
That's definitely not the question I asked, and I'm not here to teach you about whether or not there is an afterlife or what the afterlife may be.
Did he even answer if he believes in a God? Do you believe in a
No,
God,
he doesn't
Evan?
believe in a God. He believes in aliens.
Right.
So you don't believe in a God. Why not?
Why don't I believe in God?
Sure, why not?
Well, I believe in dinosaurs and stuff that's not mentioned in the Bible.
Okay. So?
Wait, you said when I asked you why you didn't believe in God, you said because there's aliens.
Right. And if they have a different story, I'd be interested in hearing that.
And then I asked, why do aliens mean no God? Oh, there he goes. And you said because I don't really know. Are you here to question your beliefs or to try to hear about the afterlife?
I thought it was the same thing.
What does questioning your beliefs mean to you?
Giving up on something? You give up on an old idea?
Questioning means giving up?
On an old idea, then you form a new one.
Can you not question things and like affirm them, or do you have to give them up?
Okay, did you say affirm?
Yeah, like can you question something and find it to be true?
Well, yeah, you can't read about like dinosaurs in the Bible. That's true. You don't really grow up thinking that logically. You grow up thinking all kinds of stuff. But as you get older, you kind of question things a little more.
Right. So because you question something, does that mean you have to give it up? Thrayle, I need help.
I mean, why? It doesn't seem Evan's really here to question his beliefs.
Okay, thanks.
Appreciate it.
So you're just here to convert people?
No, we're not here to convert anybody.
To what? Convert people to what?
What would we
Changing
convert people to?
Well, the idea, like you kicked that last woman, she obviously believes in some kind of God.
Well,
I'm sure she felt bad.
Actually, the reason we removed her was because she was getting defensive and emotional. Instead of actually answering the questions, she was starting to look for lines of attack. She admitted it, and I thought it was best to move on. I'd rather not continue the commentary on that, though, Evan. And the reason we're going to move on from you is because you're not really here to engage in the prompt, the topic, to question your beliefs, are you?
Well, I asked the question, like, what do you believe happens in the afterlife?
Yeah. Do you believe there is an afterlife, Evan?
I believe that it's more than likely better than this one.
Why do you believe there is something after this?
Because it's hard to fathom nothingness.
Because it's
I'm
hard
not a nihilist.
to fathom nothingness.
Yeah, I'm not a nihilist. I'm an atheist.
I didn't ask you about nihilism. Because it's hard to fathom nothingness, then you believe that there's something after this.
I believe there's something, but I don't believe it's God like anybody's ever described it.
What is the something?
How?
I think a sense of peace will more than likely, maybe eternally. It'll be like peace
eternal sense
eternally.
of peace. Why would there be an eternal sense of peace?
Because life is a struggle.
Why would there be an eternal sense of anything after this, let alone peace?
Well, if you feel anything, that's what I would think.
So if you feel anything, you'll feel peace. Why?
Because life is struggle.
That doesn't explain why there would be something after life. Life is struggle, so therefore peace after. Why is there peace after?
I can't say it's because of creator's design. I can't say it's like that.
Right, so if there's no God, how, or like higher power or deity of any kind, how would an afterlife exist? Like, how is that possible?
Just maybe there is a God, but it's far more than anyone has ever come up with that we know of. If there is a God, nobody's come up with the right one.
You say if there is a God, then nobody's come up with the right one.
Right.
Does it by the way you sound, by the way you're describing your beliefs, it sounds like you believe there's something, you just can't describe it. Is that accurate, Evan? You believe there's something like
I've seen no evidence other than my existence. I exist, so maybe I exist after my mortal coil decease.
Did you exist before you were born?
Yeah, that's what she said. I think you were gone at that point.
Okay. So if you didn't exist before you were born, why would you exist after?
I assume it's peace.
How do you know you exist now?
Isn't that Gnostic?
No. Evan.
How do you know you exist now?
No. Evan, can you question your assumption that there is peace after?
I do every day.
How do you question this assumption?
Usually I go to the doctor because as pleasant as peace sounds, I kind of got to rely on science. I believe that there is peace after death, but you might as well stick to what you got for as long as you can.
Peace. What is peace?
Giving up on what is peace? It's giving up on ambitions.
Why is it giving up on ambitions?
You have less strife, less reason, less judgment. So peace is just finally achieving the end. I think if there is a purpose, it's probably the end. Not like what you do.
The end.
Yeah, so you can finally move on.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing a whole lot of just more assertions, more assumptions, just that things must end with peace, but not how you question it, not in any way. You questioning the assumption that there's an end or an afterlife with peace. And I wonder why you won't question that, and I'm not going to force you to, Evan. I think it is time we're going to move on. So I appreciate you being here. I hope that you can question that, and maybe you'll find some other answers and bring them back to us another time.
All right. Sounds good.
Appreciate you. Mm-hmm.
Fun guests tonight.
Fun.
And fun questioning guests. Would love to question their beliefs.
All kinds. But who knows where our next guest might go. Hello, Stormy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do, but I'm falling away from it because I am questioning it.
And when you say you're questioning it, what are you questioning?
Just the I guess the indoctrination, just the religion itself. I feel like I've been lied to.
So I'm gonna guess you're talking about a Christian denomination.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Christian denomination, actually Missionary Baptist.
Oh my.
Yeah.
And so what is it that you are most questioning about the indoctrination?
Well, it's just mainly feeling like I was kind of just lied to. Like I've been taught my entire life about hell. Well, hell doesn't make sense. Well, hell there's an all-loving God. Why would He cast us into a lake of fire? And then I realized that I don't think that the Baptist version of hell is the correct one. If there is a hell. If there is a hell, it may be like purification by fire, but I don't think it's a devil and pitchforks like I've been told. Not really believing in the rapture that much anymore because it was an idea thought up by John Darby, I believe. So and the Bible itself, I was taught out of the New Testament. When you really read the Old Testament, it's like, whoa, oh my God. So that's where I am.
I see. So the Old Testament gods not fitting, and a loving God wouldn't punish people, at least not in the Baptist hell that you've been taught. Do you see any reason to believe that the Bible is true at all?
No, in my opinion, it was written by man. And one thing that I've been taught my entire life is that man is corruptible. I know that they are, but I don't believe everyone's born bad like I've been taught. But it was written by man, and it's corruptible. There's no reason for me not to believe that somebody could have slipped in what they wanted to do to push their agenda and to maybe give themselves power.
So you're not finding any reason to believe in the Bible. Do you believe there is a God or a higher power there at all?
Yeah, I think that there's at least something. It may not be the God, the Christian God. It could be anything at this point.
When you say at least something, what do you mean by that?
I feel like that and it's probably just a comfort thing, to be honest with you, but I feel like there has to be something. If there's not, it sucks, but I'm willing to accept that. But I want to believe, I should say that. I want to believe that there's something else out there.
She asked, why do you want? Sorry, Kat, you're muffled.
I don't know what to do about this because
yeah, so the why is kind of just I feel like it's the want. I don't really need anything. It's just a comfort thing. I could find out tomorrow that there is nothing. It would suck and I'd be sad, but I would have to accept it. And I think that where I am now, I'll accept it better than when I was fully in my religion.
I'm so sorry. Is this any better?
So much better.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm so glad. I missed the middle part of that answer because I was fucking with my headphones because apparently they needed it.
Well, I just said that the why is more like a need, I think. Like I said, I could find out tomorrow that there's nothing, that there's absolutely nothing, here or in the universe keeping us together, some higher being. I could find out tomorrow that there's nothing and I would have to accept it. And I'm more than willing to accept it. I would like to believe that there's something out there.
For comfort.
Yeah, pretty much.
What comfort does it bring you?
Well, it's like I still pray. It brings me comfort, even though I know that it's probably not going to get answered. But the thought of somebody out there trying to kind of help us, it's comforting because we need all the help we can get on this planet. So there may not be anything, and I may just be looking at the hits and not looking at the misses, which I do a lot, but that's just kind of where I am.
Ken, well, I think you've already answered that question. Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
I mean, yeah, it does matter because I want it. I want it. I want there to be a God. I want there to be something out there. But, if there's not, I mean, it's going to suck, but I'm just going to have to accept it.
Why do you want it?
Like I said, it's just the comfort. It sucks to think that we're just floating out here on this rock and there's nobody really helping us out, which, to be honest, even if there is a God, he really hasn't helped out that much.
Right.
So what I'm...
I was going to ask one more question. Is there any explanation or reason he could give for his absence that would satisfy you?
I mean, probably not. It's one of those things that he would probably say the one thing that I've been hearing my entire life. I work in mysterious ways. It was to help you grow. And those explanations don't work for me anymore. And so there probably wouldn't be unless, he says something that only God could say, because man has been telling me for decades that God works in mysterious ways and it's for your greater good and for your growth. And it just gets on my nerves.
I hear that. Go ahead, Kat.
So I was going to say, what I'm hearing is that, it is comforting to you to think that there is something there watching out for us, or that cares about us.
Right.
And even if there isn't, that doesn't matter that much, because just you having the idea that there is what brings you the comfort.
Right.
Not it actually existing.
Right.
Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
I mean, if like what you just said, if it brings me comfort to just believe that there is one, even if there's not, then I guess not. I would still hope, even if it's kind of complicated. Even if I found out that there wasn't one, I'm still going to kind of hope that there is and that people are wrong, because it does bring me comfort. And it's not a passing away thing. It's not, because to be honest with you, and I'm going to get a little personal, peace sounds like oblivion, like being in nothing, not feeling anything, like before your birth, sounds amazing to me, because I'm just tired. I'm tired of the world. So living for eternity, you know, and in heaven, that could be great and all. But at the same time, I'm tired of living now. So I don't want, so it's, my comfort is not about me passing away. It's a comfort here now in the present. And I'm sorry if I'm rambling. I apologize.
No, that was a
No.
fair answer.
You've done a really good job of like answering a bunch of the questions that we normally ask before we ask them. That's why we're like sitting. That's why there's some quiet.
You kind of came up already questioning your belief. You basically started with a belief that you've already questioned your way out of, and you're even questioning that question. So I think you've been exemplary. Thank you, Stormy, so much for answering the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate it. And I think that y'all are awesome. And I love the energy in here. So y'all have a fabulous day.
Thank you. You too. And I might question you on what energy means next time. But thank you, Stormy.
Oh, that sounds
Appreciate
great.
you.
Look forward to it.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
W's for Stormy. So refreshing to hear someone actually question and, I mean, do most of it unprompted on their own. It was amazing.
She was wonderful. Tyler just brought me a 2.5 foot tall monkey wrench that he found.
Yeah. I probably got one of those in the studio.
He thinks it's 3 feet. I'm wrong, apparently.
You're both under 6 feet. You can't be trusted with your judgments on sizes of things. Dale says, what do you win? Self-reflection. The joy of knowing that you are not dogmatically fixed in a belief system that tells you what to do and how to think, rather than thinking for yourself. It's a big W. Oh, yeah. Yeah, chalk and cheese is just trying to start arguments. Can't be mistaken. Dogmatic certainty. Not a big fan of dogmatic certainty, but you know, that's what you're doing. Hello, Doski.
Okay, first of all, I just have something to get off my chest. I was kind of scared to come up here because it's kind of, I don't know, sketchy. But
Sketchy. You're off to a great start by complimenting the host.
okay,
So, can I get your age for TikTok
Is that how you
TOS?
speak?
This is how I speak.
Now I'm 20. I'm 22.
22. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I believe in the one true God that created all of us.
And which one true god that created all of us is that?
Well, there can only be one. So there's one that I can only be referring to, the one that's above everything. It doesn't matter what name you
You said
give
there
him,
can
but
only
I'm
be
just
one.
saying there is.
And we can only
Yeah,
give it.
exactly.
It doesn't matter what name we give it. We could call it Connor McLeod or Duncan.
Yeah, I mean some. Okay. Actually, no, you can't call it Connor McLeod. Some people call.
You said there could only be
the
one.
True creator. Yeah, some people call the one true creator God. Some people call the one true creator Allah. Some people call the one true creator Yeshua.
We can't call it Connor McLeod or Duncan McLeod.
No.
Good, because that's confusing. I still don't know which one's really the Highlander if there can only be one. So then you can call it Yeshua. You said.
I said some people call Yeshua. Some people call it God. Some people call it Jehovah. Some people call it Allah. Some people call it the creator.
So just
you know.
the Abrahamic God, just the one from the Bible and its fan fictions.
The Abrahamic God is the perfect description. Yes, the Abrahamic God.
That's the God that you believe created everything. The one that spoke to Abraham and told him to take his son on the mountain.
Sorry.
The God that spoke to Abraham and told him to take his son up the mountain. That's the God you believe created everything.
Yes.
Why do you believe that God created everything?
That God or Abraham's God?
Abraham's God.
Okay. I feel like all of us as we grow up, we have questions. Some people are born into religions, others are born into, like, we're all born from different backgrounds, but we all have the same question of, like, where did this come from? Is there a higher power and everything like that, right? And over time, to me at least, that's just the one that makes the most sense out of everything that I've come across.
So out of everything you've come across, the Abrahamic God just makes the most sense. Which version of the Abrahamic
Yes, because...
God?
Which version?
Yeah, do you prefer the Allah flavored one or the Jesus one, or do you like Yahweh original?
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to. That's the thing. Like, over time, it's just a natural human thing that as time goes, things get changed, some things get removed, some things get added, some things get exaggerated, right? But if you look at the overall message, it's that God spoke to certain people, not just anyone. He spoke to certain people. Why he spoke to them? Because they displayed a level of self-control that most people don't.
So
right?
you're saying that
a
God
level of
speaks to these people. He spoke to Abraham.
Yeah, he reveals
Jesus
himself to them in a different way compared to everyone else.
You believe he spoke to Muhammad? Did he speak to Baha'u'llah?
Did he speak to who?
Baha'u'llah.
Who's Baha'u'llah?
Baha'u'llah said that God spoke to him and that he was the next prophet after Muhammad.
Yeah, like I said, okay, so the thing about the claim that Muhammad makes is that he is the last. He is the seal of the prophets. So
the seal of the
Muslims
prophets,
don't believe that there's a...
So Baha'u'llah claims that he is a new cycle. Muhammad put a seal on that cycle of prophets, and that he begins a new cycle.
Well, that doesn't align with what Muhammad said. So
What did Muhammad
I don't
say?
believe that he is the last prophet, the final
Did
prophet.
he say he's the last,
The
or
seal
that
of...
he's the seal of the prophets? What is a seal?
He is the seal of the prophets. A seal
Why do you
meaning
care
there
what
won't really
Muhammad
be
said?
another one after.
Because he's a Muslim, but he was afraid to say it till just now.
Mm-hmm.
Dusky, what is a seal?
A seal is something that closes.
Something that closes.
Exactly. It seals
Is it
closes
only,
it.
Is it only something that closes? Can it be used for anything else? Is there any other purpose for a seal? Any other definition?
I mean, it seems as if you have another definition, so you could just say it, you know?
If I say this has my seal of approval, does that mean it has my closure of approval? I've closed my approval.
Okay, but if Muhammad says that he is the final prophet, then
Did he say
is the
final, or
prophet.
did he say he's the seal of the prophets?
I'm not sure if he said final or seal. I don't know.
So if he didn't say final, if he only said seal, does that mean there will never be any prophets, or could that mean that he is?
No, it doesn't mean that there will never be any prophets, because we're expecting. Well, the scripture says that Jesus is to come back, so it's not like he's the last one. It's just he's the last
Jesus
one up
will
until
come
Jesus
back.
comes back.
Oh, well, what if the
that's what
one
the scripture
that I
says.
mentioned, the one I mentioned, Baha'u'llah said he is Jesus come back?
Well, he didn't fulfill any of the descriptions of
How do you
what
know
will
that?
happen when he comes back,
How do you
because
know
there
that?
is a literal description of things that will happen when Jesus comes back, and there will be signs, and he never fulfilled any of the signs.
How do you know that?
Because it is in the scripture.
Which signs?
Okay, for example, there will be a great war.
There haven't been any great
Israel.
wars.
Huh?
There haven't been any great wars.
No, there have been great wars, but I'm saying that he will appear when these things happen, right?
Yeah.
He will appear when it's not just one thing; it's multiple
So a
things.
great war's
So I
happening,
have to.
and then what else?
Okay, there will be a great war. Number one, first of all, the Antichrist will have to appear, who is the person claiming to be Jesus, and this
Is that what it
person will
says?
actually deceive, and this person
Does
will
it-
actually deceive the whole world.
I'm sorry, does it
Right,
say
or most
that
of
the
the world?
Antichrist will claim to be Jesus?
Or he will claim to be Jesus, then he will claim to be God.
Where does it say that?
You know, that's why he's called the Antichrist.
Where does it say that?
Okay, so
Yeah, where does it say the Antichrist will claim to be Jesus and God?
Let me just pull it up for you.
You could just answer me. Like, is there a chapter and a verse of a particular?
It's
one
not
of the
like I
books?
have the whole Bible. It's not like I have the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran memorized in my head. I'm not a
Right.
supercomputer, you know. So
That's
I have to
fine.
pull up the verses.
So you can pull up the verses and just let me know what those verses are. I'd be happy to read them. And while he's looking that up, appreciate everybody tapping this screen, getting us up to 216,000 likes. That's really amazing. You guys are amazing. Can I say amazing one more time? Y'all are really amazing. Thank you all for tapping the screen and for sharing the live. Wow, it looks like over 200 times. That's amazing too. Y'all just impress me every time I look at one of those numbers.
The monkey wrench is 3 feet long. Tyler wanted everybody to know he got the tape measure and measured it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so 2 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians.
2 Thessalonians.
Verse 3 to 4. Yeah, Second Thessalonians 2, 3 to 4 says, the man of lawlessness exalts himself above all that is called God or is worshipped, so that he seeks
Exalts himself above.
proclaiming himself to be God. Daniel 11:36, he shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every God.
You just read one and you're jumping quickly to another one. Can you slow down? What was that first one? Thessalonians.
Thessalonians.
Okay. And what was it? What chapter, what verse?
2 Thessalonians 3 to 4.
3 to 4. Chapter 3. Verse 4.
I think it's chapter 2. No, chapter 2, verse 3 to 4.
Chapter 2. So 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. So you... Okay, I see what you're saying here. You're saying, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he is God, or he as God sitteth in the temple of God, shewing himself that he is God. So you're saying that that would happen before Jesus would return. So before Baha'u'llah could say he was. And you don't see that anybody could interpret anybody as having done that before, say, the 1840s.
Nope. No. No one has done that. No.
You know that nobody has done that. You didn't even know who Baha'u'llah was.
Well, he knows
Because
everything
it
because
because it specifies and it says temple of God, and this
which is
temple
the
of God
temple of
is in
God?
Israel.
It has to
Which
be
is
that
in
temple
Israel,
of God.
right? It's the one in Israel.
Are you saying?
Is it in Israel?
Are you saying it has to be that
Because
temple of God?
because that's the one that they refer to when they say the temple of God in the Bible. That's the one that they usually refer to. So, you know, it's just being consistent with the scripture.
So to be consistent with Scripture, you're saying that that is the temple in Israel that was to be destroyed, right? The one that was destroyed.
Yeah, and it will be rebuilt.
Oh, I see. And so it's going to be rebuilt
Mm-hmm.
by an
And that's also another
Antichrist.
thing that has to happen. And that's also another thing that has to happen before Jesus shows up. The temple has to be rebuilt also.
And how do you know that these aren't, like many things interpreted in the Bible, figurative?
They could be, they could not be. At the end of the day, it's just about what you believe in, right? And like I
So
said, I
then we're
believe in this
asking...
because it makes...
Okay, so you believe then in this. You said because it makes logical sense, and we'll get to that in a moment, but you believe that Muhammad was the last messenger of this God that you believe is the true God. Why?
Yes. Because he satisfies...
What does Muhammad
He
satisfy?
satisfies what a prophet is described to be. He satisfies that. And
He satisfies what a prophet is described to be by whom? Who describes what a prophet is to be?
So like we said, I believe in the God of Abraham. So
Why?
how the belief goes is that, yes, I'm explaining. So how the belief goes is that God speaks to the rest of humanity through a prophet. So a prophet is a messenger of God, right? So he reveals how he reveals revelations through the prophet.
He reveals revelations through prophets. Can you tell me
English is
described?
English is my first language, right?
Then
So
can you,
I'm just
okay. Can you tell me who described what a prophet should be and how Muhammad fulfilled it?
okay. So, like I said, God speaks to the prophets. I mean, God speaks to us through the prophets. So the reason why I say I believe Muhammad was a prophet is because of the Quran. Because the Quran itself is said to be the direct word of God. And if he makes a claim like that, then you have to be able to prove something like that, right? And if you look at some of the things that are in the Quran, some of the things that are prophesied, that have come true, some of the scientific things that are mentioned in the Quran that weren't supposed to be known during the time, then one might come to the conclusion that this might be true.
I see.
You know?
So what was the question that I asked you?
The question that you asked is, why do I believe Muhammad is a prophet of God?
That wasn't the direct question that I was asking. You said because he fulfills the requirements of what a prophet should be, and I asked you who described what the requirements of a prophet should be.
If someone is claiming to be a messenger of God, then they actually have to show that they're really getting messages from God, right? So, for example, Moses, when he parted the sea, if we believe that to be true, right? He showed a miracle that, okay, this person might be.
You're just kind of going on a rambling session again like you did before, which is going to lead us back to me asking you what the question is and you telling me some other question that I'd already asked you a while ago.
Okay, number one,
rather than
miracles,
do that,
right?
Okay, so now you're doing this rude thing where you're going to talk over me, and I'm going to just mute you because I'm not here for that. So really quickly, if you can hold your patience there, I got to thank Shell for the rising key. Thank you so much, Shell. Also, thank you, Shell, Heather's Descent, Shannon, Kat DeWitch, Dash, Danny Grax, and Katie for helping with the goal, because you guys are amazing. I really appreciate all of you. I might have a question here, but I'm going to let Kat jump in. Oh, I thought I heard Kat jumping in. Okay. So the question, Dosky, was who described what requirements there are of a prophet, or what it takes to be a prophet. And your answer kind of sounded like you decide. Is that what I'm hearing? You decide what makes a prophet?
Like I said, how you determine, you just have to look at what the prophets did.
I didn't say how you determine.
Performed miracles.
But I didn't say
right?
how do you determine.
That's how you determine.
I didn't say how do you determine. What question did I ask?
There is no answer because there is no description for of what describes what a prophet is, but you can see the signs. If a person is performing miracles, then you must ask yourself a question, and they're claiming to be a messenger of God. You have to ask yourself a question. Is it true?
So you're saying
through their actions.
You're saying that you saw Muhammad performing miracles. You said if you see a person performing miracles, how is the Quran a miracle?
Okay, it is the direct word of God. And
what is a miracle?
Something that can't be explained scientifically.
A miracle is something that can't be explained scientifically.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying if something happens and science can't explain it in any way whatsoever, then it will therefore be a miracle, not something just science hasn't figured out yet.
Well, we've advanced as humans. So during the time when these scriptures were coming out, right?
Back then,
if someone does something that is out of the ordinary, right? For example, turning water into wine or walking on water, you know, that's considered a miracle. Or raising someone from the dead, that's considered a miracle.
Would at that time anything unexplained by science be a miracle? Is that what you're saying? So would the Maillard reaction be a miracle? The browning of meat over heat.
Well, you just explained how it happened.
Right.
So no, it's not a miracle.
The actual chemical reaction that happens in there, if it's explained by science only later.
No, that's not a miracle. Raising, like
Why
I
is
gave
it not
examples.
a miracle?
I said raising someone from the dead, walking on water. I gave examples of what I think a miracle
where
is.
do you have examples?
But I feel like you're trying to corner me into some way that I'm not trying to go into.
I'm not trying to corner you into anything, Dosky. Let me just make sure that you don't feel cornered. Can you read the prompt on the screen?
Okay.
Out loud for
Yeah,
the
I've read
rest
it.
of the class. Can you read it out loud for
What
the
is
rest
your
of the
belief?
class?
For the rest of the class, I feel like everybody can read, but for the sake of just moving on, what is your belief? What do you believe?
Okay, so you're missing the big question. There's a big question on the screen. Do you see the big question?
Can you question your beliefs?
Very good. And when you read that question, what does that mean to you?
Gee, I'm not here for an English lesson, bro. Like, let's just get into whatever it is.
I'm not here to give you an English lesson. How fortuitous that neither
Exactly.
of us are
So
here
let's
for an
not get
English
into
lesson.
one.
Okay, so
let's not get into one then.
What does it mean to you when you hear the question? Can you question your beliefs?
Just means questioning whether what you might believe is not true.
Is that something you
might not
feel
be
like?
true.
Is that something you feel like you can do?
I'm willing to entertain it.
You say you're willing to entertain it just now. Just now you're willing to entertain it now. Willing to entertain that you can question your beliefs. Now. After all the questions. So you see, I'm not trying to trap you in a corner, Doski. I'm trying to point out that you disrespectfully assumed that this is some kind of debate or argument or, I don't know, personal platform for you to just profess. But we're trying to see if you can question your beliefs. That's what my questions are painting you into, is to see if you can. And so far, all the paint is landing on the walls. You can't really question much of anything, can you?
Well, when you're so sure of something, then, hey, shit, what can I say? It's hard to question it.
I see. So when you're so sure... Go ahead, Kat.
Okay. I'm sorry. Why are you so sure of this?
Like I said, because from everything that I've come across, it's the only thing that makes sense.
From everything that you've come across in your long 22 years.
Yeah, I never said long 22 years. That's what you said.
Right. What I'm saying is there a possibility that maybe you might come across things that are more true or make more sense?
Yeah, I haven't come across to it to this day, so...
So, again, in that long 22 years, only probably half of which you've actually spent interested and engaged in looking or having this discussion, half of just being very generous, you haven't come across anything. So you can't possibly, it's not possible that you could ever come across something that makes more sense, ever.
I don't think there's something that makes more sense than there is one creator that created everything, and everything comes from that one source that depends on nothing apart from itself, because it's...
No, he's just going to turn it into a preach. Yeah. Did you hear her question, or did you just hear the make sense part and decide to monologue off that?
No, I was just describing what I believe in so that you understand what it is, because...
Oh, we understand what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yes, I don't think I can... I mean, unless... I don't think... I'm just being honest here. I don't think I'll come across anything that makes more sense than that. But if it does, then maybe. Never say never, but I heavily doubt it.
Why?
Because the alternatives just... Okay, unless you're willing to, like, give me another way or what you believe. Okay, what do you believe in?
It doesn't matter what I believe in. It literally doesn't fucking matter what I believe in.
Give me something to debate with and argue with, so that I can debate you and argue, so that you can see that...
No, I'm not even trying to... I just want to know what you believe in.
Really quickly, Domsky, I'm just gonna...
Of it?
Yeah. I'm going to speak past you for just a moment because I'll lose the list otherwise. I got to thank KD. Also got to thank Shannon so much. Thank you. Thank you, Danny Grax, of course. And pretty sure there was also a Cat DeWitch in there to thank. So thank you guys so much. Oh, and Shell. How can I forget Shell and Heather's Descent? Thank you guys so much. Appreciate y'all.
What's the utility of asking any of our beliefs?
Because I was saying I haven't really come across anything that can, so I was just asking, what
Well,
do
I
you believe
promise
in?
you, what
And
I believe
maybe,
is not going to make more sense to you.
Same.
So it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is like, why do you think that you have like somehow gained all the meaningful and useful information about the nature of reality that you're ever going to gain?
I didn't say that I've gained all the useful information about the nature of reality, but when it comes to just asking the question of who or what created this, and I come to there can only be one thing that created this. I don't think there's more to that.
I don't think this is going anywhere.
No, it definitely isn't going anywhere. Dusky, if you were to discover that there was no reason to believe that your God existed or that your book was true, that there was no God of any kind, would it change the way you live your life?
That's I think so. I think so.
How? How would you change?
Well, I can't really say. Like that's a hypothetical. I can't.
It is a
predict
hypothetical,
things
which
that
means
haven't happened.
your answer can't be held over your head. That's absolutely hypothetical. So it's how you're just imagining what your first day of godlessness would be. What do you think would change about your life?
Well, definitely I wouldn't pray anymore because who am I praying to? That would be the first thing.
5 times a day, that's a lot of praying.
I mean, it's literally 5 times a day. Every prayer takes 50. It takes 5 to 10 minutes. It's literally just an hour of your day from 24 hours just to say thank you to your creator. So it's not that much.
Of course. Of course. Just an hour of every day to say thank you to a creator that gave you the life. I can understand how you feel this the simplicity to it. But I also would wonder why the God would want you to spend any time that it gave you turning around and devoting anything to it. Like, what does it gain from that?
Yeah, that's the thing. God doesn't gain anything from us. We need God more than God needs us.
So then
Because
why, if God doesn't gain anything from the praying 5 times a day, why is it required?
Because we need it.
It's required for us. How is it required for us?
Yeah. Okay. So we were talking about like in a world where, for example, there was no God, right? I would assume that world would fall into chaos.
Why?
Because people don't have to be held back in terms of like morally speaking. Their morality will be questioned. Like a lot of people will start doing very questionable
think
stuff
that? Do you
just
really
because
think
they
that?
don't have.
Do you think that people
Yes.
don't do questionable things already?
Yes, they do, but then there's a good amount of God-fearing people that wouldn't cross certain lines.
You think that they only stop because they fear God? That they couldn't,
Yes.
if there were no God promised, no eternal reward, no eternal afterlife, if all you were promised was, if all you were promised was this life, this existence, then wouldn't you want to value this life, this existence, and hold on to it for as long as possible? Wouldn't it make sense
Okay, I get
to
that, but
avoid
if
consequences of the immoral actions?
yeah, but if your immoral actions have no consequences, then what's the point? Like you just said, there is no afterlife. It's just this
I'm
one
sorry.
thing, and there's no consequence.
Right. Consequences in this life still exist, and this life being the only one you know, wouldn't you want to avoid those consequences in this life? Wouldn't you want to avoid a lengthy prison sentence or an unalivement penalty? And the ostracization of your family and friends, like, wouldn't you want to avoid those sort of social downturns in the one life that you know you get?
I mean, that's one way to look at it, and some people would behave in that way, and then there's always gonna be the people that it's one life, nothing matters, nothing that I do matters, and they're gonna behave the other way.
And there's always going to be
So
those people that believe that there's this afterlife, this God, and I can do whatever I want here. You see how it sounds the same? It's there'll always be people who do what they want, and then there'll be people who recognize consequences. Some need it, you think. For some reason, you think people need those. Every time I begin to speak at a certain point, you
yeah,
start
the
doing
reason
this
why I think people need those.
interruption thing. And so that's, yeah, I think that's what happens. So, is the sound you make when you stop listening. Okay. Well, now that I recognize that, I think that puts this entire conversation in a new context. I'm ready to move on. Yeah, that deliberate in the middle of me talking, like into the mic as hard as he could. The first couple times I thought maybe he's actually just listening intently. This is, no, that was deliberate.
What do you mean? Is never dismissive.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not into the whole disingenuous. I don't know. It was still competitive. Even then, even when it seemed like he might actually understand where we were going with the questioning, still seemed like he had to score points and win. There's no winning by interrupting and being rude.
I can't wait to do that to you in Discord all the time.
I know.
Fascinating.
Fascinating.
Oh, that is a good one.
Oh my. Before I lose this list, thank you so much to Dash and Cat DeWitch for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. I really do appreciate you. And I think we might.
Short list, you couldn't remember that one, Grandpa?
Well, the list goes away sometimes, and yeah, I could forget. I think we've got a couple of requests, and who knows, one of them might not be a ghost. I took two at once. Let's see what happens.
God damn, you hate us.
Absolutely nothing.
What was I doing? I'm already looking at this like painting, like what the fuck have I been doing? There's just like half painted boxes.
What would happen if I just took everybody in the requests up all at once?
Do it. You won't. He did.
It helps that they're almost all of them friendlies, and some of them probably didn't mean to request up.
Oh, dude, they are all friendlies, aren't they? Okay. Never mind.
This was the whole queue, though. I don't know who to greet first, but it's good to see you, Squiggles. Welcome up. Did you mean to request up? Yep, that's how you can tell Squiggles didn't mean to be here.
I would say she hasn't been on panel in a long time.
She hasn't. We talk to her in the Discord all the time, but yeah, not on the panel. Azure Arsonist, did you mean to be here?
Yeah, I did. I had a question for you because I honestly hoped we were going to get to the. Yeah, I hoped we were going to get there by this point. But if I can't ask you, I can just dip.
No, you can ask your question.
Okay. Because I remember the ghost conversation we had a while ago. And I don't remember if I got an answer because I wanted to ask you, and this can go for everyone else on the panel too, for Kat and Morgan. But if you were a ghost, what kind of ghost do you think you like? What would you want to be? But what do you think also that you would realistically be?
I was talking to Tyler about this like 2 days ago. Like this conversation that we had.
I mean, a lot of people pick the sheet ghost. If I'm limited, would I rather be just soft, easy on the eyes, or would I rather be ghoulish and horrifying?
Ghoulish and horrifying, definitely.
It really feels like it's going to depend on the day. Maybe, I mean, I would love the option to be both. To be like, really, I'm ghoulish and terrifying, but I can.
Well, what if you had a sheet on and then you could like take it off?
Yeah, I could put
I
on the sheet.
want something like the Maitlands in Beetlejuice.
Interesting.
I'd be a sheet ghost all the time, but I'd have like little eye holes and like little feet with Doc Martens on them.
Oh, that's so cute. You would be on like an Etsy like art print.
Yeah, that's what I would be. I would be like that all the time. And I was talking to my partner about the conversation we had, the sheep ghost versus realistic horrifying ghost. Like I was talking to him about it a couple days ago. Because I said I wanted to be a sheet ghost.
I imagine all the little frogs around you would also be little sheet ghosts. But instead of making the koki sound, they'd just go boo, boo.
Oh my god. I think a really good description of Thrayle, though, is like the ghoulish, horrifying ghost with the sheep over him when he wants. That's like perfect.
Maybe sometimes he wants to be friendly and approachable, and sometimes he wants to be scary.
That's how I feel.
Today he's ghoulish and horrifying for sure.
I might be ghoulish and horrifying too. At least according to a few of our guests, and whichever one took the time to report me for asking questions. Yeah, at least to them, I definitely am ghoulish and terrifying.
Can I ask a second question if that's okay?
Sorry, Azure.
Nope, sorry.
What was your question, Azure?
I wanted to ask, do you think that ethical frameworks need some sort of like metaphysical backing, or is it more just people want the certainty of like a metaphysical truth to back up their ethics?
That's a tough question. So, because I do think people want justification, and they feel that absent a God, absent a God, they need some kind of meta-ethical framework. But I know everyone doesn't feel that way. There are people that understand that, or at least believe that their morality and their ethics are all formed on their own opinions.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
there's
was just
also
asking.
those that believe their morality and ethics are solely driven by their belief. And if they didn't have the belief, they wouldn't have that morality or ethics.
Yeah, that was kind of what the previous guest alluded to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I noticed that. I was just asking because I think, especially, I've been like comparing the way like spaces in the West that tend to be dominated by like Abrahamic faiths and all their offshoots tend to talk about like philosophy or just spirituality in general compared to how I've seen it done in a lot of Buddhist spaces. And a lot of the times the questions that are being asked and that are being argued on are very different in the spaces. And I noticed that when it comes to a lot of people who come from Abrahamic backgrounds, it's that kind of focus on like the metaphysical truth or the metaphysical justification or something outwardly that is kind of giving ethics in a top-down sense. And in Buddhist thought, a lot of that is relational and contextual.
Yeah, I think most of, at least I've had a similar experience with atheists, former Christians, former theist believers do tend to want to apply some kind of top-down metric to right and wrong, good and bad. And yeah, personally I find that strange, but I think they're applying what they assume they need in order for their morality to be the morality, the just one, the right one.
That makes sense. Well, those were all the questions I had for you. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know there's other people on the panel.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Azure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Oh, wait, one last question. For the Discord, I do want to join, but it's not so much to talk about my own belief, but I'm working on a creative project and I'm kind of building a cosmology for it, and I really like the way you ask questions, and especially the way Kat asks questions. I was wondering if I could talk about that there, if that would be appropriate or not, because I think y'all would be really interesting, like, stress test for world building, if that's okay.
My favorite.
That is exactly the kind of thing we like to do there.
Oh, okay. That makes me excited.
Also, thank you. That is
Yeah, Azure.
such a lovely compliment.
I think you'd have a lot of fun and you'd fit in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. You know how to find your way.
I'm a little sleepy. Can you drop me, please?
Yes, I appreciate you, Azure.
Thank you.
Thank you. W's for Azure. Great questions. And of course, Azure, if you want to find us in the Discord, the link tree's in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one takes you there. And make sure you read the rules when you get there, otherwise it looks all barren and empty. But if you agree to them, then you find out you're not alone. We also have Sue and Southern joining us. I don't know if both of them meant to or either meant to join us. Southern, did you mean to join us?
Well, I do have a question, and this old woman accidentally hit it. My phone's so sensitive, but I do have you had asked that one guy about if he found out for sure that God did not exist, would it change his way of life? And I thought that was, I really thought about that. And yes, it probably would me.
How would it change your life, Southern?
Well, this is going to sound so terrible, but I would do unto the others as they do unto me. I wouldn't hesitate. And that's just the truth. I mean, I really thought about that, and I thought, boy, you talk about, hey, this good girl go bad.
You say you would do unto others as they do unto you. You would seek
Yeah,
revenge.
if they treat me, you know, the world today, if somebody disrespects you and then you disrespect them back, then somebody's calling the law or some bull crap. It's so one-sided about who can do what to somebody, and if I just punch a lot of people probably.
So you would limit your responses to, you said punching people. You feel that you would want to reciprocate everything that someone does to you?
Mostly, yes. I mean, it would depend on what it was. I've had people do some really bad things to me, and I've had to walk away from it because I didn't want to suffer the consequences, and I knew it'd be me probably go to jail, and I'm just too old for jail.
Well, and like you say there, it'd be you going to jail. Do you think maybe that things like that, like worldly consequences, could stop you from some of those retaliations, knowing that you'd go to jail?
I don't know, because to me it'd kind of be like going back to the old West or something. There was law back then, but you could kind of outrun the law.
Right. And to be clear, most of those men running from the law back then, do you think they were men who believed in a God?
I think maybe they believed in something other than themselves, but they also believed in the law of the land, the way the land, people was. They didn't take no crap.
Do you think that God stops people from retaliating in ways that they would anyways?
I think my conscience, whether it be the man upstairs or not, I think my conscience does sometimes, because I'm scared that if I ever do let go, and I've had it happen to me in the past, and it did not turn out good. Once I let go, it's kind of like it's an extreme with me. I lose control, and I think that holds me back a lot of times, because I'm 68, but I'm still learning how to deal with confrontation sometimes with people, because people can be very, very abusive and think it's okay for them to be that way, but then if you give them a little bit of it back, kind of an example earlier when you were asking some questions, they automatically took it as confrontational from you. It's like some people think they can go there, but when you go back there, it's wrong. And I think if I knew that I did not have to suffer my consequences, I'd show people what I could do.
Yeah. That's a little different than just a God not existing, though, right? I mean,
you think?
You'd still have consequences in this world, right? Everybody'd see you react that way. People.
We want to be sneakier about it.
Okay. So if you're sneaky enough and get away with it, then...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get off your topics.
No, it's okay. You're doing all right, Southern. You think that if you're sneaky about it and get away from worldly consequences, that you'd just do whatever you wanted?
Well, not whatever I wanted. I would just get a little of my own justice. I wouldn't go around just being mean to people. That's not what I do, because that's not who I am.
Would it be justice for past wrongs or just in the moment?
In the moment.
Interesting.
So not a vigilante. You're not going to
No, but
Batman up every night.
You know, if I can give an example, like, you know, all right, today I'm going out and meeting a bunch of friends and stuff, and we usually go and play pool and have a few drinks. But there's a few people there who kind of like to just push me and see how far they can go with me. And it's sometimes I don't want to hold back. I just want to lose my crap on them, you know, and just show them what, you know, because there are people who do that to you. They push you in a corner. And then when you come out, they want to scream they're the victim. And
you've met my ex-mother-in-law?
I've had a couple of mother-in-laws. I know how they can be.
I miss the South so much.
But I mean, does that not make sense to y'all? I mean, because I find today, in the world today, that when I stand up for myself, people say I'm being confrontational, I'm unapproachable, and I'm not a good person. And I think that's bull crap, you know, because they approached me and they were confrontational to me first. And I get that a lot today, y'all. And sometimes I want to just lose my crap on them and show them just how confrontational I can be.
I can understand that. Do you think that it's God preventing you from doing that? Or is it you recognizing you're going to face some consequences here?
I want to believe because of him and my beliefs that that's what gives me the strength to hold back. But sometimes I just want to question that and say the heck with it and throw it out the door and just, you know, do what would make me feel good for a change. Because some people just can't take no for an answer.
So that's what you think would happen if there was no God. You would.
If I didn't think I had to suffer the consequences, yeah, I would probably go rogue sometimes.
Do you think that you would be free from consequences just because there was no God?
No. I would try to avoid those consequences if I'd done that, you know.
Why do God's consequences seem more threatening than earthly consequences, right? Because like God's consequences are like unknown and in the future, whereas Earth's consequences are like immediate and very like very known and felt.
Accessible at the very least.
Are you asking me, honey?
Yes.
Well, the earthly, look, I probably shouldn't tell this on myself, but I have been in jail in the past, and I didn't like it. And that might be one thing that holds me back, is because I know, like here a while back, I got in a good friend of mine. We've been friends for years, but she got very confrontational with me at her job where there were cameras and stuff, and she kept putting her hands on me, and I kept trying to walk away because I knew the minute I stood up for myself and pushed back, the law would be called and I would go to jail. And I heard those doors clanging, and I didn't want that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people will push you because they know that, you know, there are consequences, and they use that against you. And that it makes me angry sometimes. Did that answer your question, Kat?
I don't know if it really. I mean, kind of. So it isn't necessarily that like God's consequences are scarier than the earthly consequences. It's that the earthly consequences are scary enough.
Well, somebody told me, okay, maybe this will answer it. This is kind of how I think about it. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Right.
And I'd worry about God later.
That's very
Does
Southern
that,
philosophy of you.
I'm
Which
sorry.
is no, it is not bad, and I'm not saying that to
No, I love the
insult
South.
you.
But I mean, that's kind of how I would be with God. I would have to worry about the consequences here on earth right now. But if I'd done something like that, and I'd try to maneuver around that, but I'd always ask for forgiveness later. and he's supposed to be a very forgiving God. So
So hopefully,
yeah.
I also did not like jail. You're not alone in that. Don't worry.
No, it's no fun. But anyway, that was just, I thought that was a really great question that you asked that guy. And it really got me to thinking, wow, yeah. It's a good thing probably that I still believe that there is one, because that probably keeps me out of trouble.
Do you think it's the only thing keeping you out of trouble? It sounds to me like you've recognized worldly consequences here. You said, you don't want to go to jail.
Well, I also want to be a good person too. I am a good person. I mean, I shouldn't have to prove that to people, but yeah, I think it's because I do want it to be the other way. I want people to just get along, and that's not going to be possible. And, that's not going to happen. I am going to run into these confrontational people and people who love to push my buttons. But sometimes I would like to use one or two of them for an example, and maybe other people would leave me alone. Because I do want to basically be a good person. I think that people should treat each other with respect. That's all I want. That's all I ask for is respect. It's okay to disagree. I mean, I don't understand why people can't get that.
By the way.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, Southern.
I do, y'all too, and I won't take no more of your time. I just...
Well, thank you for coming up and sharing your thoughts on that with us. I think that you displayed, even in your answers, that you, absent a God, would still choose to be a good person for the most part. You wouldn't take no guff if especially you could get away with it, but you definitely still try to treat people with respect because that seems to be more important to you.
It is.
I wonder if it's more important to you than what this God tells you to do.
I find in a lot of, well, most cases, yes, it is. I see. That's all I want from anybody. You don't have to love me. You don't have to be. You can sit at the same table with me, but I expect you to respect me. If I think we should all respect each other. And give each other respect. I think respect is given to be earned. I truly believe that. I think you have to start out with that in order to receive it back. But there are some people, man, that just can't. They don't get that. They don't get, they just don't get that it's okay to be okay around other people and let them have their thoughts and their values and even though we might question it, but we give them that, and why can't we debate this stuff like y'all do? This is why I love this y'all's place here, is because y'all sit and talk about that. And I know some people that come on here get confrontational, but y'all are so nice and so okay to talk to. You're non-judgmental, and I love that about this place. Why can't people just do that?
I wish I had the answers, Southern. I wondered the same thing before I decided to just start doing it.
Well, I'm glad you started doing this. I look forward to it every morning.
Well, I appreciate you. I look forward to it too, every day.
I'll leave y'all, and thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Southern. I hope you keep asking questions, and you know if you find more firm answers, I'm going to want to ask about those. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. W's for Southern style, showing us all that she can question her beliefs and do it in a very Southern style.
Very. Just like so great.
Yeah, her interview last week was wonderful. It really was. We had a very pleasant conversation. And I do need to really quickly thank Bree, Claire, Shell, Dash, Morgan, and KD for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. And good morning, Kazu. Haven't seen you in a little while.
Good morning. How are you? I'm sitting here having my coffee and my Vice here, my morning cigarette.
Your Vice, yeah.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Before I get the kids up.
Yeah, relish that moment.
It's cold out here though in the mornings, but I'm waiting for spring.
Well, it's only been a couple of weeks, but I'm going to ask anyways. You know the usual questions. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I think we've discussed me being agnostic before, but I think that I've asked myself this question a lot, even without being on this panel. I'm a stay-home mom, so all I really do is be in my own head all day. But I think that I've found something that I can hold on to. A philosophy is kind of the way of being able to grasp reality and look it in the face without losing your mind, right? Or that's kind of how I see it.
Someone might define it that way.
And I think that the most important thing and what makes me happiest is duty. And that might be lame, but I think that I am happiest and I feel I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing when I am performing my duties. Like when I feel fulfilled and I can put my head down at night if I fulfill my duties with grace, if that makes sense. That might be a very bad way of explaining it, but
Who assigns your duties?
me.
That's good.
Maybe when I say duty, I think that my duty as a mother is I have my own set of doing how to do that and how to be duty to my husband and my family and my community the best I can without cheating myself of my own thoughts as well.
Why does this make you feel like at peace or fulfilled or, like?
I think it gives me purpose. I think that my soul often spirals without a duty, I think. Or what's the saying, idle hands makes the devil's work or something. I was a single parent when I met my husband, and before that I was terrible, before I had my daughter. And the only thing that gave my soul a duty or purpose was my daughter. And that's when my life, I think, really started in a way. I don't know. I think a lot of people don't do. I find I get frustrated when I see people not fulfilling their duties correctly to their children or to their families without hesitation. I find it gross.
Mm-hmm. So it's like a sense of accountability and responsibility for the things that the people that you value and want to care for.
Yes. And I find it my duty to give people, you know, like that Southern person just said, I'm easily quick to, my tongue gets loose. But my duty is to, in my opinion, is to give people a little bit of grace before I snap or mind my business or in public. I just think I think that duty is just important. I don't know. I think that word is important to me. And that's kind of where I always end up narrowing it down to is what makes me happiest. And it's my duty, fulfilling my duties the best I can every day. And I'll have bad days, of course.
If you even on the bad days?
Never. But
no,
that's no. I think my personality is I'm very hard on myself. I carry a lot of guilt for a lot of reasons, but I think that's just my personality. But
if you're doing your best, can you do better than your best?
Everybody can, I'm sure.
But if it's your best, can you do better?
If you compare yourself to other people, maybe.
But why would you do that? Because you're not other people, you're you.
Because I'm a human being.
The point that I'm making here is if you truly did the best that you can do and are doing the best that you can do every day, then it is always good enough because it's the best that you can do.
That's what my husband tells me when I feel I'm not doing enough.
That's good. I'm glad. W husband.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's very, very stoic man, and he's very firm. If I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to do this or don't want to go do this or something, he's like, just okay, don't do it, don't go. So I don't know. He's very different from me, but it's a good opposite.
Sure.
You guys.
And yes, and he has a role of a leader in his job, so he just has that kind of presence about him that, a retaining wall, if you will. But the word duty, I think, is what I found I can hold on to best. And it might not be God's. That's a different discussion, I'm sure. But I don't have, my duties have nothing to do with a Bible duty definition of duties for women or wives or what have you. But I also have a duty to myself.
What's your duty to yourself?
Probably the duties to myself are, I have to still be Kazoo, like I still have to be me. And I often get into trouble doing that, or not trouble, but I sometimes people don't always like to hear the truth, or I say it like, I might tell you a joke, but I'll never tell you a lie kind of way of thinking. A lot of people don't like that, but I find a lot of hypocrisy in people often and easily. And I like sociology and studying, quote, deviant behavior, unquote. And I often find myself calling people out for it, but not in such a rude way that they'd catch it, but I'm not sure. My duty to myself is to, if I feel something is being done that is just gross and wrong, I'll say something about it. And maybe that's not such a great duty, but that's just the way I think about it. But the kind of person that I am, I hold a lot of guilt and anxiety. And when I start to spiral, I think that I grab onto, okay, well, what am I doing today? What do I need to do today that will keep my family and my house running? How do I stay the center of
You
the
ground
home?
yourself.
Yeah. Because
I think that you're
I think
fabulous.
women are the
and
center of the home in a way. And I've been a single mom and I've been both a stay-at-home mom. So I've lived both. And I know that women are the center of the home. So if I spiral, everybody's spiraling.
I think you're fabulous. I was listening. I wasn't up here, but I was listening last time you were on panel being questioned, and I think you're. And I've been here a couple times. I think you're fabulous. Keep it up.
Oh wow, thank you. That's a nice thing to hear in the morning. I appreciate that. I'm gonna hold on to it.
I hope so.
Compliments like that go a long way for a lot of people. So I appreciate that. I don't even remember what I said last time, but I feel myself every time I come up here. I even learn a little bit more about myself just because of the way you guys question things. Fabulous.
Absolutely fabulous.
Oh, do you remember that show?
Vaguely. I didn't watch it, but I know it existed.
My mom did.
Sweetie darling. Sweetie darling.
Fab. But yeah. That's my answer for the day. Thrayle, any questions?
Great answers, Kazoo. I think Kat covered a lot of the bases there, and I think you answered well. I wonder if Jim's got a question. I noticed he popped off mute for a second there.
I do, yeah. And because do you feel like you have a duty to be kind to yourself?
Oh, that's a great question. I do. I know that I have a duty to be kind to myself. That is actually the hardest thing to do for me. This is gross. So I fucking hate myself, dude. Like, not in a way that like I'm gonna end things or hurt myself or be weird or about it, but I think if you guys were in my head, I think you would be shocked about how behind I feel or imposter syndrome I feel. I have a home, a mortgage, 2 kids. My kids go to a nice private school, which I know. Hey, it's 7:15. Get up, babe. I know that, but I have a good husband that helps me study myself, but being kind to myself is the hardest duty that I can't always do.
Do you find that interesting?
Maybe
alarming.
I don't know if interesting is the word, but I think it's actually unfair. I think it's really unfair that I can't give myself the same duty that I would give to others. But
why is it, do you think, you struggle with giving that to yourself?
My nature, I've always felt like a failure, but I think I, for as long as I can remember that, even as an infant or early memories, is that. Okay, so the earliest memory I have, one of the very earliest memories I have, is in kindergarten. And we were having to buy, the box of crowns, the box of markers, the little box that you put them in. This is, I don't know, freaking 1999, I don't know. And I she had him put all the markers and all the crayons and all the pencils in the box and throw away the boxes that you bought them in. I felt so terrible for some reason about throwing away this box that my mom and dad have bought. It was just a cardboard box that I kissed it before I threw it in the trash because I felt so guilty, or that I was being ungrateful, but it was just the crayon cardboard box that I bought it in. Like, I've always had that sense of just guilt.
So, do you think maybe it's interesting that your ability to be kind, which was exhibited then in kindergarten, is something that
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
outward.
Can you repeat
Oh,
that?
do you think that it's interesting that your ability to be kind, which was exemplified in kindergarten, is something that you can only turn outward but not inward? And then how do you think you learned that? I think it's a common problem. I have it myself.
Uh-huh. Do you think so? You think that that how I kissed it before I threw it in the trash is kind? Is that how you would take that? Is that how you would describe that?
Yeah, I see that as kindness towards the intention of your parents.
Yeah, sure. It eludes me to be kind to myself. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Life is funny like that, huh? And my
You have a
insecurity
desire
often
to be
stems.
kind?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a desire to be kind to yourself?
Oh, absolutely. Life would be so easier if I could just say, "Hey, Anna, you're doing your duty. You're doing a good job. You're all right. You're doing good. You're okay."
Hey, Anna, since you said it, you're doing a
Oh
great
shit,
job.
I did say it. Sorry.
You're fine. You're doing a great job. You're doing your duty, and you're doing great.
You're gonna make me cry. Thank you. Appreciate that.
No, but really,
It was very nice.
great.
No, but really, yeah, like for real, I mean that. And so next time you need to tell it to yourself, just think about me telling you and say it to yourself. You can do it in my voice if you want. But you see the point I'm making.
And I did marry a man that tells me that. He's like, you seem to be on a schedule that nobody has made for you. He's like, you're not behind. There's not a written syllabus here. You constantly think you're behind or think you're not doing enough. And he doesn't understand it. And when he says it like that, I don't either, but I can't change it. Of course, medically, I mean, we can all get it on SSRI, which I have because it helps with the repetitive thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
How old are you again, Kazu?
I'm 33.
Mm-hmm.
And my oldest is 12 and my youngest is 4.
Hey, my oldest is 12 and my youngest is 6.
That's cool.
So I have another question. So, Kazu, can I ask you another question?
Absolutely.
Wait, I've just asked you a question. I'm going to ask you another question for that one. Do you think of kindness as like a scarce commodity? Does it run out? Or do you think, another way to look at it is the more you have, the more you have?
Does it run out of for me, like does one person have just an X amount? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, what's your feeling about it? Or do you
kindness?
Do you feel like, yeah, you've got a certain amount per day you can use,
Nah,
or do you think it
no,
expands?
I don't think that way. No, definitely not. It doesn't ever run out. No. And I
So
think
you
that
could-
would be a weak excuse for anybody to say as well.
Right. I mean, I imagine some people might think that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't think that, then if you've got enough, yeah, use some on yourself. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, of course it makes sense. I wish I wish to the God we're all questioning on this panel that I could do it for myself. I
Here's an
promise you
idea.
that. and
Do you think?
I'm sorry. Keep going.
Do you think that you would be able to fulfill your duties in a better, more meaningful, more productive, more
If I was kind to myself and happy with myself. Sure.
So,
but that doesn't stop
in
me
that
from
way,
doing my
right?
best.
But if you think,
But I don't
so,
think. I think I'm wired differently, Kat.
well,
I don't think I'll ever
yes.
be.
I can hear this. What I'm saying is like, do it if you're not doing it for yourself, right? If you're doing it for the people you're fulfilling these duties for, it might be easier to change those thought patterns if you don't think about it as doing it for yourself. Does that make sense?
Sure, I do. It does make sense.
Kat, I have a question for you.
Maybe I should clarify that I'm not constantly just whipping myself, but there are days, and at the end of the day, usually after 5, which I don't make decisions after 5. It's kind of a joke. But
I completely relate.
ask me this in the morning. I can't make decisions after 5.
Oh, I don't know. Ask me again tomorrow.
I mean, I give myself some slack, but I think I could definitely give myself more. It is 7:25 here. I have to make sure this girl's got her freaking uniform socks, which she's supposed to do herself, but I know she did not. So I'm gonna go find them. I appreciate you guys having me. I'm gonna do my duties today, do them well, and lay my head on the pillow at night, and knowing that I did my duties today.
Hey, and even if you miss a duty, the one that stays, the one that lingers, is to be kind to yourself, because it's the only way you're going to get to the next duty. Appreciate
well,
you.
when I come up
Enjoy
here,
your day.
when I come up here next time, I'm gonna ask you what you guys think. That I'll ask a little bit more questions. But thank you guys for having me. I hope you guys have the good rest of your guys' day.
Appreciate
Love seeing
it.
you,
You too.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Big W's
I
for
love-
Kazoo in the chat.
Love Kazoo.
I love Kazoo. I also love questions from Jim.
Right.
Aw.
You always
been a
have
while.
like the most intense thought-producing questions.
It's my curse. Kat, I was actually going to ask you, this is an interesting thing because I think, one of the things that keeps people from being kind to themselves could be that they feel like they should and they're failing at it. And so it's really tricky, Don't you think you should be kinder to yourself? And then that becomes like, I know I failed. I did it again.
Well,
I was
that's
mean to
why-
myself.
That's why I try to reframe it as like don't do it like for yourself, right? Like you're not doing it, you're doing it for those people that you love and that you have duty to, right? Because you will be better for them if you are better to yourself. Because I know that helps me. I don't know.
Well, apparently this is a measurable phenomenon in millennials that, like, because of how much things have shifted in our lifetime, the goalposts aren't even on the field anymore. And so that's a common mindset for the millennial generation to have.
Are you saying like a tornado came along and picked them up and deposited them somewhere else?
Shifted
Quite
which way?
possibly. might have crushed a witch on the way.
Maybe they went into another dimension.
What's a dimension, Thrayle?
Great question. It's actually
Vibration of energy.
One of the first guests of this live tonight was somebody who believed in the God that made things shift in and out of existence to different dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that God put our goalposts in a different dimension.
I probably just straw manned the shit out of that too, but it's only been like 8 hours.
No excuses.
8
sir.
hours
No
and almost 250,000 likes.
Right? nearly 250K. That's really amazing. Appreciate you guys for tapping the screen. Also, thank you, Morgan and Kung Pao, for the previous goal. I did see that. Thank you. And did I thank everybody for the goal before that? Because I feel like I skipped out on Bree, Claire, Shell, Dash, Morgan, and KD for the previous goal. So thank you guys. Previous. Yeah.
Thrayle, I have a question for you after I had a conversation with a physicist, my friend Don Smith in Guilford. He's a professor there. I think he's a theist. But we were talking about energy, and we're talking about energy as is spoken here. And I said, well, it's the ability to do work. And then Don said, and do you know what the definition of work is? And I'm wondering if you know the definition of work, Thrayle.
As in work from the definition of energy.
Yeah, in physics. I'll tell you, it's an exchange of energy.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. From a physicist. Yes. And he said, when you look at energy, it just ends up being nothing and everything.
That's the answer. That's it.
So you're saying that energy is the ability to exchange energy.
That's right.
Fuck.
To expend energy. I think Claire 75 has it right. I might have misremembered. To expend energy. Work is to expend energy, which is the ability of which is the definition of energy.
So energy is the ability to expend energy.
To expend energy, to...
Sounds about right.
A rabbi that's Jewish.
This is what believers do. They always get
A Jewish rabbi. A Jewish rabbi that's Jewish.
This is what they do, folks, with their beliefs and all the things they believe. Getting circular.
Does anything have a terminus? Like, does everything just end up being circular?
I think when you talk to a physicist like Don, it does all start to sound a bit mysterious. I came at him with the idea that we don't know what matter is, and he was like, yeah, absolutely, we absolutely don't know.
And you're like, wait, that's not the right answer, no.
I know. I'm like, you're supposed to know. I wish I could get him up here. He'd be great.
I'm still working on this fucking paint by numbers, and I feel like I haven't gotten anywhere. But you guys would think I got somewhere compared to the picture that you saw, 12 hours ago. But I still feel like no progress has been made.
Okay. There's a way to break the circularity. I have to make sense of it. Hang on.
You broke him, Jim.
You did it. Well, now the life belongs to you, Jim.
There can be only one.
There can be only one.
Energy is the amount of a thing you have. The ability to do work. The amount of that ability.
What?
And work is the act of expending the thing you have. So, like money, if you replace it with money, energy is the amount of money you have. Work is the act of spending your money.
That makes sense.
Jim broke Thrayle.
I just unbroke it.
It was a hot fix. It's okay.
I'm going back to Don. I'll tell you later.
have to get up and make coffee, and that's quite frankly the last thing I want to do right now.
I'm in the country in the snow and got the wood stove going, the coffee made. High functioning this morning.
Oh, so you mean like where I live?
I don't know if I'm near where you live. There's a lot of snow.
Possibly, if you got a wood stove, a lot of snow, and
You are kind of close. I believe my geography isn't perfect, but I'm pretty sure.
That's funny.
There are covered bridges where I am.
There are also covered bridges where I am.
Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think of other things. There's maple syrup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of easy.
Which one has the best maple syrup? That'll tell me exactly where you are.
The place where I am has the best maple syrup.
Man.
When you think of maple syrup, if you're not Canadian, then this is the place that you think has the best maple syrup.
No, it's not.
Okay, we're not in the same place.
I know exactly where you are. I'm not very far from White River Junction.
Oh, yeah, neither am I.
Holy
Temporarily.
shit. Okay. Yeah.
I'm south of there. Really narrowing down, so in case I'm looking for drones
Okay.
at this point.
No, I know exactly where you're at then. Well, come over. Bring the coffee.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not sure if my hot fix fixed it.
No, are you still chewing on it?
No, I think it almost fixes it. I'll have to consult a physicist to be sure. And even then, I'll have questions.
Well, if you don't have questions, then what's the point?
Shadow, you don't happen to be a closet physicist, do you?
No.
Cool.
What are the qualifications of a closet physicist?
All the
What are the
same as a
physics of a
regular
closet?
physicist, right? The same qualifications as a regular physicist, except you also haven't told me yet.
Are we questioning the questioner?
You got a question for me?
I do. I have the question. Why do hot dog buns come in packages of 10, but hot dogs come in packages of 8?
Because you're buying the wrong hot dog buns. Or hot dogs.
You're guaranteed to drop at least 2 of them while you're grilling.
Or that. It's the other way around, though. Yeah. But either way, yeah, if the hot dogs are in packs of 10, then the extra 2 are for you to test the doneness of the hot dog. 1, because they won't be done the first time you eat one, and then 2, because, you might drop one, or that's when they're really done, when you eat the second one.
I think it's because when you're having a backyard party, that guarantees that you're going to buy 1 extra of something.
It's like a marketing scheme. You'll never have the right amount, so you always need to buy more.
I think you're just buying the wrong brand of hot dogs.
Probably. It's a quote from this movie called Bulletproof Monk. And they get really philosophical with it at the end. He's like, well, it's not about how many hot dogs you have. It's the fact that you have them in the first place.
Well, and I do want to point out that the question would be absolutely meaningless to a Discordian who swears off hot dog buns for life.
Oh. I'm glad I could come and ask you the real questions.
I'm glad I could answer in a ridiculous and non-meaningful way.
Well, I just wanted to come in and ask that. You can go ahead and drop me down. Just make sure you drop me down in the middle of the sentence. So,
Like that. Hey, Vijay, did you mean to request up? I'm gonna guess not. We'll sit you down. Just by the background noise, I guess that. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Or if you've been through the questioning and you want to turn the tables and ask me a few questions, now's your chance. Either way, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hi, brother. How are you?
Hey, Zizo. Don't need your camera. We're here
Hi,
just
brother. How are you?
doing great. How are you?
Brother, I from Zizo from Syria. I need the help from Fiji. Please.
I see. I'm sorry, Zizo, but we're here
Please,
questioning.
brother, 5 minutes.
We're here questioning religious beliefs. I don't know if that's something that you really want to be a part of. So I do appreciate you, and I wish you all the best. But I don't want to put you in a predicament where you're sitting next to someone violating your belief system, and you don't even know what's going on. Doesn't seem fair to you. Kazu, that is an excellent question. My duty is to be patient and productive, to be helpful and
And kind to
and kind.
do more good than harm, to do no harm if possible.
Are we writing a creed?
I was just trying to help you out. You seemed like you were struggling for a minute.
Well, kind. Yeah, I guess it is one of my duties to be kind, to try to be kind to others and myself. And part of that kindness, I think, includes being suspect.
Being kind is not always being nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference between the East and West Coast, isn't it?
Oh, I had a whole thing about this in the Discord one day a long time ago.
We can do it again if you'd like. I love this topic.
Kindness and niceness are not the same. I think
Not
niceness, I would much rather have kindness than niceness. I think niceness can be included and can be a positive, though it generally is more of a mask to put over something else.
You know who taught me that?
Who's that?
The misogynist.
Oh.
He did, yeah. He said to me one day, he said, Cat. He said, no, Cat, I'm not a nice person. I'm a kind person, but I'm not a nice person. I said, whoa.
The analogy that I like to use is, especially because of the whole East Coast, West Coast, people on the West Coast, you call them in the middle of the night for help, and they'll say, oh, I'm so sorry. You know, well, I hope you can figure it out. People on the East Coast, on the other hand, will drive to wherever you are and cuss you out for being dumb as they're helping you change your tire.
I have to respond to Kazu's follow-up question. Do you find it easy to lay your head down at night knowing you did your duty? I don't.
People on the East Coast cuss you out for being...
I have at night knowing you did your duty. I don't find it easy to lay my head down at night, Kazu. That's why the show... You find it, my head down at night. Less sarcastic answer. I don't know that... Yeah, I would say that it is easier to consider my duty when I decide for myself to fulfill. If I don't fulfill it, then it can be to go against, decide. It can be difficult to rest. If I don't fulfill it, then that I get restless and I'm like, oh,
Well,
things went wrong.
if the show, if it was a rough Batcolyte, Thrayle does have a hard time going to bed. But when it's a good Batcolyte, it's all fun and games and Wordle and chess. That's always fun.
And good conversation.
I forgot how to solve this stupid fucking Rubik's Cube.
I don't think that the question is too personal with you, but I honestly do not know. I don't want to make an assumption one way or another. I've never been formally
assessed.
I don't know that I've been formally diagnosed. I was assessed for a few things when I was young. I don't remember the names of those things, which is why, again, I don't. I really look. Talking elementary school. But yeah, if I knew, I don't think, be shy to tell anyone. Don't shame anyone who doesn't tell people about their divergences.
Thrayle, I have a duty to lead a meditation in 10 minutes, so I should drop down. And while you're dropping me down, I'll probably just keep talking, or I could sing something.
Saved by the bell.
Sing. Appreciate you, Jen.
Kazu asked, does my mindset to belief give any indication of where you all think I'm from?
I don't know if that does, but something you said to the other guest, Southern, did.
Where you're from geographically, or this.
Is it me or is it him?
It's him.
It's me.
It's you.
Okay, I'll fix it.
I think I would need at least 1 or 2 more interactions to really guess. The sound of that Rubik's Cube is driving me crazy.
I'm so sorry.
I thought it was
anyway.
mice in my walls. I was like, God damn it,
No.
not this again.
I need to put it away anyway because I'm frustrated with it because I don't remember how to solve it. It was like a whole thing. I don't know if you were here when I was having the Rubik's Cube thing, but I finally solved it, and then it doesn't matter. It really does not.
Did I fix it? I think I fixed it.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
Much more
That
back
was
now.
quick. I seem to be here. For now. I wonder if I think we are. Maybe coming up to that time.
It's so early, though.
We should, Witty. We should play Cards Against Humanity in Discord. I think there's a plugin for that.
I do have all of the Jackbox Party Pack games as well.
There is a Cards Against Humanity. I saw it yesterday.
Hell yeah. That'd be dope.
Look who's back.
Kazoo.
Hello, I just dropped off the kid, so I can question the question a little bit easier. But my coffee cup doesn't fit in the freaking coffee cup holder, or in the cup holder in my truck. And so I'm holding it and balancing it. Just kind of bummer.
I would say, Kazoo, if you're driving, wait till you get back.
Oh,
to
I am okay.
destination.
Let me park. Hold on. All right.
Oh, you're parked. Sorry, I muted you to give you some moment while you parked. I thought it'd take longer.
Yep.
You can unmute.
I'm parked.
Excellent. You had a question for the questioner.
You say that you find it hard to put your head down at night. Is that right?
If I, well, yeah, I mean at night at all, but that's because I kind of have an inverse schedule.
Okay, so it doesn't have anything to do with you're wrestling yourself.
I don't think so.
Okay, you don't think so? Do you have, I don't know anything about your personal life, obviously, but do you have a duty, like, within your family, like your home? And I guess I'm asking you, and then I'll ask Kat.
I mean, yes, I have duty to my family. I'm a stay-at-home father.
Are you?
Homeschool my son.
You do? Interesting. May I ask you why you made that decision?
For a multitude of reasons, encroaching religion in the public school system, his own health, at the time COVID was going on. There were a number of factors.
You said religion in the public school?
Yep.
Religion in the public school? I'm just want to make sure I'm hearing you that right. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the lack of, or the way that it's avoided, or
The way that it's being added.
the way that it's being added?
Yeah, it's definitely. They're
Is it being
inserting.
added?
Yeah.
Oh.
The 10 Commandments are required to be posted in the classrooms. They're beginning to require biblical lessons be taught in.
Besides history?
Besides history, or as history.
Yeah, like in the context of history. Yeah, that's is that a state thing?
Could just be my state, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a few other states doing it too, I'm pretty sure.
Interesting. Yeah, I pulled my kids from public school as well, but I put them in a
But there are a
Catholic
multitude
school.
of other reasons. Yeah, that's a really different direction.
I think that it was definitely for different reasons, but yeah. And then I did have a question for Kat as well. Kat, what do you think your duty is?
My duty is. This is a good one.
And you can take a minute if you need to, because it's not an easy question.
I think that my duty is to be kind. My duty is to give all the people I interact with all the things I want to be given to me. Kindness and love and grace and respect. I think that that when I was a kid and people asked me what I wanted to do when I grew up, I never really had an answer. The answer always just was, I just want to make a difference, like for somebody. Like, it doesn't even have to be a lot of people. It's just like somehow I want to make a difference, and I think that's my duty, is to make a difference.
A difference. I'm assuming you wanted in your heart, a difference, like as in you wanted to help make their lives better.
Yeah, like affect people's lives in a positive way.
I apologize. My husband just called me.
I said
it was,
yes, to affect people's lives like in a positive way.
Positive way. Does fulfilling that duty help you feel good about yourself?
It feels good when I accomplish that, yes. It does not. My
in the middle
feeling good about
I'm
myself.
In the conversation, and my husband keeps calling me. I'm going to drop and call him back. I apologize, guys.
You're fine.
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I'm so sorry.
She asks good questions.
Whoa.
Look, we got 2 for 1.
Hello.
Hello, Sherry. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
That's good.
Did you come up because you saw the tables had been turned?
Well, I requested because it popped up on the panel to request. And so I thought I would go ahead and do that. I just came on. Yeah, it came on like a minute after I joined the live. So I figured I would request that.
Well, you showed up during Question the Questioner, and since you've been questioned more than once, I'm open
I
to
get to
taking
ask
questions from you. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of, instead of I believe, say I consider it to be a possibility.
Well, I would say that that's a little different than saying I believe, for me.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So, is that how you're starting to feel now, Sherry? Is that
Yeah, it
God is
is.
more of a I consider it possible than a I believe it to be there?
That's pretty much where I've been. I've kind of moved towards. It's like believe sounds kind of certain, and the divine is not certain to me. And so I came up with that. But I lean towards belief, but really it's just something I consider to be a possibility. So I was wondering what you thought of that.
I also consider some descriptions of gods to be possible. I don't know that they're probable or likely, but they might be possible.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I just wanted to get your input. I think you bring up very good questions. Give me a lot to think about. So I didn't realize it was questioning you, but that is one thing I wrote down this morning. So I thought I'd present it to you.
I think it's a really interesting thing. Are you feeling more and more that the God that you've believed in is more just a possibility than something that should actually exist?
Yeah, you brought up something really interesting last time I was on the panel. You mentioned, could it all be what I conceived of and what I imagined to be? I mean, it made me wonder. It's like, yeah, I think, well, the way that I've regarded the divine for the last 30 years is just a great mystery that I may not ever know. And you know, I loved Kat's response to the last question because it resonates with me. And I think I don't need to have a certain belief of God to live a life that is good and true. That's where I'm at.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. It was just a beautiful response. Really spoke to my heart. So should I let KD have his turn?
Yeah, KD, did you even mean to request up?
I did.
Okay, excellent. I try to ask people that before we get into it, just to see how they react.
All right. So if we take that TOS, how old are you, and do you have any beliefs in a higher power, or other beliefs that you want to know? I'm kidding. I'm hoping it was okay to push back a little bit against the duty question, because it's kind of a two-parter or three-parter, or how many parters there were. But she is, I guess, parking or in a phone call right now. But what was I gonna say here? I have notes. Just sort of the two statements that, like. Mm-hmm.
I am unsurprised that you have notes.
Why? It just they sort of just, they go together, or they overlap a bit.
Kazoo is listening if you want to throw a question out there, but I'm also going to throw my thoughts at it too.
Thank you. Like, you don't have to earn your worth, and you are allowed to take up space. And I have been struggling with that for a very long time, but I still know that it's true. not just like wishful thinking, but like this is like very, very true. Like if I try to project that on other people, I find it very easy to see that. And I think it's important, right? So like, let's say you are sick, you couldn't take care of your kids, or Thrayle's internet goes down and he can't do this, or whatever it ends up being that we've chosen to label as our duty here. Does that mean that that you are not, your worth goes down, your value goes down, or you're like, does that mean you're worth less now, right? Like an infant that's new into the world, like we don't see them as needing to prove their worth. Like, they're worthy to be here because because intrinsically they have a worth, right? All right, thank you.
Okay, I just want to say that I am like hearing you say all that makes me really happy, because like the thing you came up here and asked us like what 3 or 4 days ago, and like it's just like it just feels nice. Like it's good to hear you say that.
I knew right away when I was hovering over the button. Am I going to be just fighting myself here? Yeah, okay, it's fine.
Kazoo says that her duty would only shift to a different form. For me, I don't. I don't know that duty is a necessity. So I'd answered under Kazoo's framework what my duty was, and how I'd sleep at night without it. I feel like, kind of like Kazoo says, your duties would shift, or at least what you consider your need, what it is you feel you should accomplish or do, what it is you feel beholden to, even if it's not an accomplishment, if it's just a thought, an ideal, a mindset.
Gotcha. For me, it becomes more toxic. That thought just sort of eats away at me.
That thought.
And if I try to, the thought of like, okay, well, it's not like, it's just. Sorry, can you repeat your statement so I know exactly what I'm. Like just the end of it.
Just about whatever it is that you feel beholden to. And I realized as I said it, beholden. You don't feel beholden to anything, or anything, even your own motivations.
It is, I think, just sort of a label my mind puts on something that's there behind everything else anyway, right? So the gnawing feeling gets labeled as the unfinished task, or the thing, the duty that I have. And then I think that's why it's so important to ignore that, for me at least. And try to...
Can that lead to procrastination?
Yes, but so can worrying about it. Like I get like task paralysis, or and it's a wonderful little spiral that sort of makes me wonder if there's anything below anxiety and dread and panic. If I were to like peel back my layers, which I'd be happy to find out one day.
I wonder what it is that drives that.
Me too. I have my theories. Yeah, it's just it just hit my ear a certain way when I heard that from Kazoo.
No, I understand. I think if duty is self-prescribed, if it's something that you've chosen to give yourself as a goal, it's one thing. I think it's another thing if it is an obligation you feel imposed upon you, whether by something you can pinpoint or not.
Right. And by the way, fiber? I had no idea.
What was your question?
No, it's just a comment on I didn't realize how much of an effect, and I looked it up, and the as far as reducing anxiety, I don't know. I appreciate it. I don't know if you remember the conversation much earlier.
Yeah.
30% reduction reported.
Really?
Yeah. I did not expect that. And yeah.
I'm going to have maybe questions about that, though possibly in the Discord.
That's fine. I did not have much else if you needed the space, and if not, I can hang around until I get kicked.
Until you get kicked. I wonder if I have a question for you, Katie. I wonder if Kat or Morgan do.
Him saying that made me just want to kick him just because.
Is it your birthday?
It's not my birthday. No. but on
wait.
my birthday.
Okay.
Hello, Saint Tiger. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
About 6.
Didn't hear you at all.
Yeah. For me?
What?
Can you guys hear me?
Now we're starting to, almost. Can I get your age? No, can't hear you. Can't hear you at all for some reason. Yeah. I wonder if it is poem time. Yeah, I don't know that I have any more questions for you right now, Katie. So I'm gonna go ahead and bump you back to the comments.
That's all right.
I tried to get him while he was speaking, and very slow to include his words there, so yeah.
This was such a good question, the questioner. Like, so many people came up and asked really fun, good questions.
They really did. Really good ones. Yeah, I really liked it. And we had a couple of new guests come up and we questioned them, and a couple of And there's still just enough time for you to get your question in. Or if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that you've never been questioned here before, then go ahead and request on up if you can question your beliefs. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument, just to see if you can question what is it that you believe and why do you believe it. Are you gonna believe your eyes or your ears, Philly? And why?
That's funny. I believe that that light right there needs to be turned off because it's shining in my eyes, but I also believe that my toes are cold and they're under the blanket and I don't want to get out.
Valid argument, in my opinion.
No, it's 4 a.m. here. It's not the sun.
If it's the sun at this time, we have other problems.
What does cold in Hawaiian mean? Like, how cold is it?
It means anything under 60 degrees. And to be clear, I am currently wearing a beanie, a sweatshirt, sweatpants, and I'm under a blanket.
I was just thinking to myself that I hope my taps are still running, because it's still below 30 degrees.
My toilet is worrying me this year, and I don't want to. I don't like it. Don't do it.
I apologize.
Where my pipes don't burst.
Well, you're back just in time for KD to be gone.
Oh, did she leave?
KD, who had the...
Oh, KD, yes.
Yeah.
I know, I'm sorry. My husband, he got his citizenship in 2018, but he's still scared, so he's going to go get his passport. But as the keeper of all important papers, he doesn't know where any of it is, so I had to tell him where his stuff is so he can go. Anyway, is KD is just I hope he doesn't mind me asking this, but he sounds like he kind of has problems with self-worth or maybe not problems, I don't know the right word, but struggling with finding it.
I can't answer for him, but it might be more of a conversation for the Discord rather than
Okay.
panel here. Are you in the Discord?
I am, but the only time I went on there is when I joined, but I haven't been on there in probably 4 months.
There might be
Anytime.
Yeah.
So what is it?
We can tag you in
Yeah,
there.
I'll have to go
get
and
to
see
the
what it
voice
really
channels.
is.
Yeah, it's changed probably since you joined.
Did you ever use like Skype or anything like that?
No.
I
know I'm technologically challenged too, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, it's message boards and voice chats and stuff like that.
Oh, voice chats. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's not okay. This is gonna sound kind of mean, but it's not weird, is it?
No, it's not weird.
It's full of weirdos. I'm just joking.
I mean, it's full of the audience of this live.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's my perfect amount of weird.
This is the kind of weird you can tolerate. This is it.
I can. I can. But yes, thank you. I will do that.
Yeah, Katie's in there, and it might be a better place to have that conversation back and forth, because it sounds like you two definitely have some differing ideas, and who knows how questioning that can help the other. So, but I appreciate you, Kazu. I think we've got a guest request from somebody new. So, Macoons, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, yeah. We spoke before. I'm 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. And we talked about this before. I'm a pagan.
Pagan in what sense? What gods do you believe in?
The Norse. The Norse gods.
Do you believe that your gods actually exist in some way and interact with the world? Or is it more like a metaphor for things you can't explain?
I think they interact with the world I'm living in. Yes, I think so.
In what way do they exist?
Well, I don't really have the answer to that. But last night, I did something stupid. I was on TikTok and I said things or did things. I don't know what happened. But the lights in my house were flickering all over the place, everywhere. And that was a sign. That was something that wanted to communicate with me, and I neglected. I was neglect. I didn't respond to it. So yeah, of course.
I'm sorry, I was momentarily distracted, and I apologize for that, Makunzi. You were saying that you had an experience last night after getting off TikTok.
Yeah, it's not really about TikTok, but I probably did something, and angels, gods, Valkyries, whatever you want to call it, wanted to warn me or communicate something with me, and the lights were flickering all over the place. It's documented on TikTok, and I didn't react to it. And
The lights were
for me,
flickering, and you didn't react to it.
right.
So, I'm not sure I understand. You're saying the lights flickered. What does that indicate?
Well, my lights are LED lights. They're very stable. Nobody or nothing can change that. But something did.
I'm sorry, you said nothing can change it, but something did. What do you mean nothing can change that?
That's why I think you're amazing, because you ask all the good questions. You asked me the question, do you believe that your gods have a connection with the world you're living in nowadays, with your reality? I think something or someone tried to influence my reality last night through the lights, and that's why I believe, because
Why do you think that it was something trying to influence your reality and not a power surge of some kind?
Well, that's a very good question, but to be honest, LED lights, if you really understand how a LED lithium electrodiode functions, how it works, it cannot flicker. It's very difficult to make it flicker. There has to be there's a transformer before it for the transformer to be imbalanced, to make the LED light flicker. It's very, very strange. It's not really easy to do that.
You're saying that it's not easy to make an LED light flicker because it, you say, requires a transformer to make it flicker. Are you sure that that's a fact, and that there might be some other method that a power surge could?
No, of course not. I'm not 100% sure, but the thing that happened last night that I asked, what the fuck is going on? Oh, excuse my language. I didn't mean to swear. And then I asked to do it again, and it happened again. And I tried to turn the lights off, and it didn't work. I tried to put the lights on, it didn't work. Of course, there are variables. Of course, there are. How can I be 100% sure? I'm not. But that's belief, right?
What do you think was trying to be communicated to you? What message were you supposed to receive?
Well, that's a good question. I really don't know, but I think I was on the right path for my destination, so to speak, and I wandered off. That's the only vague explanation I have. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Maybe that was the message. Oh, again, I swear. I'm sorry.
What do you believe you went off track about?
Well, that's a very open question with a very open answer. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I really don't. It was very stupid of me because the lights flickered and blinked many times, and I just laughed at it. I didn't take the message. And maybe it's now too late.
What would make it too late?
Because the moment is gone. You know, when something, wow, this is kind of deep, but I do a lot of meditation in the woods. I seek search for a tree stump, like a cut down tree, and there's a stump, and I sit on it and I meditate. Nothing happens, nothing. I have a good meditation. Well, very, very good, but that's it. But last night, it's very rare to experience something I experienced last night, and I laughed at it. It will not happen again. There was a signal, there was a communication, there was a sign. Yeah, it will not happen again. No.
What was the communication?
I don't know. I laughed at it.
So
That's
if there was a communication that was given to you, and this is supposed to be for you,
right.
then was it effective communication?
No, because I was not taking a message. That's why I'm so ashamed.
You feel ashamed because you laughed at a light flickering, and so you feel now that you'll never get that kind of message again. But the message was unclear to you. So why would you expect that it was a message and not a one-time occurrence of something you can't explain?
Well, we talked about this before. Something you can explain has to be very scientific or proven in our reality. So
something you can't explain has to be scientifically proven.
No, not to me, but that's the question you have all the time. How can you explain it, right?
Not all the time. It depends on what we're talking about. In this case, I'm not asking you how you can explain it. I'm asking why you assume that you can explain it, why you assume that it's some higher power that would communicate with you instead of a surge of electricity that you're unaware of a source or cause of. Why does it have to be you know it's this instead of I don't know?
That's okay. I was distracted for a moment because I like the life so much. You have so many. This is the real stuff, I think. But oh never. Because you know what? It happened multiple times, and the percentage of like power surge or like a electrical surge or something like that, like you said, it's very unlikely to happen one time with LED lights. But it's more unlikely if you ask 3 times in a row to do it again and it happened again. How would you explain that?
Is that what you're saying happened?
Yes, that's what happened.
You're saying that you asked again and again for this to occur, and you watched it occur again and again.
Yes, 3 times. And I laughed at it. I was joking. And it was a message. And it takes so much energy and power to
Which time did you laugh? The first, the second, or the third?
Every time.
You laughed every time.
Yeah, because I was baffled. I was surprised. I didn't know what was going on. And I think, what the fuck, this is amazing. Oh, again, I swear. Oh, what the fudge? This is amazing. What the hell is happening?
You were alone.
The lights are flickering. What in the world is this happening to me? And I asked again.
And you were completely alone.
Yes. And it's
It's sounding to me like you're attributing this to a communication, but the communication wasn't clear. How do you know it was communication and not just good timing on your part with whatever surge of electricity this was?
good timing on my part? What do you mean? I don't understand that part.
How do you know it was not coincidental?
Well, I don't. I don't know if it was coincidental, and that's what your whole life feed is about: the questioning your beliefs. I believe something, and I question it, and I don't. To be honest, dude, I don't know what happened, and I'm very disappointed in the way I reacted to it.
Why are you so certain that it will never happen again? If you laughed every time, as just what I heard is asking in the comments, how do you know the second time that it happened, it wasn't communicating to you that your laugh was acceptable?
Um, hmm.
Do you see how many assumptions you've made to get to this point?
Yes, I do. Wait a minute, that was a fucking flipping good question.
The
It
one
was
she
the second
asks.
time after
Yeah.
you left the message that a laugh was acceptable.
And the third time was that also confirmation that the two laughs were okay. Like what? Why do you assume that it's the end of communication if you had communication? Is it just easier to say it was that it'll never happen again as a way to write off the feeling that it might not have been communication at all?
Hmm. You know what? This is a very And the third time was that confirmation that two laughs were also okay.
That's what she's saying is, how do you know what the communication is if you're assuming it's communication?
No, I never said that I communicate with something. I said something was trying to communicate with me, and I laughed about it, and I discarded it because I was baffled and surprised.
Do you think if it was really trying to communicate with you, that it would have given up at your laughter, at your surprise?
Okay, this is happening every time when I talk with you. Can you repeat that, please?
Do you think that if something was communicating with you, that it was really trying to, that it would have given up at your laughter, or yet your surprise?
I don't know.
Really
I don't know.
quickly, while you think on that, you don't have to give an answer, but I appreciate the I don't know. I do need to thank Huggy, Insomnia, Shell, Shadow Slays, KD, Claire, and Cat DeWitch for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you so much. I really do. Bone Chain asks a great question. What did you do next after the laughter?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, I regret.
You're just saying regret. You, like right after the lights flickered and you laughed, did you just turn away? Did you stop looking? Did you
No,
just sit there and wait for another?
no. Wow, this is deep. This is very personal. It's becoming very personal because there's a form of interest, curiosity, and a form of anxiety and scared. And so after it happened, I just let it go. I just thought maybe I didn't know what was going on. I really didn't know. But today, I'm trying to connect again and nothing happens. So, yeah, regret is probably the answer to the.
What were you thinking about or saying when the lights flickered?
What I was thinking about. Wow, that's a good question.
Well, you can thank Hedonista for that one. What were you thinking about?
My son.
You were thinking about your son?
Yes. Yep.
And when you were thinking about your son, the lights flickered.
Do you know what? It's hard to explain, but there's a deep kind of sorrow inside of me, and there's a very fierceful fighting spirit inside of me as well, and there's a lot of love. That maybe is the primary feeling I most of the time have, like love. And all those three things happened at the same time while I was talking, and I thought about my son. Maybe it's not my son. Maybe it's the feeling I had. And then it happened. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Is it all right if I ask back a couple of questions?
Really? Actually, yeah, go ahead.
Who do you think was like, or which among many do you think were trying to communicate with you? Not that I'm. Yeah, just is it all right if I ask that? Follow-up question. messenger of, not necessarily them.
If I have to name somebody, probably my grandfather, but I don't know.
Okay, so spirits are not necessarily gods then that you're thinking.
Spirits are not necessarily gods?
No, sorry. Unless you clarified, I didn't hear what pagan supernatural beings you thought were communicating with you. It sounded like you said spirits or gods or something earlier in the conversation. Is that wrong?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, I believe in ancestors and old gods. Yes, I do.
But in this case, you feel more like it was your, and do you think that your grandfather would be upset to hear his grandson laughing?
You are humbling me, sir.
Do you think him interacting with you would no matter what interaction he'd get out of you, would probably see it as a very natural reaction if that was the case, right?
Wow.
I'm asking leading questions. I apologize. But yeah, I don't. And if it was, I'm not a follower of Norse beliefs, but these gods protected this world. These gods have, in their own writings, very protective of humans, and laughter is one of the most prominent features of these gods, and jokes and such, hearty laughters, in fact, and then you have Loki, who does all kinds of tricks, and yeah, it's a very prominent part. Oh, unless I'm mistaken, do you?
No, you're right. That really moves me in a way that you say that laughter is. That's amazing. To be
Think
honest.
of all the scheming that they've done, putting Thor in women's clothing to fool some ice giants.
Yeah, that was a big joke.
There we go. Laughter. That was it.
Wow, that's an eye opener, because in a way you know we humans all try to put things in boxes and clarify things. So laughter has to be something, right? But in a way, laughter, I laughed because I enjoyed it, probably. So I was happy with the company I received. So I laughed.
And I don't know what happened in your house that day, but I would hate to default on thinking it would be something that wished me ill for just reacting.
No.
Or judged me for just reacting. Although I can fall into that myself. All right, I'm gonna hop off. Thanks.
Wait
Unless
a
you have
minute.
question for me or anything. Yeah, sure.
Where are you from, sir?
Jag är från Island.
Ah, that explains a lot. I'm from Norway.
I figured as much. But I grew up in Sweden, and I am currently in Canada.
Wow, that's amazing. So you know about the spirits of the world, the feelings, the beliefs we have. with
I have about
nature.
5 books from. I have about 5 books from my grandmother about also through the Norse gods
Huh.
and such. And my name is I'm named after one of the namesakes of one of the sagas.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's a real pleasure to meeting you, and I would love to read those books you inherited of your grandmother, because in my opinion those are the true beliefs. But well, that's
I think
just
they
a
can be
belief.
fantastic stories. Yeah, and I'm not faulting you for having any. Take it, take what you can of value from it.
Wow, that's amazing. You sound like a really intelligent person.
Some days.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. You as well.
Well, I appreciate those questions, Katie. Thank you so much. W to Katie for those questions. I thought that was a really interesting line to go down. It sounds to me, Mac, that you've got some more questions to take with you now.
I always have questions.
I know that. I can understand.
Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Katie. I don't know if I have any more questions for you, Mac. I don't want to step on the toes of what Katie asked. Does anybody else have any questions?
No, not at this time.
I think I have a question. What do you believe? Batcolyte?
Well, I could answer that a million different ways, because what do you believe is a pretty vague question. I tend to avoid just saying it like that. I could say that I believe in, my own existence, or that I believe in the physical laws of reality, or that I believe in a reality, or I could say that I believe that, the entire universe is just a membrane between the bony appendages of a celestial skeletal bat goddess unfurling her wings in accordance with the lambda-CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang. But then I wouldn't really be saying what I believe, because I think a belief is something you accept to be true, and I only accept to be true that which I can verify or feel great confidence in, and I don't have any great confidence or verification of any gods of any kind.
You know what? That's why you probably my favorite guy on TikTok ever. You're a smart fella. You're answering questions, with difficulty, with intelligence. Oh man, this is amazing. I would love to meet you in real life and really have a probably we won't like each other, but I don't know. That's assumptions.
You never
This
know.
is amazing. You're an amazing person. Keep on going, dude. This is tremendous.
I appreciate you, Mac. I really do. You've done an amazing job up here, really demonstrating critical thought, some self-reflection, considering possibilities that go against your assumptions and what's comfortable. I think that's amazing. And so I appreciate you, Mac.
Appreciate it too. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And keep asking questions, Mac. Let's get some W's for Mac in the comments. Really nailed questioning his beliefs. Well, this has been a much, much better live than our previous, by contrast to yesterday, or most of the weekend lives.
Was it bad? I wasn't listening.
Oh, yeah,
Was it just confrontational, or?
A lot of confrontational, a lot of preaching, a lot of arguing, a lot of trolling. For like 3 days straight.
Mm-hmm. I thought that was going to be the new normal, and I was going to be very upset.
Tonight was good. There were only a couple of...
It is the morning, sir.
Well...
Yeah, just joking.
The morning for you, but...
I know, I go to bed with, you guys are on, and I wake up, y'all are on. I'm surprised. You stay busy.
I do that.
It do be like that sometimes.
Stay busy enough. I may read a shorter poem than usual tonight.
Say that again, Thrayle?
I said, I do it. I lost my own words. Nope. It's all gone.
Nope. Okay. Bye-bye. There
I'm
goes.
going to read a shorter poem. That's what I was going to say, basically.
Do you do it in the evenings because of your role at home? Or is that too personal to ask? Maybe.
Say that again.
Do you do it in the evenings because of your role that you do during the day?
Do I do what in the evenings?
These lives.
Yeah, because, well, partially because of that, I've just always been nocturnal.
Mm.
Yeah, most of the jobs I've had throughout my life have been around that.
Third shifter.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
Are you a vampire, Thrayle?
What's indicating that?
What is a vampire to you?
What on earth would indicate that I was a vampire?
This whole nighttime, all the bat imagery.
Are bats
You
only
have this
associated
like
with vampires?
aura of being a little bit like you're like a devil, right? That's what you get told all the time.
I mean, I'm just the faceless questioner, questioning the beliefs.
But
of
the
those
voice.
Right, a voice.
But the best voice to ask deep questions. Personally.
How are you a faceless questioner when I see a face on your profile picture?
I mean, is it a face without the flesh? Isn't that what we all look like? Generally speaking.
Just what I heard said, if you're a vampire, you have to tell us, because that's vampire law.
Actually, it's not, because you willingly entered his house.
It's almost like I need to be invited into other houses. I don't go on other panels very often unless they invite me first.
It's very true.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I do request
know
sometimes,
that's a
but
lie.
only after the invite. Usually. That's right, Cat. Vampires have flesh, and I am but a humble skeleton. Can a skull bat its eyelashes innocently?
But you have green eyes.
I suppose
Glowing.
the glow could
Glowing.
flutter innocently.
Are your eyes actually green?
What?
Are your eyes actually green?
No.
In my
what does
head,
actual mean?
I've had to put together what he looks like. And in my head, he looks like
It's not what you think.
he looks like the last Tsar of Russia. Like
Maybe it is what you think.
bearded. It's like a book. You have to put it in your head.
The last Tsar of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, you look like Tsar Peter.
You look like a Romanov or something.
I just look like that with skin. Just that. This is what's on screen, but with skin. And I mean,
This is actually what happened to Anastasia.
oh my.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be
And
quiet.
then the other alternative is he looks like you know who Childish Gambino is?
Yes, Donald
Yeah.
Glover.
Yeah, it's either that or the Tsar of Russia. Two different things.
Hang on, I need to look up the Tsar of Russia to see what he looks like.
His name's I think it was Nikolai. Or just put the last Tsar of Russia.
No. I mean, it is a fine mustache and beard combination, but no.
Don't ruin this for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Then I'm going with the other one.
Oh my. No. I mean, probably closer to the Tsar than to Donald Glover, but you know, whichever one makes you comfortable. Imagine if you peeled the flesh from both faces, they'd look remarkably similar.
They would.
But neither one would have the hair quite right.
Okay. It makes me think it's long.
It sounds like you might have had a clue somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Just the way you said it.
Well, and what's on screen.
Oh, that would work too. I didn't think of that.
Like that.
Okay. We have the same hair. Hey.
Cat DeWitch is picturing Sam Elliott with dark hair. With long hair. And
Do you wear it in a ponytail? A low ponytail?
often.
Do you wear a cowboy hat?
I don't own a cowboy hat.
Okay.
I do live in Texas.
Yeah, I remember that. Do you prefer jeans or sweatpants?
I mean,
We all
between the
know it's
two.
jammy pants.
Yeah, I was going to say between the two, jeans, but pajama pants are way more comfortable than either.
The Tsar of Russia thing's going right out the window. just a voice for some reason. I think it would be easier to be questioned by just a faceless voice. Oh, do you hear those?
Mm-hmm. You're not alone in that. That's a pretty common consensus there.
Do your children talk slow and deliberate like you do?
Sometimes. I think so.
Are you outside?
I'm in a garden shed.
I can hear the birds.
I mean,
You have a little studio.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Why a dog in a tuxedo t-shirt, Toaster?
And what kind of dog?
Do you guys believe in zodiacs? I mean, what do you mean by believe in zodiacs? I would have to say
the definition of belief for that particular question.
I think it's an interesting topic, but I don't think that it holds as much as people would like to think. But then again, I don't know.
we lost a Philly red. I think we might be about to lose more than that. I think there's a poem ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at way too many hours, and I'm ready to go to sleep.
Well, you've earned it, so I will drop as well. You guys have a good rest of your evening or night or day, whatever it is to you.
Bye, Kazoo. Talk to you later.
Bye, guys.
Yep.
We'll see you next time.
Take care, and we can always catch up in the Discord if anybody watching does want to join the community. There's a link in my bio to a link tree, and the first link there will take you to the Discord. You'll just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there, otherwise it may look a little lonely, but if you can't agree to them, you should find out you're not alone. And if anybody wants to contribute to the Cash App or the Venmo in that link tree, of course, I do appreciate all of your support. It does make all the difference. So thank you all for helping that way. And I think, other than dropping my friends down unceremoniously, there's only one thing left. candles shine in a chapel of bone. Smoke curls like unanswered prayer. I ask, who carved these heavens of stone? Why does fear kneel so willingly there? Scriptures in dark promises stitched to the soul. If truth were light, why dim it down? Why threats that swallow up the whole? Spirits whisper through cracks in the mind, calling doubt a danger. If certainty's sacred, from questions knocking within, altars bloom with imagined design. Energy hums, but's never shown. Is meaning found because it feels divine, or because the dark feels less alone? Ghosts of purpose pace divide, telling us death has been tamed. But if comfort crowns a claim as right, what truth has actually been named? I stand where belief meets the blade, where answers fray and stories bend. If gods dissolve when shadows are weighed, is doubt the darkness, or is it the lens? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.